Section 1 of Aspects of Love, an Anthology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. Aspects of Love, an Anthology. Symposium by Plato. Translated by Benjamin Jowett. Persons of the Dialogue. Apollodorus, who repeats to his companion the dialogue which he had heard from Aristodemus, and had already once narrated to Glaucon, Phaedrus, Pausanias, Eryximachus, Aristophanes, Agathon, Socrates, Alcibiades, a troop of revellers. Scene: the house of Agathon. Concerning the things about which you ask to be informed, I believe that I am not ill prepared with an answer, for the day before yesterday I was coming from my own home at Phillandering to the city, and one of my acquaintance, who had caught a sight of me from behind, calling out playfully in the distance, said, "Apollodorus, O thou Philerium!" Probably a play of words on Greek. Bald-headed. "Man, halt!" So I did as I was bid, and then he said, "I was looking for you, Apollodorus, only just now, that I might ask you about the speeches in praise of love which were delivered by Socrates, Alcibiades, and others, at Agathon's supper. Phoenix, the son of Philip, told another person who told me of them. His narrative was very indistinct, but he said that you knew, and I wish that you would give me an account of them. Who, if not you, should be the reporter of the words of your friend? And first tell me," he said, "were you present at this meeting?" "Your informant Glaucon," I said, "must have been very indistinct indeed, if you imagine that the occasion was recent, or that I could have been of the party." "Why, yes," he replied, "I thought so." "Impossible," I said. "Are you ignorant that for many years Agathon has not resided at Athens, and not 3 have elapsed since I became acquainted with Socrates, and have made it my daily business to know all that he says and does? There was a time when I was running about the world, fancying myself to be well employed, but I was really a most wretched being, no better than you are now. I thought that I ought to do anything rather than be a philosopher." "Well," he said, "jesting apart, tell me when the meeting occurred." "In our boyhood," I replied, "when Agathon won the prize with his first tragedy, on the day after that on which he and his chorus offered the sacrifice of victory." "Then it must have been a long while ago," he said. "And who told you? Did Socrates?" "No, indeed," I replied, "but the same person who told Phoenix. He was a little fellow who never wore any shoes, Aristodemus of the deme of Cydothenium. He had been at Agathon's feast, and I think that in those days there was no one who was a more devoted admirer of Socrates. Moreover, I have asked Socrates about the truth of some parts of his narrative, and he confirmed them." "Then," said Glaucon, "let us have the tale over again. Is not the road to Athens just made for conversation?" And so we walked and talked of the discourses on love. And therefore, as I said at first, I am not ill prepared to comply with your request, and will have another rehearsal of them if you like. For to speak or to hear others speak of philosophy always gives me the greatest pleasure, to say nothing of the profit. But when I hear another strain, especially that of you rich men and traders, such conversation displeases me, and I pity you who are my companions, because you think that you are doing something, when in reality you are doing nothing. And I dare say that you pity me in return, whom you regard as an unhappy creature, and very probably you are right. But I certainly know of you what you only think of me. There is the difference. Companion. I see, Apollodorus, that you are just the same, always speaking evil of yourself and of others, and I do believe that you pity all mankind, with the exception of Socrates, yourself first of all, true in this to your old name, which, however deserved, I know not how you acquired, of Apollodorus the madman, for you are always raging against yourself and everybody but Socrates. Apollodorus. Yes, friend, and the reason why I am said to be mad and out of my wits is just because I have these notions of myself and you. No other evidence is required. Companion. No more of that, Apollodorus, but let me renew my request that you would repeat the conversation. Apollodorus. Well, the tale of love was on this wise. But perhaps I had better begin at the beginning, and endeavour to give you the exact words of Aristodemus. He said that he met Socrates fresh from the bath and sandalled, and as the sight of the sandals was unusual, he asked him whither he was going, that he had been converted into such a beau. To a banquet at Agathon's, he replied, whose invitation to his sacrifice of victory I refused yesterday, fearing a crowd, but promising that I would come to-day instead, and so I have put on my finery, because he is such a fine man. What say you to going with me unasked? I will do as you bid me, I replied. Follow then, he said, and let us demolish the proverb, to the feasts of inferior men the good unbidden go, instead of which our proverb will run, to the feasts of the good unbidden go. And this alteration may be supported by the authority of Homer himself, who not only demolishes, but literally outrages the proverb. For, after picturing Agamemnon as the most valiant of men, he makes Menelaus, who is but a faint-hearted warrior, come unbidden to the banquet of Agamemnon, who is feasting and offering sacrifices, not the better to the worse, but the worse to the better. I rather fear, Socrates, said Aristodemus, lest this may still be my case, and that, like Menelaus in Homer, I shall be the inferior person, who to the feasts of the wise unbidden goes. But I shall say that I was bidden of you, and then you will have to make an excuse. Two going together, he replied in Homeric fashion, one or other of them may invent an excuse by the way. This was the style of their conversation as they went along. Socrates dropped behind in a fit of abstraction, and desired Aristodemus, who was waiting, to go on before him. When he reached the house of Agathon, he found the doors wide open, and a comical thing happened. A servant coming out met him, and led him at once into the banqueting hall, in which the guests were reclining, for the banquet was about to begin. "Welcome, Aristodemus," said Agathon, as soon as he appeared. "You are just in time to sup with us. If you come on any other matter, put it off, and make one of us, as I was looking for you yesterday, and meant to have asked you if I could have found you. But what have you done with Socrates?" I turned round, but Socrates was nowhere to be seen. and I had to explain that he had been with me a moment before, and that I came by his invitation to the supper. "You were quite right in coming," said Agathon. "But where is he himself?" "He was behind me just now, as I entered," he said, "and I cannot think what has become of him." "Go and look for him, boy," said Agathon, "and bring him in. And do you, Aristodemus, meanwhile take the place by Eryximachus." The servant then assisted him to wash, and he lay down; and presently another servant came in, and reported that our friend Socrates had retired into the portico of the neighbouring house. "There he is fixed," said he, "and when I call to him he will not stir." "How strange!" said Agathon. "Then you must call him again, and keep calling him." "Let him alone," said my informant. "He has a way of stopping anywhere, and losing himself without any reason. I believe that he will soon appear. Do not therefore disturb him." "Well, if you think so, I will leave him," said Agathon; and then, turning to the servants, he added, "Let us have supper without waiting for him. Serve up whatever you please, for there is no one to give you orders. Hitherto I have never left you to yourselves; but on this occasion imagine that you are our hosts, and that I and the company are your guests. Treat us well, and then we shall commend you." After this supper was served, but still no Socrates, and during the meal Agathon several times expressed a wish to send for him, but Aristodemus objected; and at last, when the feast was about half over, for the fit, as usual, was not of long duration, Socrates entered. Agathon, who was reclining alone at the end of the table, begged that he would take the place next to him. "That I may touch you," he said, "and have the benefit of that wise thought which came into your mind in the portico, and is now in your possession. For I am certain that you would not have come away until you had found what you sought." "How I wish," said Socrates, taking his place as he was desired, "that wisdom could be infused by touch out of the fuller into the emptier man, as water runs through wool out of a fuller cup into an emptier one. If that were so, how greatly should I value the privilege of reclining at your side! For you would have filled me full with a stream of wisdom plenteous and fair, whereas my own is of a very mean and questionable sort, no better than a dream. But yours is bright and full of promise, and was manifested forth in all the splendour of youth the day before yesterday, in the presence of more than 30,000 Hellenes." "You are mocking, Socrates," said Agathon, "and ere long you and I will have to determine who bears off the palm of wisdom. Of this Dionysus shall be the judge. But at present you are better occupied with supper." Socrates took his place on the couch and supped with the rest; and then libations were offered, and after a hymn had been sung to the god, and there had been the usual ceremonies, they were about to commence drinking, when Pausanias said, "And now, my friends, how can we drink with least injury to ourselves? I can assure you that I feel severely the effect of yesterday's potations, and must have time to recover; and I suspect that most of you are in the same predicament, for you were at the party yesterday. Consider, then, how can the drinking be made easiest?" "I entirely agree," said Aristophanes, "that we should by all means avoid hard drinking, for I was myself one of those who were yesterday drowned in drink." "I think that you are right," said Eryximachus, the son of Acumenus; "but I should still like to hear one other person speak. Is Agathon able to drink hard?" "I am not equal to it," said Agathon. "Then," said Eryximachus, "the weak heads like myself, Aristodemus, Phaedrus, and others, who never can drink, are fortunate in finding that the stronger ones are not in a drinking mood. I do not include Socrates. who is able either to drink or to abstain, and will not mind whichever we do. Well, as none of the company seem disposed to drink much, I may be forgiven for saying, as a physician, that drinking deep is a bad practice, which I never follow if I can help, and certainly do not recommend to another, least of all to any one who still feels the effects of yesterday's carouse. I always do what you advise, and especially what you prescribe as a physician, rejoined Phaedrus the Myrminusian, and the rest of the company, if they are wise, will do the same. It was agreed that drinking was not to be the order of the day, but that they were all to drink only so much as they pleased. Then, said Eryximachus, as you are all agreed that drinking is to be voluntary, and that there is to be no compulsion, I move, in the next place, that the flute girl, who has just made her appearance, be told to go away and play to herself, or, if she likes, to the women who are within. To-day let us have conversation instead, and if you will allow me, I will tell you what sort of conversation. This proposal having been accepted, Eryximachus proceeded as follows. I will begin, he said, after the manner of Melanippe in Euripides. Not mine the word which I am about to speak, but that of Phaedrus. For often he says to me, in an indignant tone, what a strange thing it is, Eryximachus, that whereas other gods have poems and hymns made in their honour, the great and glorious god Love has no encomiast among all the poets who are so many. There are the worthy sophists too, the excellent Prodicus, for example, who have descanted in prose on the virtues of Heracles and other heroes, and what is still more extraordinary, I have met with a philosophical work in which the utility of salt has been made the theme of an eloquent discourse, and many other like things have had a like honour bestowed upon them. And only to think that there should have been an eager interest created about them, and yet that to this day no one has ever dared worthily to hymn Love's praises. So entirely has this great deity been neglected. Now, in this, Phaedrus seems to me to be quite right, and therefore I want to offer him a contribution. Also, I think that at the present moment we, who are here assembled, cannot do better than honour the god Love. If you agree with me, there will be no lack of conversation, for I mean to propose that each of us, in turn, going from left to right, shall make a speech in honour of Love. Let him give us the best which he can. And Phaedrus, because he is sitting first on the left hand, and because he is the father of the thought, shall begin. No one will vote against you, Eryximachus, said Socrates. How can I oppose your motion, who profess to understand nothing but matters of love? Nor, I presume, will Agathon and Pausanias, and there can be no doubt of Aristophanes, whose whole concern is with Dionysus and Aphrodite, nor will any one disagree of those whom I see around me. The proposal, as I am aware, may seem rather hard upon us whose place is last, but we shall be contented if we hear some good speeches first. Let Phaedrus begin the praise of Love, and good luck to him. All the company expressed their assent, and desired him to do as Socrates bade him. Aristodemus did not recollect all that was said, nor do I recollect all that he related to me, but I will tell you what I thought most worthy of remembrance, and what the chief speakers said. Phaedrus began by affirming that Love is a mighty god, and wonderful among gods and men, but especially wonderful in his birth, for he is the eldest of the gods, which is an honour to him, and a proof of his claim to this honour is that of his parents there is no memorial. Neither poet nor prose writer has ever affirmed that he had any. As Hesiod says, "First chaos came, and then broad-bosomed earth, the everlasting seat of all that is, and love." In other words, after chaos, the earth and love, these two, came into being. Also Parmenides sings of generation. First in the train of gods he fashioned love. And Achusilios agrees with Hesiod. Thus numerous are the witnesses who acknowledge love to be the eldest of the gods. And not only is he the eldest, he is also the source of the greatest benefits to us. For I know not any greater blessing to a young man who is beginning life than a virtuous lover, or to the lover than a beloved youth. For the principle which ought to be the guide of men who would nobly live, that principle, I say, neither kindred, nor honour, nor wealth, nor any other motive is able to implant so well as love. Of what am I speaking? Of the sense of honour and dishonour, without which neither states nor individuals ever do any good or great work. And I say that a lover who is detected in doing any dishonourable act, or submitting through cowardice when any dishonour is done to him by another, will be more pained at being detected by his beloved than at being seen by his father, or by his companions, or by any one else. The beloved, too, when he is found in any disgraceful situation, has the same feeling about his lover. And if there were only some way of contriving that a state or an army should be made up of lovers and their lovers, they would be the very best governors of their own city, abstaining from all dishonour, and emulating one another in honour, and when fighting at each other's side, although a mere handful, they would overcome the world. For what lover would not choose rather to be seen by all mankind than by his beloved, either when abandoning his post or throwing away his arms? He would be ready to die 1,000 deaths rather than endure this. Or who would desert his beloved, or fail him in the hour of danger? The veriest coward would become an inspired hero, equal to the bravest at such a time. Love would inspire him, that courage which, as Homer says, the god breathes into the souls of some heroes. Love of his own nature infuses into the lover. Love will make men dare to die for their beloved. Love alone, and women as well as men. Of this Alcestis, the daughter of Peleus, is a monument to all Hellas, for she was willing to lay down her life on behalf of her husband, when no one else would, although he had a father and mother, but the tenderness of her love so far exceeded theirs, that she made them seem to be strangers in blood to their own son, and in name only related to him. And so noble did this action of hers appear to the gods as well as to men, that among the many who have done virtuously, she is one of the very few to whom, in admiration of her noble action, they have granted the privilege of returning alive to earth. Such exceeding honour is paid by the gods to the devotion and virtue of love. But Orpheus, the son of Iagus, the harper, they sent empty away, and presented to him an apparition only of her whom he sought, but herself they would not give up, because he showed no spirit. He was only a harp player, and did not dare, like Alcestis, to die for love, but was contriving how he might enter Hades alive. Moreover, they afterwards caused him to suffer death at the hands of women as the punishment of his cowardliness. Very different was the reward of the true love of Achilles towards his lover Patroclus, his lover and not his love. The notion that Patroclus was the beloved one is a foolish error into which Aeschylus has fallen, for Achilles was surely the fairer of the two, fairer also than all the other heroes, and, as Homer informs us, he was still beardless and younger far. And greatly as the gods honour the virtue of love, still the return of love on the part of the beloved to the lover is more admired and valued and rewarded by them, for the lover is more divine because he is inspired by God. Now Achilles was quite aware, for he had been told by his mother that he might avoid death and return home and live to a good old age if he abstained from slaying Hector. Nevertheless, he gave his life to revenge his friend, and dared to die, not only in his defence, but after he was dead. Wherefore the gods honoured him, even above Alcestis, and sent him to the islands of the blest. These are my reasons for affirming that love is the eldest and noblest and mightiest of the gods, and the chiefest author and giver of virtue in life, and of happiness after death. This, or something like this, was the speech of Phaedrus, and some other speeches followed, which Aristodemus did not remember. The next which he repeated was that of Pausanias. "Phaedrus," he said, "the argument has not been set before us, I think, quite in the right form. We should not be called upon to praise love in such an indiscriminate manner. If there were only one love, then what you said would be well enough. But since there are more loves than one, we should have begun by determining which of them was to be the theme of our praises. I will amend this defect, and first of all I will tell you which love is deserving of praise, and then try to hymn the praiseworthy one in a manner worthy of him. For we all know that love is inseparable from Aphrodite, and if there were only one Aphrodite there would be only one love. But as there are two goddesses, there must be two loves. And am I not right in asserting that there are two goddesses? The elder one, having no mother, who is called the heavenly Aphrodite, she is the daughter of Uranus. The younger, who is the daughter of Zeus and Dione, her we call common, and the love who is her fellow worker is rightly named common, as the other love is called heavenly. All the gods ought to have praise given to them, but not without distinction of their natures, and therefore I must try to distinguish the characters of the two loves. Now actions vary according to the manner of their performance. Take, for example, that which we are now doing, drinking, singing, and talking. These actions are not in themselves either good or evil, but they turn out in this or that way according to the mode of performing them, and when well done they are good, and when wrongly done they are evil. And in like manner, not every love, but only that which has a noble purpose, is noble and worthy of praise. The love who is the offspring of the common Aphrodite is essentially common, and has no discrimination, being such as the meaner sort of men feel, and is apt to be of women as well as of youths, and is of the body rather than of the soul. The most foolish beings are the objects of this love, which desires only to gain an end, but never thinks of accomplishing the end nobly, and therefore does good and evil quite indiscriminately. The goddess, who is his mother, is far younger than the other, and she was born of the union of the male and female, and partakes of both. But the offspring of the heavenly Aphrodite is derived from a mother in whose birth the female has no part. She is from the male only. This is that love which is of youths, and the goddess being older, there is nothing of wantonness in her. Those who are inspired by this love turn to the male, and delight in him who is of the more valiant and intelligent nature. Any one may recognize the pure enthusiasts in the very character of their attachments, for they love not boys, but intelligent beings, whose reason is beginning to be developed, much about the time at which their beards begin to grow; and in choosing young men to be their companions, they mean to be faithful to them, and pass their whole life in company with them, not to take them in their inexperience, and deceive them, and play the fool with them, or run away from one to another of them. But the love of young boys should be forbidden by law, because their future is uncertain; they may turn out good or bad, either in body or soul, and much noble enthusiasm may be thrown away upon them. In this matter the good are a law to themselves, and the coarser sort of lovers ought to be restrained by force, as we restrain, or attempt to restrain them, from fixing their affections on women of free birth. These are the persons who bring a reproach on love, and some have been led to deny the lawfulness of such attachments, because they see the impropriety and evil of them; for surely nothing that is decorously and lawfully done can justly be censured. Now, here and in Lacedaemon the rules about love are perplexing, but in most cities they are simple and easily intelligible. In Elis and Boeotia, and in countries having no gifts of eloquence, they are very straightforward. The law is simply in favour of these connections, and no one, whether young or old, has anything to say to their discredit; the reason being, as I suppose, that they are men of few words in those parts, and therefore the lovers do not like the trouble of pleading their suit. In Ionia and other places, and generally in countries which are subject to the barbarians, the custom is held to be dishonourable. Loves of youths share the evil repute in which philosophy and gymnastics are held, because they are inimical to tyranny; for the interests of rulers require that their subjects should be poor in spirit, and that there should be no strong bond of friendship or society among them which love, above all other motives, is likely to inspire, as our Athenian tyrants learned by experience. For the love of Aristogeiton and the constancy of Harmodius had a strength which undid their power; and therefore the ill repute into which these attachments have fallen is to be ascribed to the evil condition of those who make them to be ill reputed, that is to say, to the self-seeking of the governors and the cowardice of the governed. On the other hand, the indiscriminate honour which is given to them in some countries is attributable to the laziness of those who hold this opinion of them. In our own country a far better principle prevails, but, as I was saying, the explanation of it is rather perplexing. For observe that open loves are held to be more honourable than secret ones, and that the love of the noblest and highest, even if their persons are less beautiful than others, is especially honourable. Consider, too, how great is the encouragement which all the world gives to the lover. Neither is he supposed to be doing anything dishonourable, but if he succeeds he is praised, and if he fail he is blamed. And in the pursuit of his love, the custom of mankind allows him to do many strange things, which philosophy would bitterly censure if they were done from any motive of interest or wish for office or power. He may pray and entreat and supplicate and swear, and lie on a mat at the door, and endure a slavery worse than that of any slave. In any other case, friends and enemies would be equally ready to prevent him, but now there is no friend who will be ashamed of him and admonish him, and no enemy will charge him with meanness or flattery. The actions of a lover have a grace which ennobles them, and custom has decided that they are highly commendable. and that there is no loss of character in them, and, what is strangest of all, he only may swear and forswear himself, so men say, and the gods will forgive his transgression, for there is no such thing as a lover's oath. Such is the entire liberty which gods and men have allowed the lover, according to the custom which prevails in our part of the world. From this point of view, a man fairly argues that in Athens to love and to be loved is held to be a very honourable thing. But when parents forbid their sons to talk with their lovers, and place them under a tutor's care who is appointed to see to these things, and their companions and equals cast in their teeth anything of the sort which they may observe, and their elders refuse to silence the reprovers and do not rebuke them, any one who reflects on all this will, on the contrary, think that we hold these practices to be most disgraceful. But, as I was saying at first, the truth, as I imagine, is, that whether such practices are honourable, or whether they are dishonourable, is not a simple question. They are honourable to him who follows them honourably, dishonourable to him who follows them dishonourably. There is dishonour in yielding to the evil, or in an evil manner, but there is honour in yielding to the good, or in an honourable manner. Evil is the vulgar lover who loves the body rather than the soul, inasmuch as he is not even stable, because he loves a thing which is in itself unstable, and therefore, when the bloom of youth which he was desiring is over, he takes wing and flies away, in spite of all his words and promises, whereas the love of the noble disposition is lifelong, for it becomes one with the everlasting. The custom of our country would have both of them proven well and truly, and would have us yield to the one sort of lover and avoid the other, and therefore encourages some to pursue and others to fly, testing both the lover and beloved in contests and trials, until they show to which of the two classes they respectively belong. And this is the reason why, in the first place, a hasty attachment is held to be dishonourable, because time is the true test of this as of most other things, and secondly, there is a dishonour in being overcome by the love of money, or of wealth, or of political power, whether a man is frightened into surrender by the loss of them, or having experienced the benefits of money and political corruption, is unable to rise above the seductions of them. For none of these things are of a permanent or lasting nature, not to mention that no generous friendship ever sprang from them. There remains, then, only one way of honourable attachment which custom allows in the beloved, and this is the way of virtue. For as we admitted that any service which the lover does to him is not to be accounted flattery or a dishonour to himself, so the beloved has one way only of voluntary service which is not dishonourable, and this is virtuous service. For we have a custom, and according to our custom, any one who does service to another under the idea that he will be improved by him, either in wisdom or in some other particular of virtue, such a voluntary service, I say, is not to be regarded as a dishonour, and is not open to the charge of flattery. And these two customs, one the love of youth, and the other the practice of philosophy and virtue in general, ought to meet in one, and then the beloved may honourably indulge the lover. For when the lover and beloved come together, having each of them a law, and the lover thinks that he is right in doing any service which he can to his gracious loving one, and the other that he is right in showing any kindness which he can to him who is making him wise and good, the one capable of communicating wisdom and virtue, the other seeking to acquire them with a view to education and wisdom, when the two laws of love are fulfilled and meet in one, then, and then only, may the beloved yield with honour to the lover. Nor when love is of this disinterested sort is there any disgrace in being deceived, but in every other case there is equal disgrace in being or not being deceived. For he who is gracious to his lover under the impression that he is rich, and is disappointed of his gains because he turns out to be poor, is disgraced all the same, for he has done his best to show that he would give himself up to any one's uses base for the sake of money. But this is not honourable. And on the same principle, he who gives himself to a lover because he is a good man, and in the hope that he will be improved by his company, shows himself to be virtuous, even though the object of his affection turn out to be a villain, and to have no virtue. And if he is deceived, he has committed a noble error, for he has proved that for his part he will do anything for anybody with a view to virtue and improvement, than which there can be nothing nobler. Thus noble in every case is the acceptance of another for the sake of virtue. This is that love which is the love of the heavenly goddess, and is heavenly, and of great price to individuals and cities, making the lover and the beloved alike eager in the work of their own improvement. But all other loves are the offspring of the other, who is the common goddess. To you, Phaedrus, I offer this, my contribution in praise of love, which is as good as I could make extempore. End of section 1. Section 2 of Aspects of Love, an Anthology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Symposium by Plato. Translated by Benjamin Jowett. Pausanias came to a pause. This is the balanced way in which I have been taught by the wise to speak. And Aristodemus said that the turn of Aristophanes was next. But either he had eaten too much, or from some other cause he had the hiccup, and was obliged to change turns with Eryximachus, the physician, who was reclining on the couch below him. "Eryximachus," he said, "you ought either to stop my hiccup, or to speak in my turn until I have left off." "I will do both," said Eryximachus. "I will speak in your turn, and do you speak in mine. And while I am speaking, let me recommend you to hold your breath, and if, after you have done so for some time, the hiccup is no better, then gargle with a little water, and if it still continues, tickle your nose with something and sneeze. And if you sneeze once or twice, even the most violent hiccup is sure to go." "I will do as you prescribe," said Aristophanes. "And now get on." Eryximachus spoke as follows: "Seeing that Pausanias made a fair beginning, and but a lame ending, I must endeavour to supply his deficiency. I think that he has rightly distinguished two kinds of love; but my art further informs me that the double love is not merely an affection of the soul of man towards the fair, or towards anything, but is to be found in the bodies of all animals, and in productions of the earth, and, I may say, in all that is. Such is the conclusion which I seem to have gathered from my own art of medicine, whence I learn how great and wonderful and universal is the deity of love, whose empire extends over all things divine as well as human. And from medicine I will begin, that I may do honour to my art. There are in the human body these two kinds of love, which are confessedly different and unlike, and being unlike, they have loves and desires which are unlike, and the desire of the healthy is one, and the desire of the diseased is another. And as Pausanias was just now saying, that to indulge good men is honourable, and bad men dishonourable, so too in the body the good and healthy elements are to be indulged, and the bad elements and the elements of disease are not to be indulged, but discouraged. And this is what the physician has to do, and in this the art of medicine consists. For medicine may be regarded generally as the knowledge of the loves and desires of the body, and how to satisfy them or not. And the best physician is he who is able to separate foul love from foul, or to convert one into the other, and he who knows how to eradicate and how to implant love, whichever is required, and can reconcile the most hostile elements in the constitution, and make them loving friends, is a skilful practitioner. Now the most hostile are the most opposite, such as hot and cold, bitter and sweet, moist and dry, and the like. And my ancestor Asclepius, knowing how to implant friendship and accord in these elements, was the creator of our art, as our friends the poets here tell us, and I believe them. And not only medicine in every branch, but the arts of gymnastic and husbandry are under his dominion. Any one who pays the least attention to the subject will also perceive that in music there is the same reconciliation of opposites, and I suppose that this must have been the meaning of Heraclitus, although his words are not accurate, for he says that the one is united by disunion, like the harmony of the bow and the lyre. Now there is an absurdity in saying that harmony is discord, or is composed of elements which are still in a state of discord. But what he probably meant was, that harmony is composed of differing notes of higher or lower pitch, which disagreed once, but are now reconciled by the art of music. For if the higher and lower notes still disagreed, there could be no harmony, clearly not. For harmony is a symphony, and symphony is an agreement, but an agreement of disagreements, while they disagree, there cannot be. You cannot harmonize that which disagrees. In like manner, rhythm is compounded of elements short and long, once differing, and now in accord; which accordance, as in the former instance, medicine, so in all these other cases music implants, making love and unison to grow up among them. And thus music too is concerned with the principles of love in their application to harmony and rhythm. Again, in the essential nature of harmony and rhythm, there is no difficulty in discerning love which has not yet become double. But when you want to use them in actual life, either in the composition of songs, or in the correct performance of airs or metres composed already, which latter is called education, then the difficulty begins, and the good artist is needed. Then the old tale has to be repeated of fair and heavenly love, the love of Urania the fair and heavenly muse, and of the duty of accepting the temperate, and those who are as yet intemperate only that they may become temperate, and of preserving their love; and again of the vulgar polyhymnia, who must be used with circumspection, that the pleasure be enjoyed, but may not generate licentiousness. just as in my own art it is a great matter so to regulate the desires of the epicure, that he may gratify his tastes without the attendant evil of disease. Whence I infer that in music, in medicine, in all other things human as well as divine, both loves ought to be noted as far as may be, for they are both present. The course of the seasons is also full of both these principles, and when, as I was saying, the elements of hot and cold, moist and dry, attain the harmonious love of one another, and blend in temperance and harmony, they bring to men, animals, and plants health and plenty, and do them no harm; whereas the wanton love, getting the upper hand, and affecting the seasons of the year, is very destructive and injurious, being the source of pestilence, and bringing many other kinds of diseases on animals and plants. For hoar frost and hail and blight spring from the excesses and disorders of these elements of love, which to know, in relation to the revolutions of the heavenly bodies and the seasons of the year, is termed astronomy. Furthermore, all sacrifices and the whole province of divination, which is the art of communion between gods and men, these, I say, are concerned only with the preservation of the good and the cure of the evil love. For all manner of impiety is likely to ensue if, instead of accepting and honoring and reverencing the harmonious love in all his actions, a man honors the other love, whether in his feelings towards gods or parents, towards the living or the dead. Wherefore the business of divination is to see to these loves and to heal them, and divination is the peacemaker of gods and men, working by a knowledge of the religious or irreligious tendencies which exist in human loves. Such is the great and mighty, or rather omnipotent, force of love in general, and the love more especially which is concerned with the good, and which is perfected in company with temperance and justice, whether among gods or men, has the greatest power, and is the source of all our happiness and harmony, and makes us friends with the gods who are above us, and with one another. I dare say that I too have omitted several things which might be said in praise of love, but this was not intentional, and you, Aristophanes, may now supply the omission, or take some other line of commendation, for I perceive that you are rid of the hiccup. Yes, said Aristophanes, who followed, the hiccup is gone. Not, however, until I applied the sneezing, and I wonder whether the harmony of the body has a love of such noises and ticklings, for I no sooner applied the sneezing than I was cured. Eryximachus said, beware, friend Aristophanes, although you are going to speak, you are making fun of me, and I shall have to watch and see whether I cannot have a laugh at your expense, when you might speak in peace. You are right, said Aristophanes, laughing. I will unsay my words. But do you please not to watch me, as I fear that in the speech which I am about to make, instead of others laughing with me, which is to the manner born of our muse, and would be all the better, I shall only be laughed at by them. Do you expect to shoot your bolt and escape, Aristophanes? Well, perhaps, if you are very careful, and bear in mind that you will be called to account, I may be induced to let you off. Aristophanes professed to open another vein of discourse. He had a mind to praise love in another way, unlike that either of Pausanias or Eryximachus. "Mankind," he said, "judging by their neglect of him, have never, as I think, at all understood the power of love. For if they had understood him, they would surely have built noble temples and altars, and offered solemn sacrifices in his honor. But this is not done, and most certainly ought to be done, since of all the gods he is the best friend of men, the helper and the healer of the ills which are the great impediment to the happiness of the race. I will try to describe his power to you, and you shall teach the rest of the world what I am teaching you. In the first place, let me treat of the nature of man, and what has happened to it. For the original human nature was not like the present, but different. The sexes were not two, as they are now, but originally three in number. There was man, woman, and the union of the two, having a name corresponding to this double nature, which had once a real existence, but is now lost, and the word androgynous is only preserved as a term of reproach. In the second place, the primeval man was round, his back and sides forming a circle, and he had 4 hands and 4 feet, one head with 2 faces, looking opposite ways, set on a round neck, and precisely alike; also 4 ears, 2 privy members, and the remainder to correspond. He could walk upright, as men now do, backwards or forwards, as he pleased, and he could also roll over and over at a great pace, turning on his 4 hands and 4 feet, 8 in all, like tumblers going over and over with their legs in the air. This was when he wanted to run fast. Now the sexes were 3, and such as I have described them, because the sun, moon, and earth are 3, and the man was originally the child of the sun, the woman of the earth, and the man-woman of the moon, which is made up of sun and earth, and they were all round, and moved round and round like their parents. Terrible was their might and strength, and the thoughts of their hearts were great, and they made an attack upon the gods. Of them is told the tale of Otis and Ephialtes, who, as Homer says, dared to scale heaven, and would have laid hands upon the gods. Doubt reigned in the celestial councils. Should they kill them, and annihilate the race with thunderbolts, as they had done the giants, then there would be an end of the sacrifices and worship which men offered to them. But, on the other hand, the gods could not suffer their insolence to be unrestrained. At last, after a good deal of reflection, Zeus discovered a way. He said, "Methinks I have a plan which will humble their pride and improve their manners. Men shall continue to exist, but I will cut them in 2, and then they will be diminished in strength and increased in numbers. This will have the advantage of making them more profitable to us. They shall walk upright on 2 legs, and if they continue insolent and will not be quiet, I will split them again, and they shall hop about on a single leg." He spoke, and cut men in 2, like a sorb apple, which is halved for pickling, or as you might divide an egg with a hair. And as he cut them one after another, he bade Apollo give the face and the half of the neck a turn, in order that the man might contemplate the section of himself. He would thus learn a lesson of humility. Apollo was also bidden to heal their wounds and compose their forms. So he gave a turn to the face, and pull the skin from the sides all over that which, in our language, is called the belly, like the purses which draw in. And he made one mouth at the centre, which he fastened in a knot, the same which is called the navel. He also moulded the breast, and took out most of the wrinkles, much as a shoemaker might smooth leather upon a last. He left a few, however, in the region of the belly and navel, as a memorial of the primeval state. After the division, the two parts of man, each desiring his other half, came together, and throwing their arms about one another, entwined in mutual embraces, longing to grow into one, they were on the point of dying from hunger and self-neglect, because they did not like to do anything apart. And when one of the halves died, and the other survived, the survivor sought another mate, man or woman, as we call them, being the sections of entire men or women, and clung to that. They were being destroyed, when Zeus, in pity of them, invented a new plan. He turned the parts of generation round to the front, for this had not been always their position, and they sowed the seed no longer, as hitherto, like grasshoppers in the ground, but in one another. And after the transposition, the male generated in the female, in order that, by the mutual embraces of man and woman, they might breed, and the race might continue; or, if man came to man, they might be satisfied and rest, and go their ways to the business of life. So ancient is the desire of one another which is implanted in us, reuniting our original nature, making one of two, and healing the state of man. Each of us, when separated, having one side only, like a flat fish, is but the indenture of a man, and he is always looking for his other half. Men who are a section of that double nature which was once called androgynous are lovers of women. Adulterers are generally of this breed, and also adulterous women who lust after men. The women who are a section of the woman do not care for men, but have female attachments. The female companions are of this sort. But they who are a section of the male follow the male, and while they are young, being slices of the original man, they hang about men and embrace them, and they are themselves the best of boys and youths, because they have the most manly nature. Some, indeed, assert that they are shameless, but this is not true, for they do not act thus from any want of shame, but because they are valiant and manly, and have a manly countenance, and they embrace that which is like them. And these, when they grow up, become our statesmen, and these only, which is a great proof of the truth of what I am saying. When they reach manhood, they are lovers of youth, and are not naturally inclined to marry or beget children. If at all, they do so only in obedience to the law, but they are satisfied if they may be allowed to live with one another unwedded. And such a nature is prone to love, and ready to return love, always embracing that which is akin to him. And when one of them meets with his other half, the actual half of himself, whether he be a lover of youth or a lover of another sort, the pair are lost in an amazement of love and friendship and intimacy, and one will not be out of the other's sight, as I may say, even for a moment. These are the people who pass their whole lives together, yet they could not explain what they desire of one another. For the intense yearning which each of them has towards the other does not appear to be the desire of lovers' intercourse, but of something else. which the soul of either evidently desires and cannot tell, and of which she has only a dark and doubtful presentiment. Suppose Hephaestus, with his instruments, to come to the pair who are lying side by side, and to say to them, "What do you people want of one another?" They would be unable to explain. And suppose further that when he saw their perplexity he said, "Do you desire to be wholly one, always day and night to be in one another's company? For if this is what you desire, I am ready to melt you into one, and let you grow together, so that being two you shall become one, and while you live, live a common life as if you were a single man, and after your death in the world below still be one departed soul instead of two. I ask whether this is what you lovingly desire, and whether you are satisfied to attain this." There is not a man of them who, when he heard the proposal, would deny or would not acknowledge that this meeting and melting into one another, this becoming one instead of two, was the very expression of his ancient need. And the reason is that human nature was originally one, and we were a whole, and the desire and pursuit of the whole is called love. There was a time, I say, when we were one, but now, because of the wickedness of mankind, God has dispersed us, as the Arcadians were dispersed into villages by the Lacedaemonians. And if we are not obedient to the gods, there is a danger that we shall be split up again, and go about in basso relievo, like the profile figures, having only half a nose, which are sculptured on monuments, and that we shall be like Tales. Wherefore let us exhort all men to piety, that we may avoid evil and obtain the good, of which love is to us the lord and minister, and let no one oppose him. He is the enemy of the gods who opposes him. For if we are friends of the god and at peace with him, we shall find our own true love, which rarely happens in this world at present. I am serious, and therefore I must beg Eryximachus not to make fun or to find any allusion in what I am saying to Pausanias and Agathon, who, as I suspect, are both of the manly nature, and belong to the class which I have been describing. But my words have a wider application. They include men and women everywhere, and I believe that if our loves were perfectly accomplished, and each one, returning to his primeval nature, had his original true love, then our race would be happy. And if this would be best of all, the best in the next degree, and under present circumstances, must be the nearest approach to such an union, and that will be the attainment of a congenial love. Wherefore, if we would praise him who has given to us the benefit, we must praise the god Love, who is our greatest benefactor, both leading us in this life back to our own nature, and giving us high hopes for the future. For he promises that, if we are pious, he will restore us to our original state, and heal us, and make us happy and blessed. This, Eryximachus, is my discourse of love, which, although different to yours, I must beg you to leave unassailed by the shafts of your ridicule, in order that each may have his turn. Each, or rather either, for Agathon and Socrates are the only ones left. End of section 2. Section 3 of Aspects of Love, an Anthology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Symposium by Plato. Translated by Benjamin Jowett. Indeed, I am not going to attack you said Eryximachus, for I thought your speech charming, and did I not know that Agathon and Socrates are masters in the art of love, I should be really afraid that they would have nothing to say after the world of things which have been said already. But for all that I am not without hopes. Socrates said, You played your part well, Eryximachus, but if you were as I am now, or rather as I shall be when Agathon has spoken, you would indeed be in a great strait. You want to cast a spell over me, Socrates, said Agathon, in the hope that I may be disconcerted at the expectation raised among the audience that I shall speak well. I should be strangely forgetful, Agathon, replied Socrates, of the courage and magnanimity which you showed when your own compositions were about to be exhibited, and you came upon the stage with the actors and faced the vast theatre altogether undismayed. If I thought that your nerves could be fluttered at a small party of friends. Do you think, Socrates, said Agathon, that my head is so full of the theatre as not to know how much more formidable to a man of sense a few good judges are than many fools? Nay, replied Socrates, I should be very wrong in attributing to you, Agathon, that or any other want of refinement, and I am quite aware that if you happened to meet with any whom you thought wise, you would care for their opinion much more than for that of the many. But then we, having been a part of the foolish many in the theatre, cannot be regarded as the select wise, though I know that if you chance to be in the presence, not of one of ourselves, but of some really wise man, you would be ashamed of disgracing yourself before him, would you not? Yes, said Agathon, but before the many you would not be ashamed if you thought that you were doing something disgraceful in their presence. Here Phaedrus interrupted them, saying, Do not answer him, my dear Agathon, for if he can only get a partner with whom he can talk, especially a good-looking one, he will no longer care about the completion of our plan. Now I love to hear him talk, but just at present I must not forget the encomium on love which I ought to receive from him and from every one. When you and he have paid your tribute to the god, then you may talk. Very good, Phaedrus, said Agathon. I see no reason why I should not proceed with my speech, as I shall have many other opportunities of conversing with Socrates. Let me say first how I ought to speak, and then speak. The previous speakers, instead of praising the god Love or unfolding his nature, appear to have congratulated mankind on the benefits which he confers upon them. But I would rather praise the god first, and then speak of his gifts. This is always the right way of praising everything. May I say, without impiety or offence, that of all the blessed gods he is the most blessed, because he is the fairest and best. And he is the fairest, for in the first place he is the youngest, and of his youth he is himself the witness, fleeing out of the way of age, who is swift enough, swifter truly than most of us like. Love hates him, and will not come near him, but youth and love live and move together, like to like, as the proverb says. Many things were said by Phaedrus about love, in which I agree with him, but I cannot agree that he is older than Iapetus and Kronos. Oh, not so. I maintain him to be the youngest of the gods, and youthful ever. The ancient doings among the gods, of which Hesiod and Parmenides spoke, if the tradition of them be true, were done of necessity and not of love. Had love been in those days, there would have been no chaining or mutilation of the gods or other violence, but peace and sweetness, as there is now in heaven, since the rule of love began. Love is young and also tender. He ought to have a poet like Homer to describe his tenderness, as Homer says of Ate, that she is a goddess and tender. Her feet are tender, for she sets her steps not on the ground, but on the heads of men. Herein is an excellent proof of her tenderness, that she walks not upon the hard, but upon the soft. Let us adduce a similar proof of the tenderness of love, for he walks not upon the earth, nor yet upon the skulls of men, which are not so very soft, but in the hearts and souls of both gods and men, which are of all things the softest. In them he walks and dwells and makes his home. Not in every soul without exception, for where there is hardness he departs, where there is softness there he dwells, and nestling always with his feet, and in all manner of ways, in the softest of soft places, how can he be other than the softest of all things? Of a truth, he is the tenderest as well as the youngest, and also he is of flexile form, for if he were hard and without flexure, he could not enfold all things, or wind his way into and out of every soul of man undiscovered. And a proof of his flexibility and symmetry of form is his grace, which is universally admitted to be in an especial manner the attribute of love. Ungrace and love are always at war with one another. The fairness of his complexion is revealed by his habitation among the flowers, for he dwells not amid bloomless or fading beauties, whether of body or soul or aught else, but in the place of flowers and scents. There he sits and abides. Concerning the beauty of the god I have said enough, and yet there remains much more which I might say. Of his virtue I have now to speak. His greatest glory is that he can neither do nor suffer wrong to or from any god or any man, for he suffers not by force if he suffers. Force comes not near him, neither when he acts does he act by force. For all men in all things serve him of their own free will, and where there is voluntary agreement, there, as the laws which are the lords of the city say, is justice. And not only is he just, but exceedingly temperate, for temperance is the acknowledged ruler of the pleasures and desires, and no pleasure ever masters love. He is their master, and they are his servants, and if he conquers them, he must be temperate indeed. As to courage, even the god of war is no match for him. He is the captive, and love is the lord. For love, the love of Aphrodite, masters him, as the tale runs. And the master is stronger than the servant. And if he conquers the bravest of all others, he must be himself the bravest. Of his courage and justice and temperance I have spoken, but I have yet to speak of his wisdom, and according to the measure of my ability I must try to do my best. In the first place, he is a poet, and here, like Eryximachus, I magnify my art, and he is also the source of poesy in others, which he could not be if he were not himself a poet. And at the touch of him every one becomes a poet, even though he had no music in him before. This also is a proof that love is a good poet, and accomplished in all the fine arts, for no one can give to another that which he has not himself, or teach that of which he has no knowledge. Who will deny that the creation of the animals is his doing? Are they not all the works of his wisdom, born and begotten of him? And as to the artists, do we not know that he only of them whom love inspires has the light of fame? He whom love touches not walks in darkness. The arts of medicine and archery and divination were discovered by Apollo under the guidance of love and desire, so that he too is a disciple of love. Also the melody of the Muses, the metallurgy of Hephaestus, the weaving of Athene, the empire of Zeus over gods and men, are all due to love, who was the inventor of them. And so love set in order the empire of the gods, the love of beauty, as is evident, for with deformity love has no concern. In the days of old, as I began by saying, dreadful deeds were done among the gods, for they were ruled by necessity. But now, since the birth of love, and from the love of the beautiful, has sprung every good in heaven and earth. Therefore, Phaedrus, I say of love that he is the fairest and best in himself, and the cause of what is fairest and best in all other things. And there comes into my mind a line of poetry in which he is said to be the god who gives peace on earth and calms the stormy deep, who stills the wind and bids the sufferer sleep. This is he who empties men of disaffection and fills them with affection, who makes them to meet together at banquets such as these? In sacrifices, feasts, dances, he is our Lord, who sends courtesy and sends away discourtesy, who gives kindness ever and never gives unkindness, the friend of the good, the wonder of the wise, the amazement of the gods, desired by those who have no part in him, and precious to those who have the better part in him, parent of delicacy, luxury, desire, fondness, softness, grace, regardful of the good, regardless of the evil, in every word, work, wish, fear, saviour, pilot, comrade, helper, glory of gods and men, leader best and brightest, in whose footsteps let every man follow, sweetly singing in his honour, and joining in that sweet strain with which love charms the souls of gods and men. Such is the speech, Phaedrus, half playful, yet having a certain measure of seriousness, which, according to my ability, I dedicate to the god. End of section 3. Section 4 of Aspects of Love, an Anthology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Symposium by Plato. Translated by Benjamin Jowett. When Agathon had done speaking, Aristodemus said that there was a general cheer. The young man was thought to have spoken in a manner worthy of himself and of the god. And Socrates, looking at Eryximachus, said, "Tell me, son of Acumenus, was there not reason in my fears? And was I not a true prophet when I said that Agathon would make a wonderful oration, and that I should be in a strait?" "The part of the prophecy which concerns Agathon," replied Eryximachus, "appears to me to be true, but not the other part, that you will be in a strait." "Why, my dear friend," said Socrates, "must not I, or any one, be in a strait who has to speak after he has heard such a rich and varied discourse? I am especially struck with the beauty of the concluding words. Who could listen to them without amazement? When I reflected on the immeasurable inferiority of my own powers, I was ready to run away for shame, if there had been a possibility of escape. For I was reminded of Gorgias, and at the end of his speech I fancied that Agathon was shaking at me the Gorginian or Gorgonian head of the great master of rhetoric, which was simply to turn me and my speech into stone, as Homer says, and strike me dumb. And then I perceived how foolish I had been in consenting to take my turn with you in praising love, and saying that I too was a master of the art, when I really had no conception how anything ought to be praised. For in my simplicity I imagined that the topics of praise should be true, and that this being presupposed, out of the true the speaker was to choose the best, and set them forth in the best manner. And I felt quite proud, thinking that I knew the nature of true praise, and should speak well. Whereas I now see that the intention was to attribute to love every species of greatness and glory, whether really belonging to him or not, without regard to truth or falsehood, that was no matter; for the original proposal seems to have been, not that each of you should really praise love, but only that you should appear to praise him. And so you attribute to love every imaginable form of praise which can be gathered anywhere, and you say that he is all this, and the cause of all that, making him appear the fairest and best of all to those who know him not, for you cannot impose upon those who know him. And a noble and solemn hymn of praise have you rehearsed. But as I misunderstood the nature of the praise, when I said that I would take my turn, I must beg to be absolved from the promise which I made in ignorance, and which, as Euripides would say, was a promise of the lips and not of the mind. Farewell, then, to such a strain, for I do not praise in that way. No, indeed, I cannot. But if you like to hear the truth about love, I am ready to speak in my own manner, though I will not make myself ridiculous by entering into any rivalry with you. Say then, Phaedrus, whether you would like to have the truth about love, spoken in any words, and in any order which may happen to come into my mind at the time. Will that be agreeable to you? Aristodemus said that Phaedrus and the company bid him speak in any manner which he thought best. Then, he added, let me have your permission first to ask Agathon a few more questions, in order that I may take his admissions as the premises of my discourse. I grant the permission, said Phaedrus. Put your questions. Socrates then proceeded as follows. In the magnificent oration which you have just uttered, I think that you were right, my dear Agathon, in proposing to speak of the nature of love first, and afterwards of his works. That is a way of beginning which I very much approve. And as you have spoken so eloquently of his nature, may I ask you further, whether love is the love of something or of nothing? And here I must explain myself. I do not want you to say that love is the love of a father, or the love of a mother. That would be ridiculous. But to answer as you would if I asked, is a father of something? To which you would find no difficulty in replying, of a son or daughter. And the answer would be right. Very true, said Agathon. And you would say the same of a mother? He assented. Yet let me ask you one more question in order to illustrate my meaning. Is not a brother to be regarded essentially as a brother of something? Certainly, he replied. That is, of a brother or sister? Yes, he said. And now, said Socrates, I will ask about love. Is love of something or of nothing? Of something, surely, he replied. Keep in mind what this is, and tell me what I want to know. Whether love desires that of which love is? Yes, surely. And does he possess, or does he not possess, that which he loves and desires? Probably not, I should say. Nay, replied Socrates, I would have you consider whether necessarily is not rather the word. The inference that he who desires something is in want of something, and that he who desires nothing is in want of nothing, is, in my judgment, Agathon, absolutely and necessarily true. What do you think? I agree with you, said Agathon. Very good. Would he who is great desire to be great, or he who is strong desire to be strong? That would be inconsistent with our previous admissions. True, for he who is anything cannot want to be that which he is. Very true. And yet, added Socrates, if a man being strong desired to be strong, or being swift desired to be swift, or being healthy desired to be healthy, in that case he might be thought to desire something which he already has or is. I give the example in order that we may avoid misconception. For the possessors of these qualities, Agathon, must be supposed to have their respective advantages at the time, whether they choose or not. And who can desire that which he has? Therefore, when a person says, I am well, and wish to be well, or I am rich, and wish to be rich, and I desire simply to have what I have, to him we shall reply, you, my friend, having wealth and health and strength, want to have the continuance of them, for at this moment, whether you choose or no, you have them. And when you say, I desire that which I have and nothing else, is not your meaning that you want to have what you now have in the future? He must agree with us, must he not? He must, replied Agathon. Then, said Socrates, he desires that what he has at present may be preserved to him in the future, which is equivalent to saying that he desires something which is non-existent to him, and which, as yet, he has not got. Very true, he said. Then he, and every one who desires that which he has not already, and which is future and not present, and which he has not and is not, and of which he is in want. These are the sort of things which love and desire seek. Very true, he said. Then now, said Socrates, let us recapitulate the argument. First, is not love of something, and of something too, which is wanting to a man? Yes, he replied. Remember further what you said in your speech, or if you do not remember, I will remind you. You said that the love of the beautiful set in order the empire of the gods, for that of deformed things there is no love. Did you not say something of that kind? Yes, said Agathon. Yes, my friend, and the remark was a just one. And if this is true, love is the love of beauty, and not of deformity. He assented. And the admission has been already made that love is of something which a man wants and has not. True, he said. Then love wants and has not beauty. Certainly, he replied. And would you call that beautiful which wants and does not possess beauty? Certainly not. Then would you still say that love is beautiful? Then would you still say that love is beautiful? Certainly not. Then would you still say that love is beautiful? Agathon replied, I fear that I did not understand what I was saying. You made a very good speech, Agathon, replied Socrates. But there is yet one small question which I would fain ask. Is not the good also the beautiful? Yes. Then, in wanting the beautiful, love wants also the good. I cannot refute you, Socrates, said Agathon. Let us assume that what you say is true. Say rather, beloved Agathon, that you cannot refute the truth, for Socrates is easily refuted. And now, taking my leave of you, I would rehearse a tale of love which I heard from Diotima of Mantinea, a woman wise in this and in many other kinds of knowledge, who in the days of old, when the Athenians offered sacrifice before the coming of the plague, delayed the disease 10 years. She was my instructress in the art of love, and I shall repeat to you what she said to me, beginning with the admissions made by Agathon, which are nearly, if not quite, the same which I made to the wise woman when she questioned me. I think that this will be the easiest way, and I shall take both parts myself as well as I can. As you, Agathon, suggested, I must speak first of the being and nature of love, and then of his works. First I said to her, in nearly the same words which he used to me, that love was a mighty God, and likewise fair. And she proved to me, as I proved to him, that, by my own showing, love was neither fair nor good. What do you mean, dear Toma? I said. Is love then evil and foul? Hush, she cried. Must that be foul which is not fair? Certainly, I said. And is that which is not wise ignorant? Do you not see that there is a mean between wisdom and ignorance? And do you not see that there is a mean between wisdom and ignorance? And what may that be? I said. Right opinion, she replied, which, as you know, being incapable of giving a reason, is not knowledge. For how can knowledge be devoid of reason? Nor again ignorance, for neither can ignorance attain the truth, but is clearly something which is a mean between ignorance and wisdom. Quite true, I replied. Do not then insist, she said, that what is not fair is of necessity foul, or what is not good evil, or infer that because love is not fair and good, he is therefore foul and evil, for he is in a mean between them. Well, I said, love is surely admitted by all to be a great God? By those who know, or by those who do not know? By all. And how, Socrates, she said with a smile, can love be acknowledged to be a great God by those who say that he is not a God at all? And who are they? I said. You and I are two of them, she replied. How can that be? I said. It is quite intelligible, she replied, for you yourself would acknowledge that the gods are happy and fair. Of course you would. Would you dare to say that any god was not? Certainly not, I replied. And you mean by the happy those who are the possessors of things good or fair? Yes. And you admitted that love, because he was in want, desires those good and fair things of which he is in want? Yes, I did. But how can he be a god who has no portion in what is either good or fair? Impossible. Then you see that you also deny the divinity of love. What then is love? I asked. Is he mortal? No. What then? As in the former instance, he is neither mortal nor immortal, but in a mean between the two. What is he, Diotima? He is a great spirit, daimon, and like all spirits he is intermediate between the divine and the mortal. And what, I said, is his power? He interprets, she replied, between gods and men, conveying and taking across to the gods the prayers and sacrifices of men, and to men the commands and replies of the gods. He is the mediator who spans the chasm which divides them, and therefore in him all is bound together, and through him the arts of the prophet and the priest, their sacrifices and mysteries and charms, and all prophecy and incantation find their way. For God mingles not with man, but through love all the intercourse and converse of God with man, whether awake or asleep, is carried on. The wisdom which understands this is spiritual. All other wisdom, such as that of arts and handicrafts, is mean and vulgar. Now these spirits or intermediate powers are many and diverse, and one of them is love. And who, I said, was his father, and who his mother? The tale, she said, will take time. Nevertheless, I will tell you. On the birthday of Aphrodite there was a feast of the gods, at which the god Poros, or Plenty, who is the son of Metis, or Discretion, was one of the guests. When the feast was over, Penia, or Poverty, as the manner is on such occasions, came about the doors to beg. Now Plenty, who was the worse for nectar (there was no wine in those days), went into the garden of Zeus and fell into a heavy sleep; and Poverty, considering her own straitened circumstances, plotted to have a child by him, and accordingly she lay down at his side and conceived Love, who, partly because he is naturally a lover of the beautiful, and because Aphrodite is herself beautiful, and also because he was born on her birthday, is her follower and attendant. And as his parentage is, so also are his fortunes. In the first place, he is always poor, and anything but tender and fair, as the many imagine him; and he is rough and squalid, and has no shoes, nor a house to dwell in. On the bare earth exposed, he lies under the open heaven, in the streets, or at the doors of houses, taking his rest; and like his mother, he is always in distress. Like his father too, whom he also partly resembles, he is always plotting against the fair and good. He is bold, enterprising, strong, a mighty hunter, always weaving some intrigue or other, keen in the pursuit of wisdom, fertile in resources, a philosopher at all times, terrible as an enchanter, sorcerer, sophist. He is by nature neither mortal nor immortal, but alive and flourishing at one moment when he is in plenty, and dead at another moment, and again alive by reason of his father's nature. But that which is always flowing in is always flowing out, and so he is never in want and never in wealth. And further, he is in a mean between ignorance and knowledge. The truth of the matter is this: no god is a philosopher or seeker after wisdom, for he is wise already; nor does any man who is wise seek after wisdom; neither do the ignorant seek after wisdom. For herein is the evil of ignorance, that he who is neither good nor wise is nevertheless satisfied with himself; he has no desire for that of which he feels no want. But who then, Diotima, I said, are the lovers of wisdom, if they are neither the wise nor the foolish? A child may answer that question, she replied. They are those who are in a mean between the two. Love is one of them. For wisdom is a most beautiful thing, and love is of the beautiful, and therefore love is also a philosopher or lover of wisdom; and being a lover of wisdom is in a mean between the wise and the ignorant. And of this too his birth is the cause, for his father is wealthy and wise, and his mother poor and foolish. Such, my dear Socrates, is the nature of the spirit Love. The error in your conception of him was very natural, and, as I imagine from what you say, has arisen out of a confusion of love and the beloved, which made you think that love was all beautiful. For the beloved is the truly beautiful, and delicate, and perfect, and blessed. But the principle of love is of another nature, and is such as I have described. I said: O thou stranger woman, thou sayest well; but assuming love to be such as you say, what is the use of him to man? That, Socrates, she replied, I will attempt to unfold. Of his nature and birth I have already spoken, and you acknowledge that love is of the beautiful. But some one will say, of the beautiful in what, Socrates and Diotima? Or rather, let me put the question more clearly and ask, when a man loves the beautiful, what does he desire? I answered her, that the beautiful may be his. Still, she said, the answer suggests a further question. What is given by the possession of beauty? To what you have asked, I replied, I have no answer ready. Then she said, let me put the word good in the place of the beautiful, and repeat the question once more. If he who loves the good, what is it then that he loves? The possession of the good, I said. And what does he gain who possesses the good? Happiness, I replied. There is less difficulty in answering that question. Yes, she said, the happy are made happy by the acquisition of good things. Nor is there any need to ask why a man desires happiness. The answer is already final. You are right, I said. And is this wish and this desire common to all? And do all men always desire their own good, or only some men? What say you? All men, I replied. The desire is common to all. Why then, she rejoined, are not all men, Socrates, said to love, but only some of them? Whereas you say that all men are always loving the same things. I myself wonder, I said, why this is. There is nothing to wonder at, she replied. The reason is that one part of love is separated off and receives the name of the whole, but the other parts have other names. Give an illustration, I said. She answered me as follows. There is poetry, which, as you know, is complex and manifold. All creation or passage of non-being into being is poetry or making, and the processes of all art are creative, and the masters of arts are all poets or makers. Very true. Still, she said, you know that they are not called poets, but have other names. Only that portion of the art which is separated off from the rest and is concerned with music and metre is termed poetry, and they who possess poetry in this sense of the word are called poets. Very true, I said. And the same holds of love. For you may say generally that all desire of good and happiness is only the great and subtle power of love, but they who are drawn towards him by any other path, whether the path of money-making or gymnastics or philosophy, are not called lovers. The name of the whole is appropriated to those whose affection takes one form only. They alone are said to love or to be lovers. I dare say, I replied, that you are right. Yes, she added, and you hear people say that lovers are seeking for their other half, but I say that they are seeking neither for the half of themselves nor for the whole, unless the half or the whole be also a good. And they will cut off their own hands and feet and cast them away if they are evil, for they love not what is their own, unless perchance there be some one who calls what belongs to him the good, and what belongs to another the evil. For there is nothing which men love but the good. Is there anything? Certainly I should say that there is nothing. Then, she said, the simple truth is that men love the good. Yes, I said, to which must be added that they love the possession of the good. Yes, that must be added. And not only the possession, but the everlasting possession of the good. That must be added too. Then love, she said, may be described generally as the love of the everlasting possession of the good. That is most true. Then, if this be the nature of love, can you tell me further, she said, what is the manner of the pursuit? What are they doing who show all this eagerness and heat which is called love? And what is the object which they have in view? Answer me. Nay, Diotima, I replied, if I had known, I should not have wondered at your wisdom, neither should I have come to learn from you about this very matter. Well, she said, I will teach you. The object which they have in view is birth in beauty, whether of body or soul. I do not understand you, I said. The oracle requires an explanation. I will make my meaning clearer, she replied. I mean to say that all men are bringing to the birth in their bodies and in their souls. There is a certain age at which human nature is desirous of procreation, procreation which must be in beauty and not in deformity, and this procreation is the union of man and woman, and is a divine thing, for conception and generation are an immortal principle in the mortal creature, and in the inharmonious they can never be. But the deformed is always inharmonious with the divine, and the beautiful harmonious. Beauty, then, is the destiny or goddess of parturition who presides at birth, and therefore, when approaching beauty, the conceiving power is propitious and diffusive and benign, and begets and bears fruit. At the sight of ugliness she frowns and contracts and has a sense of pain and turns away and shrivels up, and not without a pang refrains from conception. And this is the reason why, when the hour of conception arrives, and the teeming nature is full, there is such a flutter and ecstasy about beauty, whose approach is the alleviation of the pain of travail. For love, Socrates, is not, as you imagine, the love of the beautiful only. What then? The love of generation and of birth in beauty. Yes, I said. Yes, indeed, she replied. But why of generation? Because to the mortal creature generation is a sort of eternity and immortality, she replied. And if, as has been already admitted, love is of the everlasting possession of the good, all men will necessarily desire immortality together with good. Wherefore love is of immortality. All this she taught me at various times when she spoke of love, and I remember her once saying to me, "What is the cause, Socrates, of love? and the attendant desire. See you not how all animals, birds as well as beasts, in their desire of procreation, are in agony when they take the infection of love, which begins with the desire of union, whereto is added the care of offspring, on whose behalf the weakest are ready to battle against the strongest, even to the uttermost, and to die for them, and will let themselves be tormented with hunger, or suffer anything in order to maintain their young. Man may be supposed to act thus from reason, but why should animals have these passionate feelings? Can you tell me why? Again I replied that I did not know. She said to me, and do you expect ever to become a master in the art of love, if you do not know this? But I have told you already, Diotima, that my ignorance is the reason why I come to you, for I am conscious that I want a teacher. Tell me then the cause of this and of the other mysteries of love. Marvel not, she said, if you believe that love is of the immortal, as we have several times acknowledged. For here again, and on the same principle too, the mortal nature is seeking as far as is possible to be everlasting and immortal, and this is only to be attained by generation, because generation always leaves behind a new existence in the place of the old. Nay, even in the life of the same individual there is succession and not absolute unity. A man is called the same, and yet in the short interval which elapses between youth and age, and in which every animal is said to have life and identity, he is undergoing a perpetual process of loss and reparation. Hair, flesh, bones, blood, and the whole body are always changing, which is true not only of the body, but also of the soul, whose habits, tempers, opinions, desires, pleasures, pains, fears, never remain the same in any one of us, but are always coming and going, and equally true of knowledge, and, what is still more surprising to us mortals, not only do the sciences in general spring up and decay, so that in respect of them we are never the same, but each of them individually experiences a like change. For what is implied in the word recollection but the departure of knowledge, which is ever being forgotten, and is renewed and preserved by recollection, and appears to be the same, although in reality new, according to that law of succession by which all mortal things are preserved, not absolutely the same, but by substitution, the old worn-out mortality leaving another new and similar existence behind, unlike the divine, which is always the same and not another. And in this way, Socrates, the mortal body, or mortal anything, partakes of immortality, but the immortal in another way. Marvel not then at the love which all men have of their offspring, for that universal love and interest is for the sake of immortality. I was astonished at her words, and said, Is this really true, O thou wise Diotima? And she answered, with all the authority of an accomplished sophist, Of that, Socrates, you may be assured. Think only of the ambition of men, and you will wonder at the senselessness of their ways, unless you consider how they are stirred by the love of an immortality of fame. They are ready to run all risks greater far than they would have run for their children, and to spend money and undergo any sort of toil, and even to die, for the sake of leaving behind them a name which shall be eternal? Do you imagine that Alcestis would have died to save Admetus, or Achilles to revenge Patroclus, or your own Codrus in order to preserve the kingdom for his sons, if they had not imagined that the memory of their virtues, which still survives among us, would be immortal? Nay, she said, I am persuaded that all men do all things, and the better they are the more they do them, in hope of the glorious fame of immortal virtue, for they desire the immortal. Those who are pregnant in the body only betake themselves to women and beget children. This is the character of their love. Their offspring, as they hope, will preserve their memory, and giving them the blessedness and immortality which they desire in the future. But souls which are pregnant, for there certainly are men who are more creative in their souls than in their bodies, conceive that which is proper for the soul to conceive or contain. And what are these conceptions? Wisdom and virtue in general, and such creators are poets and all artists who are deserving of the name inventor. But the greatest and fairest sort of wisdom by far is that which is concerned with the ordering of states and families, and which is called temperance and justice. And he who in youth has the seed of these implanted in him, and is himself inspired, when he comes to maturity desires to beget and generate. He wanders about seeking beauty, that he may beget offspring, for in deformity he will beget nothing, and naturally embraces the beautiful rather than the deformed body. Above all, when he finds a fair and noble and well-nurtured soul, he embraces the two in one person, and to such an one he is full of speech about virtue and the nature and pursuits of a good man, and he tries to educate him, and at the touch of the beautiful which is ever present to his memory, even when absent, he brings forth that which he had conceived long before, and in company with him tends that which he brings forth, and they are married by a far nearer tie, and have a closer friendship than those who beget mortal children. For the children who are their common offspring are fairer and more immortal. Who, when he thinks of Homer and Hesiod and other great poets, would not rather have their children than ordinary human ones? Who would not emulate them in the creation of children such as theirs, which have preserved their memory and given them everlasting glory? Or who would not have such children as Lycurgus left behind him, to be the saviours not only of Lacedaemon, but of Hellas, as one may say? There is Solon too, who is the revered father of Athenian laws, and many others there are in many other places, both among Hellenes and barbarians, who have given to the world many noble works, and have been the parents of virtue of every kind, and many temples have been raised in their honour for the sake of children such as theirs, which were never raised in honour of any one for the sake of his mortal children. These are the lesser mysteries of love, into which even you, Socrates, may enter. To the greater and more hidden ones, which are the crown of these, and to which, if you pursue them in a right spirit, they will lead, I know not whether you will be able to attain. But I will do my utmost to inform you, and do you follow if you can. For he who will proceed aright in this matter should begin in youth to visit beautiful forms, and first, if he be guided by his instructor aright, to love one such form only, out of that he should create fair thoughts, and soon he will of himself perceive that the beauty of one form is akin to the beauty of another, and then, if beauty of form in general is his pursuit, how foolish would he be not to recognize that the beauty in every form is one and the same. And when he perceives this, he will abate his violent love of the one, which he will despise and deem a small thing, and will become a lover of all beautiful forms. In the next stage he will consider that the beauty of the mind is more honorable than the beauty of the outward form, so that if a virtuous soul have but a little comeliness, he will be content to love and tend him, and will search out and bring to the birth thoughts which may improve the young, until he is compelled to contemplate and see the beauty of institutions and laws, and to understand that the beauty of them all is of one family, and that personal beauty is a trifle. And after laws and after institutions he will go on to the sciences, that he may see their beauty, being not like a servant in love with the beauty of one youth or man or institution, himself a slave, mean and narrow-minded, but drawing towards and contemplating the vast sea of beauty, he will create many fair and noble thoughts and notions in boundless love of wisdom, until on that shore he grows and waxes strong, and at last the vision is revealed to him of a single science, which is the science of beauty everywhere. To this I will proceed. Please to give me your very best attention. He who has been instructed thus far in the things of love, and who has learned to see the beautiful in due order and succession, when he comes toward the end will suddenly perceive a nature of wondrous beauty, and this, Socrates, is the final cause of all our former toils, a nature which in the first place is everlasting, not growing and decaying, or waxing and waning; secondly, not fair in one point of view and foul in another, or at one time, or in one relation, or at one place fair, at another time, or in another relation, or at another place foul, as if fair to some and foul to others, or in the likeness of a face, or hands, or any other part of the bodily frame, or in any form of speech or knowledge, or existing in any other being, as, for example, in an animal, or in heaven, or in earth, or in any other place, but beauty absolute, separate, simple, and everlasting, which, without diminution and without increase or any change, is imparted to the ever-growing and perishing beauties of all other things. He who from these ascending, under the influence of true love, begins to perceive that beauty, is not far from the end; and the true order of going, or being led by another, to the things of love, is to begin from the beauties of earth, and mount upwards for the sake of that other beauty, using these as steps only, and from one going on to two, and from two to all fair forms, and from fair forms to fair practices, and from fair practices to fair notions, until from fair notions he arrives at the notion of absolute beauty, and at last knows what the essence of beauty is. This, my dear Socrates, said the stranger of Mantinea, is that life above all others which man should live, in the contemplation of beauty absolute, a beauty which, if you once beheld, you would see not to be after the measure of gold and garments and fair boys and youths, whose presence now entrances you, and you and many a one would be content to live seeing them only, and conversing with them without meat or drink, if that were possible. You only want to look at them and to be with them. But what if man had eyes to see the true beauty, the divine beauty, I mean, pure and clear and unalloyed, not clogged with the pollutions of mortality and all the colours and vanities of human life, thither looking and holding converse with the true beauty, simple and divine? Remember how, in that communion only, beholding beauty with the eye of the mind, he will be enabled to bring forth not images of beauty, but realities. For he has hold not of an image, but of a reality, and bringing forth and nourishing true virtue, to become the friend of God and be immortal, if mortal man may. Would that be an ignoble life? Such, Phaedrus, and I speak not only to you, but to all of you, were the words of Diotima, and I am persuaded of their truth. And being persuaded of them, I try to persuade others that in the attainment of this end human nature will not easily find a helper better than love. And therefore also I say that every man ought to honour him as I myself honour him, and walk in his ways, and exhort others to do the same, and praise the power and spirit of love, according to the measure of my ability, now and ever. The words which I have spoken you, Phaedrus, may call an encomium of love, or anything else which you please. End of section 4. Section 5 of Aspects of Love, an Anthology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Symposium by Plato. Translated by Benjamin Jowett. When Socrates had done speaking, the company applauded, and Aristophanes was beginning to say something in answer to the allusion which Socrates had made to his own speech, when suddenly there was a great knocking at the door of the house, as of revellers, and the sound of a flute girl was heard. Agathon told the attendants to go and see who were the intruders. "If they are friends of ours," he said, "invite them in, but if not, say that the drinking is over." A little while afterwards they heard the voice of Alcibiades resounding in the court. He was in a great state of intoxication, and kept roaring and shouting, "Where is Agathon? Lead me to Agathon!" And at length, supported by the flute girl and some of his attendants, he found his way to them. "Hail, friends!" he said, appearing at the door, crowned with a massive garland of ivy and violets, his head flowing with ribbons. "Will you have a very drunken man as a companion of your revels? Or shall I crown Agathon, which was my intention in coming, and go away? For I was unable to come yesterday, and therefore I am here today, carrying on my head these ribbons, that, taking them from my own head, I may crown the head of this fairest and wisest of men, as I may be allowed to call him. Oh, will you laugh at me because I am drunk? Yet I know very well that I am speaking the truth, although you may laugh. But first tell me, if I come in, shall we have the understanding of which I spoke? Will you drink with me or not?" The company were vociferous in begging that he would take his place among them, and Agathon specially invited him. Thereupon he was led in by the people who were with him, and as he was being led, intending to crown Agathon, he took the ribbons from his own head and held them in front of his eyes. He was thus prevented from seeing Socrates, who made way for him, and Alcibiades took the vacant place between Agathon and Socrates, and in taking the place he embraced Agathon and crowned him. "Take off his sandals," said Agathon, "and let him make a third on the same couch." "By all means; but who makes the third partner in our revels?" said Alcibiades, turning round and starting up as he caught sight of Socrates. "By Heracles," he said, "what is this? Here is Socrates, always lying in wait for me, and always, as his way is, coming out at all sorts of unsuspected places. And now, what have you to say for yourself? And why are you lying here, where I perceive that you have contrived to find a place, not by a joker or lover of jokes like Aristophanes, but by the fairest of the company?" Socrates turned to Agathon and said, "I must ask you to protect me, Agathon, for the passion of this man has grown quite a serious matter to me. Since I became his admirer, I have never been allowed to speak to any other fair one, or so much as to look at them. If I do, he goes wild with envy and jealousy, and not only abuses me, but can hardly keep his hands off me. And at this moment he may do me some harm. Oh, please to see to this, and either reconcile me to him, or if he attempts violence, protect me, as I am in bodily fear of his mad and passionate attempts." "There can never be reconciliation between you and me," said Alcibiades. "But for the present I will defer your chastisement, and I must beg you, Agathon, to give me back some of the ribbons, that I may crown the marvellous head of this universal despot. I would not have him complain of me for crowning you and neglecting him, who in conversation is the conqueror of all mankind, and this not only once, as you were the day before yesterday, but always." Whereupon, taking some of the ribbons, he crowned Socrates, and again reclined. Then he said, "You seem, my friends, to be sober, which is a thing not to be endured. You must drink, for that was the agreement under which I was admitted, and I elect myself master of the feast until you are well drunk. Let us have a large goblet, Agathon, or rather," he said, addressing the attendant, "bring me that wine cooler." The wine cooler which had caught his eye was a vessel holding more than 2 quarts. This he filled and emptied, and bade the attendant fill it again for Socrates. "Observe, my friends," said Alcibiades, "that this ingenious trick of mine will have no effect on Socrates, for he can drink any quantity of wine and not be at all nearer being drunk." Socrates drank the cup which the attendant filled for him. Eryximachus said, "What is this, Alcibiades? Are we to have neither conversation nor singing over our cups, but simply to drink as if we were thirsty?" Alcibiades replied, "Hail, O worthy son of a most wise and worthy sire!" "The same to you," said Eryximachus. "But what shall we do?" "That I leave to you," said Alcibiades. "The wise physician, skilled our wounds to heal, shall prescribe, and we will obey. What do you want?" "Well," said Eryximachus, "before you appeared, we had passed a resolution that each one of us in turn should make a speech in praise of love, and as good a one as he could. The turn was passed round from left to right, and as all of us have spoken, and you have not spoken, but have well drunken, you ought to speak, and then impose upon Socrates any task which you please, and he on his right-hand neighbour, and so on." "That is good, Eryximachus," said Alcibiades, and yet the comparison of a drunken man's speech with those of sober men is hardly fair. And I should like to know, sweet friend, whether you really believe what Socrates was just now saying, for I can assure you that the very reverse is the fact, and that if I praise any one but himself in his presence, whether God or man, he will hardly keep his hands off me. For shame, said Socrates. Hold your tongue, said Alcibiades, for by Poseidon there is no one else whom I will praise when you are of the company. Well then, said Eryximachus, if you like, praise Socrates. What do you think, Eryximachus, said Alcibiades, shall I attack him and inflict the punishment before you all? What are you about, said Socrates. Are you going to raise a laugh at my expense? Is that the meaning of your praise? I am going to speak the truth, if you will permit me. I not only permit, but exhort you to speak the truth. Then I will begin at once, said Alcibiades, and if I say anything which is not true, you may interrupt me if you will, and say that is a lie, though my intention is to speak the truth. But you must not wonder if I speak anyhow, as things come into my mind, for the fluent and orderly enumeration of all your singularities is not a task which is easy to a man in my condition. And now, my boys, I shall praise Socrates in a figure which will appear to him to be a caricature, and yet I speak not to make fun of him, but only for the truth's sake. I say that he is exactly like the busts of Silenus, which are set up in the statuary's shops, holding pipes and flutes in their mouths, and they are made to open in the middle, and have images of gods inside them. I say also that he is like Marsyas the satyr. You yourself will not deny, Socrates, that your face is like that of a satyr. Aye, and there is a resemblance in other points too. For example, you are a bully, as I can prove by witnesses, if you will not confess. And are you not a flute player? That you are, and a performer far more wonderful than Marsyas. He, indeed, with instruments, used to charm the souls of men by the power of his breath, and the players of his music do so still, for the melodies of Olympus are derived from Marsyas, who taught them, and these, whether they are played by a great master or by a miserable flute girl, have a power which no others have. They alone possess the soul, and reveal the wants of those who have need of gods and mysteries, because they are divine. But you produce the same effect with your words only, and do not require the flute. That is the difference between you and him. When we hear any other speaker, even a very good one, he produces absolutely no effect upon us, or not much, whereas the mere fragments of you and your words, even at second hand, and however imperfectly repeated, amaze and possess the souls of every man, woman, and child who comes within hearing of them. And if I were not afraid that you would think me hopelessly drunk, I would have sworn as well as spoken to the influence which they have always had and still have over me. For my heart leaps within me more than that of any Corybantian reveller, and my eyes rain tears when I hear them. And I observe that many others are affected in the same manner. I have heard Pericles and other great orators, and I thought that they spoke well. But I never had any similar feeling. My soul was not stirred by them, nor was I angry at the thought of my own slavish state. But this Marsyas has often brought me to such a pass that I have felt as if I could hardly endure the life which I am leading. This, Socrates, you will admit. And I am conscious that if I did not shut my ears against him, and fly as from the voice of the siren, my fate would be like that of others. He would transfix me, and I should grow old sitting at his feet. For he makes me confess that I ought not to live as I do, neglecting the wants of my own soul, and busying myself with the concerns of the Athenians. Therefore I hold my ears and turn myself away from him. And he is the only person who ever made me ashamed, which you might think not to be in my nature, and there is no one else who does the same. For I know that I cannot answer him, or say that I ought not to do as he bids, but when I leave his presence, the love of popularity gets the better of me, and therefore I run away and fly from him, and when I see him I am ashamed of what I have confessed to him. Many a time have I wished that he were dead, and yet I know that I should be much more sorry than glad if he were to die, so that I am at my wit's end. And this is what I and many others have suffered from the flute playing of this satyr. Yet hear me once more, while I show you how exact the image is, and how marvellous his power. For let me tell you, none of you know him, but I will reveal him to you. Having begun, I must go on. See you how fond he is of the fair? He is always with them, and is always being smitten by them. And then again, he knows nothing, and is ignorant of all things. Such is the appearance which he puts on. Is he not like a Silenus in this? To be sure he is. His outer mask is the carved head of the Silenus, but oh, my companions in drink, when he is opened, what temperance there is residing within! Know you that beauty and wealth and honour, at which the many wonder, are of no account with him, and are utterly despised by him? He regards not at all the persons who are gifted with them. Mankind are nothing to him. All his life is spent in mocking and flouting at them. But when I opened him, and looked within at his serious purpose, I saw in him divine and golden images of such fascinating beauty, that I was ready to do in a moment whatever Socrates commanded. They may have escaped the observation of others, but I saw them. Now I fancied that he was seriously enamoured of my beauty, and I thought that I should therefore have a grand opportunity of hearing him tell what he knew, for I had a wonderful opinion of the attractions of my youth. In the prosecution of this design, when I next went to him, I sent away the attendant who usually accompanied me. I will confess the whole truth, and beg you to listen, and if I speak falsely, do you, Socrates, expose the falsehood. Well, he and I were alone together, and I thought that when there was nobody with us, I should hear him speak the language which lovers use to their loves when they are by themselves, and I was delighted. Nothing of the sort. He conversed as usual, and spent the day with me, and then went away. Afterwards I challenged him to the palaestra, and he wrestled and closed with me several times when there was no one present. I fancied that I might succeed in this manner, but not a bit. I made no way with him. Lastly, as I had failed hitherto, I thought that I must take stronger measures, and attack him boldly, and, as I had begun, not give him up, but see how matters stood between him and me. So I invited him to sup with me, just as if he were a fair youth, and I a designing lover. He was not easily persuaded to come. He did, however, after a while accept the invitation, and when he came the first time, he wanted to go away at once as soon as supper was over, and I had not the face to detain him. The second time, still in pursuance of my design, after we had supped, I went on conversing far into the night, and when he wanted to go away, I pretended that the hour was late, and that he had much better remain. So he lay down on the couch next to me, the same on which he had supped, and there was no one but ourselves sleeping in the apartment. All this may be told without shame to any one. But what follows I could hardly tell you if I were sober. Yet, as the proverb says, in vino veritas, whether with boys or without them, and therefore I must speak. Nor, again, should I be justified in concealing the lofty actions of Socrates when I come to praise him. Moreover, I have felt the serpent's sting, and he who has suffered, as they say, is willing to tell his fellow-sufferers only, as they alone will be likely to understand him, and will not be extreme in judging of the sayings or doings which have been wrung from his agony. For I have been bitten by a more than viper's tooth. I have known in my soul, or in my heart, or in some other part, that worst of pangs, more violent in ingenuous youth than any serpent's tooth, the pang of philosophy, which will make a man say or do anything. And you, whom I see around me, Phaedrus and Agathon and Eryximachus and Pausanias and Aristodemus and Aristophanes, all of you, and I need not say Socrates himself, have had experience of the same madness and passion in your longing after wisdom. Therefore, listen and excuse my doings then and my sayings now. But let the attendants and other profane and unmannered persons close up the doors of their ears. When the lamp was put out, and the servants had gone away, I thought that I must be plain with him, and have no more ambiguity. So I gave him a shake, and I said, Socrates, are you asleep? No, he said. Do you know what I am meditating? What are you meditating? He asked. I think, I replied, that of all the lovers whom I have ever had, you are the only one who is worthy of me, and you appear to be too modest to speak. Now, I feel that I should be a fool to refuse you this or any other favour, and therefore I come to lay at your feet all that I have, and all that my friends have, in the hope that you will assist me in the way of virtue, which I desire above all things, and in which I believe that you can help me better than any one else. And I should certainly have more reason to be ashamed of what wise men would say if I were to refuse a favour to such as you, than of what the world, who are mostly fools, would say of me if I granted it. To these words he replied in the ironical manner which is so characteristic of him. Alcibiades, my friend, you have indeed an elevated aim, if what you say is true, and if there really is in me any power by which you may become better, oh, truly you must see in me some rare beauty, of a kind infinitely higher than any which I see in you, and therefore, if you mean to share with me, and to exchange beauty for beauty, you will have greatly the advantage of me. You will gain true beauty in return for appearance, like Diomede gold in exchange for brass. Oh, but look again, sweet friend, and see whether you are not deceived in me. The mind begins to grow critical when the bodily eye fails, and it will be a long time before you get old. Hearing this, I said, I have told you my purpose, which is quite serious, and do you consider what you think best for you and me? That is good, he said. At some other time, then, we will consider and act as seems best about this and about other matters. Whereupon I fancied that he was smitten, and that the words which I had uttered like arrows had wounded him, and so, without waiting to hear more, I got up, and throwing my coat about him, crept under his threadbare cloak, as the time of year was winter, and there I lay during the whole night, having this wonderful monster in my arms. This again, Socrates, will not be denied by you. And yet, notwithstanding all, he was so superior to my solicitations, so contemptuous and derisive and disdainful of my beauty, which really, as I fancied, had some attractions. Hear, O judges, for judges you shall be of the haughty virtue of Socrates. Nothing more happened, but in the morning, when I awoke, let all the gods and goddesses be my witnesses, I arose as from the couch of a father or an elder brother. What do you suppose must have been my feelings after this rejection, at the thought of my own dishonour? And yet I could not help wondering at his natural temperance and self-restraint and manliness. I never imagined that I could have met with a man such as he is in wisdom and endurance, and therefore I could not be angry with him or renounce his company any more than I could hope to win him, for I well knew that if Ajax could not be wounded by steel, much less he by money, and my only chance of captivating him by my personal attractions had failed, so I was at my wits' end. No one was ever more hopelessly enslaved by another. All this happened before he and I went on the expedition to Potidaea. There we messed together, and I had the opportunity of observing his extraordinary power of sustaining fatigue. His endurance was simply marvellous. When, being cut off from our supplies, we were compelled to go without food. On such occasions, which often happen in time of war, he was superior not only to me but to everybody. There was no one to be compared to him. Yet at a festival he was the only person who had any real powers of enjoyment. Though not willing to drink, he could, if compelled, beat us all at that. Wonderful to relate, no human being had ever seen Socrates drunk, and his powers, if I am not mistaken, will be tested before long. His fortitude in enduring cold was also surprising. There was a severe frost, for the winter in that region is really tremendous, and everybody else either remained indoors or, if they went out, had on an amazing quantity of clothes, and were well shod, and had their feet swathed in felt and fleeces. In the midst of this, Socrates, with his bare feet on the ice, and in his ordinary dress, marched better than the other soldiers, who had shoes, and they looked daggers at him, because he seemed to despise them. I have told you one tale, and now I must tell you another, which is worth hearing, of the doings and sufferings of the enduring man while he was on the expedition. One morning he was thinking about something which he could not resolve. He would not give it up, but continued thinking from early dawn until noon. There he stood, fixed in thought, and at noon attention was drawn to him, and the rumour ran through the wondering crowd that Socrates had been standing and thinking about something ever since the break of day. At last, in the evening, after supper, some Ionians, out of curiosity (I should explain that this was not in winter but in summer), brought out their mats and slept in the open air, that they might watch him and see whether he would stand all night. There he stood until the following morning, and with the return of light he offered up a prayer to the sun and went his way. I will also tell, if you please, and indeed I am bound to tell, of his courage in battle, for who but he saved my life? Now this was the engagement in which I received the prize of valour, for I was wounded, and he would not leave me, but he rescued me and my arms, and he ought to have received the prize of valour which the generals wanted to confer on me, partly on account of my rank, and I told them so. This, again, Socrates will not impeach or deny, but he was more eager than the generals that I and not he should have the prize. There was another occasion on which his behaviour was very remarkable, in the flight of the army after the battle of Delium, where he served among the heavy armed. I had a better opportunity of seeing him than at Potidaea, for I was myself on horseback, and therefore comparatively out of danger. He and Laches were retreating, for the troops were in flight, and I met them and told them not to be discouraged, and promised to remain with them, and there you might see him, Aristophanes, as you describe, just as he is in the streets of Athens, stalking like a pelican, and rolling his eyes, calmly contemplating enemies as well as friends, and making very intelligible to anybody, even from a distance, that whoever attacked him would be likely to meet with a stout resistance, and in this way he and his companion escaped. For this is the sort of man who is never touched in war. Those only are pursued who are running away headlong. I particularly observed how superior he was to Laches in presence of mind. Many are the marvels which I might narrate in praise of Socrates. Most of his ways might perhaps be paralleled in another man, but his absolute unlikeness to any human being that is or ever has been is perfectly astonishing. You may imagine Brasidas and others to have been like Achilles, or you may imagine Nestor and Antenor to have been like Pericles, and the same may be said of other famous men. But of this strange being you will never be able to find any likeness, however remote, either among men who now are or who have ever been, other than that which I have already suggested of Silenus and the Satyrs, and they represent in a figure not only himself but his words. For, although I forgot to mention this to you before, his words are like the images of Silenus which open. They are ridiculous when you first hear them. He clothes himself in language that is like the skin of the wanton satyr, for his talk is of pack-asses and smiths and cobblers and curriers, and he is always repeating the same things in the same words, so that any ignorant or inexperienced person might feel disposed to laugh at him. But he who opens the bust and sees what is within will find that they are the only words which have a meaning in them, and also the most divine, abounding in fair images of virtue and of the widest comprehension, or rather extending to the whole duty of a good and honourable man. This, friends, is my praise of Socrates. I have added my blame of him for his ill treatment of me, and he has ill treated not only me, but Charmides, the son of Glaucon, and Euthydemus, the son of Diocles, and many others in the same way. Beginning as their lover, he has ended by making them pay their addresses to him. Wherefore, I say to you, Agathon, be not deceived by him. Learn from me and take warning, and do not be a fool, and learn by experience, as the proverb says. When Alcibiades had finished, there was a laugh at his outspokenness, for he seemed to be still in love with Socrates. You are sober, Alcibiades, said Socrates, or you would never have gone so far about to hide the purpose of your satire's praises, for all this long story is only an ingenious circumlocution, of which the point comes in by the way at the end. You want to get up a quarrel between me and Agathon, and your notion is that I ought to love you and nobody else, and that you and only you ought to love Agathon. But the plot of this satiric or Silenic drama has been detected, and you must not allow him, Agathon, to set us at variance. I believe you are right, said Agathon, and I am disposed to think that his intention in placing himself between you and me was only to divide us. But he shall gain nothing by that move, for I will go and lie on the couch next to you. Yes, yes, replied Socrates, by all means come here and lie on the couch below me. Alas, said Alcibiades, how I am fooled by this man! He is determined to get the better of me at every turn. I do beseech you, allow Agathon to lie between us. Certainly not, said Socrates. As you praised me, and I in turn ought to praise my neighbour on the right, he will be out of order in praising me again, when he ought rather to be praised by me, and I must entreat you to consent to this, and not be jealous, for I have a great desire to praise the youth. Hurrah! cried Agathon. I will rise instantly, that I may be praised by Socrates. The usual way, said Alcibiades. Where Socrates is, no one else has any chance with the fair. And now how readily has he invented a specious reason for attracting Agathon to himself. Agathon arose in order that he might take his place on the couch by Socrates, when suddenly a band of revellers entered and spoiled the order of the banquet. Some one who was going out, having left the door open, they had found their way in and made themselves at home. Great confusion ensued, and every one was compelled to drink large quantities of wine. Aristodemus said that Eryximachus, Phaedrus, and others went away. He himself fell asleep, and as the nights were long, took a good rest. He was awakened towards daybreak by a crowing of cocks, and when he awoke, the others were either asleep or had gone away. There remained only Socrates, Aristophanes, and Agathon, who were drinking out of a large goblet which they passed round, and Socrates was discoursing to them. Aristodemus was only half awake, and he did not hear the beginning of the discourse. The chief thing which he remembered was Socrates compelling the other two to acknowledge that the genius of comedy was the same with that of tragedy, and that the true artist in tragedy was an artist in comedy also. To this they were constrained to assent, being drowsy and not quite following the argument. And first of all Aristophanes dropped off. Then, when the day was already dawning, Agathon. Socrates, having laid them to sleep, rose to depart, Aristodemus, as his manner was, following him. At the Lyceum he took a bath, and passed the day as usual. In the evening he retired to rest at his own home. End of section 5. End of Symposium by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. Section 6 of Aspects of Love, an Anthology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Sonnets by William Shakespeare. 1. From fairest creatures we desire increase, that thereby beauty's rose might never die. But as the riper should by time decease, his tender air might bear his memory. But thou, contracted to thine own bright eyes, feedest thy light's flame with self-substantial fuel, making a famine where abundance lies, thyself thy foe, to thy sweet self too cruel. Thou that art now the world's fresh ornament, and only herald to the gaudy spring, within thine own bud buryest thy content, and tender churl makest waste in niggarding. Pity the world, or else this glutton be, to eat the world's due by the grave and thee. 2. When 40 winters shall besiege thy brow, and dig deep trenches in thy beauty's field, thy youth's proud livery, so gazed on now, will be a tattered weed of small worth held. Then being asked where all thy beauty lies, where all the treasure of thy lusty days, to say, within thine own deep sunken eyes, were an all-eating shame and thriftless praise. How much more praise deserved thy beauty's use, if thou couldst answer, this fair child of mine shall sum my count, and make my old excuse, proving his beauty by succession thine. This were to be new made when thou art old, and see thy blood warm when thou feel'st it cold. 3. Look in thy glass, and tell the face thou viewest, now is the time that face should form another, whose fresh repair, if now thou not renewest, thou dost beguile the world, and bless some mother. For where is she so fair, whose uneared womb disdains the tillage of thy husbandry? Or who is he so fond will be the tomb of his self-love to stop posterity? Thou art thy mother's glass, and she in thee calls back the lovely April of her prime. So thou, through windows of thine age shalt see, despite of wrinkles, this thy golden time. But if thou live, remembered not to be, die single, and thine image dies with thee. 4. Unthrifty loveliness, why dost thou spend upon thyself thy beauty's legacy? Nature's bequest gives nothing, but doth lend, and being frank, she lends to those are free. Then, beauteous niggard, why dost thou abuse the bounteous largesse given thee to give? Profitless usurer, why dost thou use so great a sum of sums, yet canst not live? For having traffic with thyself alone, thou of thyself thy sweet self dost deceive. Then how, when nature calls thee to be gone, what acceptable audit canst thou leave? Thy unused beauty must be tombed with thee, which used lives the executor to be. 5. Those hours that with gentle work did frame the lovely gaze where every eye doth dwell, will play the tyrants to the very same, and that unfair which fairly doth excel. For never resting time leads summer on to hideous winter, and confounds him there. Sap checked with frost, and lusty leaves quite gone, beauty o'ersnowed, and bareness everywhere. Then were not summer's distillation left, a liquid prisoner, pent in walls of glass? Beauty's effect with beauty were bereft, nor it, nor no remembrance what it was. But flowers distilled, though they with winter meet, lees but their show, their substance still lives sweet. 6. Then let not winter's ragged hand deface in thee thy summer, ere thou be distilled. Make sweet some vial, treasure thou some place with beauty's treasure ere it be self-killed. That use is not forbidden usury, which happies those that pay the willing loan. That's for thyself to breed another thee, or 10 times happier, be it 10 for 1. 10 times thyself were happier than thou art, if 10 of thine 10 times refigured thee. Then what could death do if thou shouldst depart, leaving thee living in posterity? Be not self-willed, for thou art much too fair to be death's conquest, and make worms thine heir. 7. Lo, in the Orient, when the gracious light lifts up his burning head, each under eye doth homage to his new appearing sight, serving with looks his sacred majesty. And having climbed the steep up heavenly hill, resembling strong youth in his middle age, yet mortal looks adore his beauty still, attending on his golden pilgrimage. But when from highmost pitch with weary car, like feeble age, he reeleth from the day, the eyes for duteous now converted are from his low tract, and look another way. So thou thyself, outgoing in thy noon, unlooked on, diest, unless thou get a son. 8. Music to hear, why hearest thou music sadly? Sweets with sweets war not, joy delights in joy. Why lov'st thou that which thou receiv'st not gladly, or else receiv'st with pleasure thine annoy? if the true concord of well-tuned sounds, by unions married, do offend thine ear, they do but sweetly chide thee, who confounds in singleness the parts that thou shouldst bear. Mark how one string, sweet husband to another, strikes each in each by mutual ordering, resembling sire and child and happy mother, who all in one pleasing note do sing, whose speechless song, being many, seeming one, sings this to thee: thou single wilt prove none. 9. Is it for fear to wet a widow's eye that thou consum'st thyself in single life? Ah, if thou issueless shalt have to die, the world will wail thee like a makeless wife. The world will be thy widow, and still weep that thou no form of thee hast left behind, when every private widow well may keep by children's eyes her husband's shape in mind. Look, what an unthrift in the world doth spend shifts but his place, for still the world enjoys it. But beauty's waste hath in the world an end, and kept unused, the user so destroys it. No love toward others in that bosom sits, that on himself such murderous shame commits. 10. For shame, deny that thou bearest love to any, who for thyself art so unprovident. Grant, if thou wilt, thou art beloved of many, but that thou none lov'st is most evident. For thou art so possessed with murderous hate, that 'gainst thyself thou stick'st not to conspire, seeking that beauteous roof to ruinate, which to repair should be thy chief desire. O change thy thought, that I may change my mind. Shall hate be fairer lodged than gentle love? Be, as thy presence is, gracious and kind, or to thyself at least kind-hearted prove. Make thee another self for love of me, that beauty still may live in thine or thee. 11. As fast as thou shalt wane, so fast thou grow'st in one of thine from that which thou departest, and that fresh blood which youngly thou bestow'st, thou mayst call thine when thou from youth convertest. Herein lives wisdom, beauty, and increase, without this folly, age, and cold decay. If all were minded so, the time should cease, and 60 years would make the world away. Let those whom beauty hath not made for store, harsh, featureless, and rude, barrenly perish. Look, whom she best endowed, she gave thee more, which bounteous gift thou shouldst in bounty cherish. She carved thee for her seal, and meant thereby thou shouldst print more, not let that copy die. 12. When I do count the clock that tells the time, and see the brave day sunk in hideous night, when I behold the violet past prime, and sable curls all silvered o'er with white, when lofty trees I see barren of leaves, which erst from heat did canopy the herd, and summer's green all girded up in sheaves, borne on the bier with white and bristly beard, then of thy beauty do I question make, that thou among the wastes of time must go, since sweets and beauties do themselves forsake, and die as fast as they see others grow, and nothing 'gainst time's scythe can make defence, save breed to brave him when he takes thee hence. 13. Oh, that you were yourself! But, love, you are no longer yours, then you yourself here live. Against this coming end you should prepare, and your sweet semblance to some other give. So should that beauty which you hold in lease find no determination, then you were yourself again after yourself's decease, when your sweet issue your sweet form should bear. Who lets so fair a house fall to decay, which husbandry in honour might uphold, against the stormy gusts of winter's day, and barren rage of death's eternal cold? Oh, none but unthrifts, dear my love, you know. You had a father, let your son say so. 14. Not from the stars do I my judgment pluck, and yet methinks I have astronomy, but not to tell of good or evil luck, of plagues, of dearths, or seasons' quality. Nor can I fortune 2 brief minutes tell, pointing to each his thunder, rain, and wind, or say with princes if it shall go well, by oft predict that I in heaven find. But from thine eyes my knowledge I derive, and constant stars in them I read such art, as truth and beauty shall together thrive, if from thyself to store thou wouldst convert, or else of thee this I prognosticate: thy end is truth's and beauty's doom and date. 15. When I consider everything that grows, holds in perfection but a little moment, that this huge stage presenteth naught but shows, whereon the stars in secret influence comment; when I perceive that men as plants increase, cheered and checked even by the self-same sky, vaunt in their youthful sap, at height decrease, and wear their brave state out of memory; when the conceit of this inconstant stay sets you most rich in youth before my sight, where wasteful time debateth with decay, to change your day of youth to sullied night, and all in war with time for love of you, as he takes from you, I engraft you new. 16. But wherefore do not you a mightier way make war upon this bloody tyrant Time, and fortify yourself in your decay with means more blessed than my barren rhyme? Now stand you on the top of happy hours, and many maiden gardens yet unset, with virtuous wish would bear you living flowers, much liker than your painted counterfeit. So should the lines of life that life repair, which this Time's pencil or my pupil pen, neither in inward worth nor outward fare, can make you live yourself in eyes of men. To give away yourself, keep yourself still, and you must live, drawn by your own sweet skill. 17. Who will believe my verse in time to come, if it were filled with your most high deserts? Though yet, heaven knows, it is but as a tomb, which hides your life, and shows not half your parts. If I could write the beauty of your eyes, and in fresh numbers number all your graces, the age to come would say, this poet lies, such heavenly touches ne'er touched earthly faces. So should my papers, yellowed with their age, be scorned like old men of less truth than tongue, and your true rights be termed a poet's rage, and stretched metre of an antique song. But were some child of yours alive that time, you should live twice, in it and in my rhyme. 18. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a date. Sometime too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dimmed, and every fair from fair sometime declines, by chance or nature's changing course untrimmed. But thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair thou owest, nor shall death brag thou wanderest in his shade, when in eternal lines to time thou growest. So long as men can breathe, or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee. 19. Devouring time, blunt thou the lion's paws, and make the earth devour her own sweet brood. Pluck the keen teeth from the fierce tiger's jaws, and burn the long-lived phoenix in her blood. Make glad and sorry seasons as thou fleet'st, and do whate'er thou wilt, swift-footed time, to the wide world and all her fading sweets. But I forbid thee one most heinous crime. O carve not with thy hours my love's fair brows, nor draw no line there with thine antique pen. Him in thy course untainted do allow for beauty's pattern to succeeding men. Yet do thy worst, old time, despite thy wrong. My love shall in my verse ever live young. 20. A woman's face, with nature's own hand painted, hast thou, the master mistress of my passion. A woman's gentle heart, but not acquainted with shifting change, as is false woman's fashion. An eye more bright than theirs, less false in rolling, gilding the object whereupon it gazeth. A man in hue, all hues in his controlling, which steals men's eyes and women's souls amazeth. And for a woman wert thou first created, till nature, as she wrought thee, fell a-doting, and by addition me of thee defeated, by adding one thing to my purpose, nothing. But since she pricked thee out for women's pleasure, mine be thy love, and thy love's use their treasure. End of section 6. Section 7 of Aspects of Love, an Anthology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Sonnets by William Shakespeare. 21. So is it not with me, as with that muse, stirred by a painted beauty to his verse, who heaven itself for ornament doth use, and every fair with his fair doth rehearse, making a compliment of proud compare, with sun and moon, with earth and sea's rich gems, with April's first-born flowers, and all things rare, that heaven's air in this huge rondure hems. O let me, true in love, but truly right, and then believe me, my love is as fair as any mother's child, though not so bright as those gold candles fixed in heaven's air. Let them say more that like of hearsay well, I will not praise that purpose not to sell. 22. My glass shall not persuade me I am old, so long as youth and thou are of one date. But when in thee time's furrows I behold, then look I death my days should expiate. For all that beauty that doth cover thee is but the seemly raiment of my heart, which in thy breast doth live as thine in me. How can I then be elder than thou art? O therefore, love, be of thyself so wary, as I, not for myself, but for thee will, bearing thy heart, which I will keep so chary, as tender nurse her babe from faring ill. Presume not on thy heart when mine is slain. Thou gav'st me thine not to give back again. 23. As an unperfect actor on the stage, who with his fear is put beside his part, or some fierce thing, replete with too much rage, whose strength's abundance weakens his own heart. So I, for fear of trust, forget to save the perfect ceremony of love's rite, and in mine own love's strength seem to decay, o'ercharged with burthen of mine own love's might. O let my looks be then the eloquence and dumb presages of my speaking breast, who plead for love and look for recompense, more than that tongue that more hath more expressed. O learn to read what silent love hath writ, to hear with eyes belongs to love's fine wit. 24. Mine eye hath played the painter, and hath stelled thy beauty's form in table of my heart. My body is the frame wherein 'tis held, and perspective it is best painter's art. For through the painter must you see his skill, to find where your true image pictured lies, which in my bosom's shop is hanging still, that hath his windows glazed with thine eyes. Now see what good turns eyes for eyes have done. Mine eyes have drawn thy shape, and thine for me are windows to my breast, where through the sun delights to peep, to gaze therein on thee. Yet eyes this cunning want to grace their art. They draw but what they see, know not the heart. 25. Let those who are in favour with their stars of public honour and proud titles boast, whilst I, whom fortune of such triumph bars, unlooked for joy in that I honour most. Great princes' favourites their fair leaves spread, but as the marigold at the sun's eye, and in themselves their pride lies buried, for at a frown they in their glory die. The painful warrior, famous for fight, after 1,000 victories once spoiled, is from the book of honour razed quite, and all the rest forgot for which he toiled. Then happy I that love and am beloved, where I may not remove nor be removed. 26. Lord of my love, to whom in vassalage thy merit hath my duty strongly knit, to thee I send this written embassage, to witness duty, not to show my wit. Duty so great, which wit so poor as mine may make seem bare in wanting words to show it, but that I hope some good conceit of thine in thy soul's thought all naked will bestow it, till whatsoever star that guides my moving points on me graciously with fair aspect, and puts apparel on my tattered loving, to show me worthy of thy sweet respect. Then may I dare to boast how I do love thee, till then not show my head where thou mayst prove me. 27. Weary with toil, I haste me to my bed, the dear repose for limbs with travel tired. But then begins a journey in my head, to work my mind when body's work's expired. For then my thoughts, from far where I abide, intend a zealous pilgrimage to thee, and keep my drooping eyelids open wide, looking on darkness which the blind do see. Save that my soul's imaginary sight presents thy shadow to my sightless view, which like a jewel hung in ghastly night makes black night beauteous, and her old face new. Lo, thus by day my limbs, by night my mind, for thee and for myself no quiet find. 28. How can I then return in happy plight, that am debarred the benefit of rest? When day's oppression is not eased by night, but day by night and night by day oppressed, and each, though enemies to either's reign, do in consent shake hands to torture me, the one by toil, the other to complain how far I toil, still farther off from thee. I tell the day, to please him thou art bright, and dost him grace when clouds do blot the heaven. So flatter I the swart complexioned night, when sparkling stars twire not thou gilt thee even. But day doth daily draw my sorrows longer, and night doth nightly make grief's length seem stronger. 29. When, in disgrace with fortune and men's eyes, I all alone beweep my outcast state, and trouble deaf heaven with my bootless cries, and look upon myself, then curse my fate, wishing me like to one more rich in hope, featured like him with friends possessed, desiring this man's art and that man's scope, with what I most enjoy contented least. Yet in these thoughts, myself almost despising, haply I think on thee, and then my state, like to the lark at break of day arising, from sullen earth sings hymns at heaven's gate. For thy sweet love remembered such wealth brings, that then I scorn to change my state with kings. 30. When to the sessions of sweet silent thought I summon up remembrance of things past, I sigh the lack of many a thing I sought, and with old woes new wail my dear time's waste. Then can I drown an eye unused to flow for precious friends hid in death's dateless night, and weep afresh love's long since cancelled woe, and moan the expense of many a vanished sight. Then can I grieve at grievances forgone, and heavily from woe to woe tell o'er the sad account of fore bemoaned moan, which I new pay as if not paid before. But if the while I think on thee, dear friend, all losses are restored, and sorrows end. 31. Thy bosom is endeared with all hearts, which I by lacking have supposed dead, and there reigns love, and all love's loving parts, and all those friends which I thought buried. How many a holy and obsequious tear hath dear religious love stolen from mine eye, as interest of the dead, which now appear but things removed, that hidden in thee lie. Thou art the grave where buried love doth live, hung with the trophies of my lovers gone, who all their parts of me to thee did give. That due of many now is thine alone. Their images I loved, I view in thee, and thou, all they, hast all the all of me. 32. If thou survive my well-contented day, when that chill death my bones with dust shall cover, and shalt by fortune once more resurvey these poor rude lines of thy deceased lover, compare them with the bettering of the time, and though they be outstripped by every pen, reserve them for my love, not for their rhyme, exceeded by the height of happier men. Oh, then vouchsafe me but this loving thought: had my friend's muse grown with this growing age, a dearer birth than this his love had brought, to march in ranks a better equipage. But since he died, and poets better proved, Theirs for their style I'll read, his for his love. 33. Full many a glorious morning have I seen flatter the mountain tops with sovereign eye, kissing with golden face the meadows green, gilding pale streams with heavenly alchemy. Anon permit the basest clouds to ride with ugly rack on his celestial face, and from the forlorn world his visage hide, stealing unseen to west with this disgrace. Even so my sun one early morn did shine with all triumphant splendour on my brow, but out, alack, he was but 1 hour mine, the region cloud hath masked him from me now. Yet him for this my love no whit disdaineth. Suns of the world may stain when heaven's sun staineth. 34. Why didst thou promise such a beauteous day, and make me travel forth without my cloak, to let base clouds o'ertake me in my way, hiding thy bravery in their rotten smoke? 'Tis not enough that through the cloud thou break, to dry the rain on my storm-beaten face, for no man well of such a salve can speak, that heals the wound and cures not the disgrace. Nor can thy shame give physic to my grief. Though thou repent, yet I have still the loss. The offender's sorrow lends but weak relief to him that bears the strong offence's cross. Ah, but those tears are pearl which thy love sheds, and they are rich, and ransom all ill deeds. 35. No more be grieved at that which thou hast done. Roses have thorns, and silver fountains mud. Clouds and eclipses stain both moon and sun, and loathsome canker lives in sweetest bud. All men make faults, and even I in this, authorizing thy trespass with compare, myself corrupting, salving thy amiss, excusing thy sins more than thy sins are, for to thy sensual fault I bring incense, thy adverse party is thy advocate, and 'gainst myself a lawful plea commence. Such civil war is in my love and hate, that I an accessory needs must be to that sweet thief which sourly robs from me. 36. Let me confess that we two must be twain, although our undivided loves are one. So shall those blots that do with me remain, without thy help, by me be borne alone. In our two loves there is but one respect, though in our lives a separable spite, which though it alter not love's sole effect, yet doth it steal sweet hours from love's delight. I may not evermore acknowledge thee, lest my bewailed guilt should do thee shame, nor thou with public kindness honour me, unless thou take that honour from thy name. But do not so, I love thee in such sort, as thou being mine, mine is thy good report. 37. As a decrepit father takes delight to see his active child do deeds of youth, so I, made lame by fortune's dearest spite, take all my comfort of thy worth and truth. For whether beauty, birth, or wealth, or wit, or any of these all, or more, entitled in thy part to crowned sit, I make my love engrafted to this store. So then I am not lame, poor, nor despised, whilst that this shadow doth such substance give, that I in thy abundance am sufficed, and by a part of all thy glory live. Look what is best, that best I wish in thee. This wish I have, then 10 times happy me. 38. How can my muse one subject to invent, whilst thou dost breathe, that pour'st into my verse thine own sweet argument too excellent for every vulgar paper to rehearse? Or give thyself the thanks if aught in me worthy perusal stand against thy sight. For who's so dumb that cannot write to thee, when thou thyself dost give invention light? Be thou the 10th Muse, 10 times more in worth than those old 9 which rhymers invocate, and he that calls on thee, let him bring forth eternal numbers to outlive long date. If my slight muse do please these curious days, the pain be mine, but thine shall be the praise. 39. Oh, how thy worth with manners may I sing, when thou art all the better part of me! What can mine own praise to mine own self bring? And what is but mine own when I praise thee? Even for this let us divided live, and our dear love lose name of single one, that by this separation I may give that due to thee which thou deserv'st alone. O absence, what a torment wouldst thou prove, were it not thy sour leisure gave sweet leave to entertain the time with thoughts of love, which time and thoughts so sweetly doth deceive, and that thou teachest how to make one twain by praising him here who doth hence remain. 40. Take all my loves, my love, yea, take them all. What hast thou then more than thou hadst before? No love, my love, that thou mayst true love call. All mine was thine before thou hadst this more. Then if for my love thou my love receivest, I cannot blame thee for my love thou usest, but yet be blamed if thou thyself deceivest by wilful taste of what thyself refusest. I do forgive thy robbery, gentle thief, although thou steal thee all my poverty, and yet love knows it is a greater grief to bear love's wrong than hate's known injury. Lascivious grace, in whom all ill well shows, kill me with spite, yet we must not be foes. End of section 7. Section 8 of Aspects of Love, an Anthology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Sonnets by William Shakespeare. 41. Those pretty wrongs that liberty commits, when I am some time absent from thy heart, thy beauty and thy years full well befits, for still temptation follows where thou art. Gentle thou art, and therefore to be won; beauteous thou art, therefore to be assailed. And when a woman woos, what woman's son will sourly leave her till he have prevailed? Ah me, but yet thou mightst my seat forbear, and chide thy beauty and thy straying youth, who lead thee in their riot even there, where thou art forced to break a twofold truth, hers by thy beauty tempting her to thee, thine by thy beauty being false to me. 42. That thou hast her, it is not all my grief, and yet it may be said I loved her dearly. That she hath thee is of my wailing chief, a loss in love that touches me more nearly. Loving offenders thus, I will excuse ye. Thou dost love her, because thou know'st I love her, and for my sake even so doth she abuse me, suffering my friend for my sake to approve her. If I lose thee, my loss is my love's gain, and losing her, my friend hath found that loss. Both find each other, and I lose both twain, and both for my sake lay on me this cross. But here's the joy, my friend and I are one. Sweet flattery! Then she loves but me alone. 43. When most I wink, then do mine eyes best see, for all the day they view things unrespected. But when I sleep, in dreams they look on thee, and darkly bright are bright in dark directed. Then thou, whose shadow shadows doth make bright, how would thy shadow's form happy show to the clear day with thy much clearer light, when to unseeing eyes thy shade shines so? How would, I say, mine eyes be blessed made by looking on thee in the living day, when in dead night thy fair imperfect shade through heavy sleep on sightless eyes doth stay? All days are nights to see till I see thee, and nights bright days when dreams do show thee me. 44. If the dull substance of my flesh were thought, injurious distance should not stop my way, for then, despite of space, I would be brought from limits far remote where thou dost stay. No matter then, although my foot did stand upon the farthest earth removed from thee, for nimble thought can jump both sea and land, as soon as think the place where he would be. But thought kills me, that I am not thought, to leap strange lengths of miles when thou art gone, but that so much of earth and water wrought, I must attend time's leisure with my moan, receiving naught by elements so slow, but heavy tears, badges of either's woe. 45. The other two, slight air and purging fire, are both with thee wherever I abide. The first my thought, the other my desire, these present absent with swift motion slide. For when these quicker elements are gone, in tender embassy of love to thee, my life being made of four, with two alone sinks down to death, oppressed with melancholy, until life's composition be recured by those swift messengers returned from thee, who even but now come back again assured of thy fair health, recounting it to me. This told, I joyed, but then no longer glad, I send them back again, and straight grow sad. 46. Mine eye and heart are at a mortal war, how to divide the conquest of thy sight. Mine eye, my heart, thy picture's sight would bar, my heart, mine eye, the freedom of that right. My heart doth plead that thou in him dost lie, a closet never pierced with crystal eyes. But the defendant doth that plea deny, and says in him thy fair appearance lies. To side this title is unpanelled, a quest of thoughts, all tenants to the heart, and by their verdict is determined the clear eye's moiety and the dear heart's part. As thus, mine eye's due is thy outward part, and my heart's right thy inward love of heart. 47. Betwixt mine eye and heart a league is took, and each doth good turns now unto the other, when that mine eye is famished for a look, or heart in love with sighs himself doth smother. With my love's picture then my eye doth feast, and to the painted banquet bids my heart. Another time mine eye is my heart's guest, and in his thoughts of love doth share a part. So, either by thy picture or my love, thyself away art present still with me. For thou not farther than my thoughts canst move, and I am still with them, and they with thee. Or if they sleep, thy picture in my sight awakes my heart to heart's and eye's delight. 48. How careful was I when I took my way, each trifle under truest bars to thrust, that to my use it might unused stay from hands of falsehood in sure wards of trust. But thou, to whom my jewels trifles are, most worthy comfort, now my greatest grief, thou best of dearest, and mine only care, art left the prey of every vulgar thief. Thee have I not locked up in any chest, save where thou art not, though I feel thou art, within the gentle closure of my breast, from whence at pleasure thou mayst come and part, and even thence thou wilt be stolen, I fear, for truth proves thievish for a prize so dear. 49. Against that time, if ever that time come, when I shall see thee frown on my defects, when as thy love hath cast his utmost sum, call to that audit by advised respects; against that time, when thou shalt strangely pass, and scarcely greet me with that sun thine eye; when love, converted from the thing it was, shall reasons find of settled gravity; against that time do I ensconce me here, within the knowledge of mine own desert, and this my hand against myself uprear, to guard the lawful reasons on thy part. To leave poor me thou hast the strength of laws, since why to love I can allege no cause. 50. How heavy do I journey on the way, when what I seek, my weary travels' end, doth teach that ease and that repose to say, thus far the miles are measured from thy friend. The beast that bears me, tired with my woe, plods dully on to bear that weight in me, as if by some instinct the wretch did know his rider loved not speed, being made from thee. The bloody spur cannot provoke him on, that sometimes anger thrusts into his hide, which heavily he answers with a groan, more sharp to me than spurring to his side; for that same groan doth put this in my mind, my grief lies onward, and my joy behind. 51. Thus can my love excuse the slow offence of my dull bearer, when from thee I speed. From where thou art, why should I haste me thence? Till I return, of posting is no need. Or what excuse will my poor beast then find, when swift extremity can seem but slow? Then should I spur, though mounted on the wind; in winged speed no motion shall I know. Then can no horse with my desire keep pace. Therefore desire, of perfect love being made, shall neigh no dull flesh in his fiery race, but love for love thus shall excuse my jade. Since from thee going he went wilful slow, towards thee I'll run, and give him leave to go. 52. So am I as the rich, whose blessed key can bring him to his sweet uplocked treasure, the which he will not every hour survey, for blunting the fine point of seldom pleasure. Therefore are feasts so solemn and so rare, since seldom coming in that long year set, like stones of worth they thinly placed are, or captain jewels in the carcanet. So is the time that keeps you as my chest, or as the wardrobe which the robe doth hide, to make some special instant special blessed, by now unfolding his imprisoned pride. Blessed are you, whose worthiness gives scope, being had, to triumph, being lacked, to hope. 53. What is your substance? Whereof are you made, that millions of strange shadows on you tend? Since every one hath every one shade, and you but one can every shadow lend. Describe Adonis, and the counterfeit is poorly imitated after you. On Helen's cheek all art of beauty set, and you in Grecian tires are painted new. Speak of the spring and foison of the year. The one doth shadow of your beauty show, the other as your bounty doth appear. And you in every blessed shape we know. In all external grace you have some part, but you like none, none you, for constant heart. 54. Oh, how much more doth beauty beauteous seem by that sweet ornament which truth doth give! The rose looks fair, but fairer we it deem for that sweet odour which doth in it live. The canker blooms are full as deep a dye as the perfumed tincture of the roses, hang on such thorns, and play as wanton lie when summer's breath their masked buds discloses. But for their virtue only is their show, they live unwooed and unrespected fade, die to themselves. Sweet roses do not so, of their sweet deaths are sweetest odours made. And so of you, beauteous and lovely youth, when that shall fade, my verse distills your truth. 55. Not marble, nor the gilded monuments of princes shall outlive this powerful rhyme, but you shall shine more bright in these contents than unswept stone besmeared with sluttish time. When wasteful war shall statues overturn, and boils root out the work of masonry, nor Mars his sword, nor war's quick fire shall burn the living record of your memory. 'Gainst death and all oblivious enmity shall you pace forth, your praise shall still find room, even in the eyes of all posterity, that wear this world out to the ending doom. So, till the judgment that yourself arise, you live in this, and dwell in lovers' eyes. 56. Sweet love, renew thy force. Be it not said, thy edge should blunter be than appetite, which but to-day by feeding is allayed, to-morrow sharpened in his former might. So, love, be thou, although to-day thou fill thy hungry eyes even till they wink with fullness, to-morrow see again, and do not kill the spirit of love with a perpetual dullness. Let this sad interim like the ocean be, which parts the shore, where two contracted new come daily to the banks, that when they see return of love, more blessed may be the view. Or call it winter, which being full of care, makes summer's welcome thrice more wished, more rare. 57. Being your slave, what should I do but tend upon the hours and times of your desire? I have no precious time at all to spend, nor services to do till you require. Nor dare I chide the world without end hour, whilst I, my sovereign, watch the clock for you. Nor think the bitterness of absence sour, when you have bid your servant once adieu. Nor dare I question with my jealous thought where you may be, or your affairs suppose, but like a sad slave stay and think of naught, save where you are, how happy you make those. So true a fool is love, that in your will, though you do anything, he thinks no ill. 58. That God forbid, that made me first your slave, I should in thought control your times of pleasure, or at your hand the account of hours to crave, being your vassal, bound to stay your leisure. O let me suffer, being at your beck, the imprisoned absence of your liberty, and patience tame to sufferance bide each check, without accusing you of injury. Be where you list, your charter is so strong, that you yourself may privilege your time to what you will, to you it doth belong, yourself to pardon of self-doing crime. I am to wait, though waiting so be hell, not blame your pleasure, be it ill or well. 59. If there be nothing new but that which is, hath been before, How are our brains beguiled, which labouring for invention bear amiss the second burthen of a former child! Oh, that record could, with a backward look, even of 500 courses of the sun, show me your image in some antique book, since mine at first in character was done, that I might see what the old world could say to this composed wonder of your frame, where we are mended, or where better they, or whether revolution be the same. Oh, sure I am the wits of former days to subjects worse have given admiring praise. 60. Like as the waves make towards the pebbled shore, so do our minutes hasten to their end. Each changing place with that which goes before, in sequent toil all forwards do contend. Nativity, once in the main of light, crawls to maturity, wherewith being crowned, crooked eclipses 'gainst his glory fight, and time that gave doth now his gift confound. Time doth transfix the flourish set on youth, and delves the parallels in beauty's brow, feeds on the rarities of nature's truth, and nothing stands but for his scythe to mow. And yet to times in hope my verse shall stand, praising thy worth despite his cruel hand. End of section 8. Section 9 of Aspects of Love, an Anthology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Sonnets by William Shakespeare. 61. Is it thy will thy image should keep open my heavy eyelids to the weary night? Dost thou desire my slumbers should be broken, while shadows like to thee do mock my sight? Is it thy spirit that thou sendest from thee, so far from home into my deeds to pry, to find out shames and idle hours in me, the scope and tenure of thy jealous eye? Oh no! Thy love, though much, is not so great. It is my love that keeps mine eye awake, mine own true love that doth my rest defeat, to play the watchman ever for thy sake. For thee watch I, whilst thou dost wake elsewhere, from me far off, with others all too near. 62. Sin of self-love possesseth all mine eye, and all my soul, and all my every part, and for this sin there is no remedy, it is so grounded inward in my heart. Methinks no face so gracious is as mine, no shape so true, no truth of such account, and for myself mine own worth do define, as I all other in all worths amount. But when my glass shows me myself indeed, beated and chopped with tanned antiquity, mine own self-love quite contrary I read. Self so self-loving were iniquity. 'Tis thee, myself, that for myself I praise, painting my age with beauty of thy days. 63. Against my love shall be as I am now, with time's injurious hand crushed and all warm, when hours have drained his blood and filled his brow with lines and wrinkles, when his youthful morn hath travelled on to age's steepy night, and all those beauties whereof now he's king are vanishing or vanished out of sight, stealing away the treasure of his spring. For such a time do I now fortify against confounding age's cruel knife, that he shall never cut from memory my sweet love's beauty, though my lover's life. His beauty shall in these black lines be seen, and they shall live, and he in them still green. 64. When I have seen, by time's foul hand defaced, the rich proud cost of outworn buried age, when sometime lofty towers I see down raised, and brass eternal slave to mortal rage, when I have seen the hungry ocean gain advantage on the kingdom of the shore, and the firm soil win of the watery main, increasing store with loss, and loss with store, when I have seen such interchange of state, or state itself confounded to decay, ruin hath taught me thus to ruminate, that time will come and take my love away. This thought is as a death which cannot choose but weep to have that which it fears to lose. 65. Since brass nor stone, nor earth, nor boundless sea, but sad mortality o'ersways their power, how with this rage shall beauty hold a plea, whose action is no stronger than a flower? Oh, how shall summer's honey breath hold out against the wrackful siege of battering days, when rocks impregnable are not so stout, nor gates of steel so strong but time decays? O fearful meditation, where, alack, shall time's best jewel from time's chest lie hid? Or what strong hand can hold his swift foot back? Or who his spoil of beauty can forbid? O none, unless this miracle have might, that in black ink my love may still shine bright. 66. Tired with all these, for restful death I cry, as to behold desert a beggar born, and needy nothing trimmed in jollity, and purest faith unhappily forsworn, and gilded honour shamefully misplaced, and maiden virtue rudely strumpeted, and right perfection wrongfully disgraced, and strength by limping sway disabled, and art made tongue-tied by authority, and folly doctor-like controlling skill, and simple truth miscalled simplicity, and captive good attending captain ill. Tired with all these, from these would I be gone, save that to die I leave my love alone. 67. Ah, wherefore with infection should he live, and with his presence grace impiety, that sin by him advantage should achieve, and lace itself with his society? Why should false painting imitate his cheek, and steal dead seeming of his living hue? Why should poor beauty indirectly seek roses of shadow, since his rose is true? Why should he live, now nature bankrupt is, beggared of blood, to blush through lively veins? For she hath no exchequer now but his, and proud of many lives upon his gains. O him she stores to show what wealth she had in days long since, before these blasts so bad. 68. Thus is his cheek the map of days outworn, when beauty lived and died as flowers do now, before these bastard signs of fair were born, or durst inhabit on a living brow, before the golden tresses of the dead, the right of sepulchres was shorn away, to live a second life on second head, ere beauty's dead fleece made another gay. In him those holy antique hours are seen, without all ornament, itself and true, making no summer of another's green, robbing no old to dress his beauty new. And him as for a map doth nature store, to show false art what beauty was of yore. 69. Those parts of thee that the world's eye doth view want nothing that the thought of hearts can mend. All tongues, the voice of souls, give thee that due, uttering bare truth, even so as foes commend. Thy outward thus with outward praise is crowned, but those same tongues that give thee so thine own, in other accents do this praise confound, by seeing farther than the eye hath shown. They look into the beauty of thy mind, and that in guess they measure by thy deeds. Then churls their thoughts, although their eyes were kind, to thy fair flower add the rank smell of weeds. But why thy odour matcheth not thy show? The soil is this, that thou dost common grow. 70. That thou art blamed shall not be thy defect, for slander's mark was ever yet the fair. The ornament of beauty is suspect, a crow that flies in heaven's sweetest air. So thou be good, slander doth but approve thy worth the greater, being wooed of time. For canker vice the sweetest buds doth love, and thou present'st a pure unstained prime. Thou hast passed by the ambush of young days, either not assailed, or victor being charged. Yet this thy praise cannot be so thy praise, to tie up envy evermore enlarged. If some suspect of ill mask not thy show, then thou alone kingdoms of heart shouldst owe. 71. No longer mourn for me when I am dead, then you shall hear the surly sullen bell give warning to the world that I am fled from this vile world with vilest worms to dwell. Nay, if you read this line, remember not the hand that writ it, for I love you so, that I in your sweet thoughts would be forgot, if thinking on me then should make you woe. Oh, if, I say, you look upon this verse, when I perhaps compounded am with clay, do not so much as my poor name rehearse, but let your love even with my life decay, lest the wise world should look into your moan, and mock you with me after I am gone. 72. Oh, lest the world should task you to recite what merit lived in me, that you should love after my death, dear love, forget me quite. For you in me can nothing worthy prove, unless you would devise some virtuous lie, to do more for me than mine own desert, and hang more praise upon diseased eye than niggard truth would willingly impart. Oh, lest your true love may seem false in this, that you for love speak well of me untrue, my name be buried where my body is, and live no more to shame nor me nor you. For I am shamed by that which I bring forth, and so should you, to love things nothing worth. 73. That time of year thou mayst in me behold, when yellow leaves, or none or few, do hang upon those boughs which shake against the cold, bare ruined choirs where late the sweet birds sang. In me thou seest the twilight of such day as after sunset fadeth in the west, which by and by black night doth take away, death's second self that seals up all in rest. In me thou seest the glowing of such fire that on the ashes of his youth doth lie, as the death-bed whereon it must expire, consumed with that which it was nourished by. This thou perceiv'st, which makes thy love more strong, to love that well which thou must leave ere long. 74. But be contented when that fell arrest without all bail shall carry me away. My life hath in this line some interest, which for memorial still with thee shall stay. When thou reviewest this, thou dost review the very part was consecrate to thee. The earth can have but earth, which is his due. My spirit is thine, the better part of me. So then thou hast but lost the dregs of life, the prey of worms, my body being dead, the coward conquest of a wretch's knife, too base of thee to be remembered. The worth of that is that which it contains, and that is this, and this with thee remains. 75. So are you to my thoughts as food to life, or as sweet seasoned showers are to the ground. And for the peace of you I hold such strife as twixt a miser and his wealth is found. Now proud as an enjoyer, and anon doubting the filching age will steal his treasure. Now counting best to be with you alone, then better that the world may see my pleasure. Some time all full with feasting on your sight, and by clean starboard for a look, possessing or pursuing no delight, save what is had or must from you be took. Thus do I pine and surfeit day by day, or gluttoning on all, or all away. 76. Why is my verse so barren of new pride, so far from variation or quick change? Why with the time do I not glance aside to new-found methods and to compounds strange? Why write I still all one, ever the same, and keep invention in a noted weed, that every word doth almost tell my name, showing their birth and where they did proceed? Oh, no, sweet love, I always write of you, and you and love are still my argument. So all my best is dressing old words new, spending again what is already spent. For as the sun is daily new and old, so is my love still telling what is told. 77. Thy glass will show thee how thy beauties wear, thy dial how thy precious minutes waste. These vacant leaves thy mind's imprint will bear, and of this book this learning mayst thou taste. The wrinkles which thy glass will truly show of mouthed graves will give thee memory. Thou by thy dial's shady stealth mayst know time's thievish progress to eternity. Look, what thy memory cannot contain, commit to these waste blanks, and thou shalt find those children nursed, delivered from thy brain, to take a new acquaintance of thy mind. These offices, so oft as thou wilt look, shall profit thee, and much enrich thy book. 78. So oft have I invoked thee for my muse, and found such fair assistance in my verse, as every alien pen hath got my use, and under thee their poesy disperse. Thine eyes, that taught the dumb on high to sing, and heavy ignorance aloft to fly, have added feathers to the learned's wing, and given grace a double majesty. Yet be most proud of that which I compile, whose influence is thine and born of thee. In others' works thou dost but mend the style, and arts with thy sweet graces graced be. But thou art all my art, and dost advance as high as learning my rude ignorance. LXXIX. Whilst I alone did call upon thy aid, my verse alone had all thy gentle grace. But now my gracious numbers are decay'd, and my sick muse doth give another place. I grant, sweet love, thy lovely argument deserves the travail of a worthier pen. Yet what of thee thy poet doth invent, he robs thee of, and pays it thee again. He lends thee virtue, and he stole that word from thy behaviour. Beauty doth he give, and found it in thy cheek. He can afford no praise to thee but what in thee doth live. Then thank him not for that which he doth say, since what he owes thee thou thyself dost pay. LXXX. Oh, how I faint when I of you do write, knowing a better spirit doth use your name, and in the praise thereof spends all his might, to make me tongue-tied speaking of your fame. But since your worth wide as the ocean is, the humble as the proudest sail doth bear, my saucy bark, inferior far to his, on your broad main doth wilfully appear. Your shallowest help will hold me up afloat, whilst he upon your soundless deep doth ride. Or being wracked, I am a worthless boat, he of tall building and of goodly pride. Then if he thrive, and I be cast away, the worst was this, my love was my decay. End of Section 9. Section 10 of Aspects of Love, an Anthology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Sonnets by William Shakespeare. 81. Or I shall live your epitaph to make, or you survive when I in earth am rotten. From hence your memory death cannot take, although in me each part will be forgotten. Your name from hence immortal life shall have, though I once gone, to all the world must die. The earth can yield me but a common grave, when you entombed in men's eyes shall lie. Your monument shall be my gentle verse, which eyes not yet created shall o'erread, and tongues to be your being shall rehearse, when all the breathers of this world are dead. You still shall live, such virtue hath my pen, where breath most breathes, even in the mouths of men. 82. I grant thou wert not married to my muse, and therefore mayst without attaint o'erlook the dedicated words which writers use of their fair subject, blessing every book. Thou art as fair in knowledge as in hue, finding thy worth a limit past my praise, and therefore art enforced to seek anew some fresher stamp of the time-bettering days, and do so love. Yet when they have devised what strained touches rhetoric can lend, thou, truly fair, wert truly sympathized in true plain words by thy true telling friend, and their gross painting might be better used where cheeks need blood. In thee it is abused. 83. I never saw that you did painting need, and therefore to your fair no painting set. I found, or thought I found, you did exceed that barren tender of a poet's debt, and therefore have I slept in your report, that you yourself being extant well might show how far a modern quill doth come too short, speaking of worth, what worth in you doth grow. This silence for my sin you did impute, which shall be most my glory, being dumb. For I impair not beauty, being mute, when others would give life and bring a tomb. There lives more life in one of your fair eyes than both your poets can in praise devise. 84. Who is it that says most, which can say more than this rich praise, that you alone are you, in whose confine immured is the store which should example where your equal grew? Lean penury within that pen doth dwell, that to his subject lends not some small glory. But he that writes of you, if he can tell that you are you, so dignifies his story. Let him but copy what in you is writ, not making worse what nature made so clear, and such a counterpart shall fame his wit, making his style admired everywhere. You to your beauteous blessings add a curse, being fond on praise, which makes your praises worse. 85. My tongue-tied muse in manners holds her still, while comments of your praise, richly compiled, reserve their character with golden quill, and precious phrase by all the muses filed. I think good thoughts, whilst others write good words, and like unlettered clerks still cry Amen to every hymn that able spirit affords, in polished form of well-refined pen. Hearing you praised, I say, 'Tis so, 'tis true, and to the most of praise add something more. But that is in my thought, whose love to you, though words come hindmost, holds his rank before. Then others for the breath of words respect, me for my dumb thoughts, speaking in effect. 86. Was it the proud full sail of his great verse, bound for the prize of all too precious you, that did my ripe thoughts in my brain inhearse, making their tomb the womb wherein they grew? Was it his spirit, by spirits taught to write, above a mortal pitch, that struck me dead? No, neither he nor his compeers by night, giving him aid, my verse astonished. He, nor that affable familiar ghost, which nightly gulls him with intelligence, as victors of my silence cannot boast. I was not sick of any fear from thence, but when your countenance filled up his line, then lacked I matter, that enfeebled mine. 87. Farewell! Thou art too dear for my possessing, and like enough thou know'st thy estimate. The charter of thy worth gives thee releasing, my bonds in thee are all determinate. For how do I hold thee, but for thy granting? And for that riches where is my deserving? The cause of this fair gift in me is wanting, and so my patent back again is swerving. Thyself thou gav'st, thy own worth then not knowing, or me to whom thou gav'st it else mistaking. So thy great gift upon misprision growing, comes home again on better judgment making. Thus have I had thee, as a dream doth flatter, in sleep a king, but waking no such matter. 88. When thou shalt be disposed to set me light, and place my merit in the eye of scorn, upon thy side against myself I'll fight, and prove thee virtuous, though thou art forsworn. With mine own weakness being best acquainted, upon thy part I can set down a story of faults concealed, wherein I am attainted, that thou in losing me shalt win much glory. And I by this will be a gainer too, for bending all my loving thoughts on thee, the injuries that to myself I do, doing thee vantage, double vantage me. Such is my love, to thee I so belong, that for thy right myself will bear all wrong. 89. Say that thou didst forsake me for some fault, and I will comment upon that offence. Speak of my lameness, and I straight will halt, against thy reasons making no defence. Thou canst not, love, disgrace me half so ill, to set a form upon desired change, as are myself disgraced, knowing thy will. I will acquaintance strangle, and look strange, be absent from thy walks, and in my tongue thy sweet beloved name no more shall dwell, lest I too much profane should do it wrong, and haply of our old acquaintance tell. For thee against myself I'll vow debate, for I must now love him whom thou dost hate. 90. Then hate me when thou wilt, if ever now, now while the world is bent my deeds to cross. Join with the spite of fortune, make me bow, and do not drop in for an after loss. Ah, do not, when my heart hath 'scaped this sorrow, come in the rearward of a conquered woe. Give not a windy night, a rainy morrow, to linger out a purposed overthrow. If thou wilt leave me, do not leave me last, when other petty griefs have done their spite, but in the onset come, so shall I taste at first the very worst of fortune's might, and other strains of woe which now seem woe, compared with loss of thee, will not seem so. 91. Some glory in their birth, some in their skill, some in their wealth, some in their body's force, some in their garments, though new-fangled ill, some in their hawks and hounds, some in their horse, and every humour hath his adjunct pleasure, wherein it finds a joy above the rest. But these particulars are not my measure, all these I better in one general best. Thy love is better than high birth to me, richer than wealth, prouder than garments' costs, of more delight than hawks and horses be, and having thee of all men's pride I boast. Wretched in this alone, that thou mayst take all this away, and me most wretched make. 92. But do thy worst to steal thyself away, for term of life thou art assured mine, and life no longer than thy love will stay, for it depends upon that love of thine. Then need I not to fear the worst of wrongs, when in the least of them my life hath end. I see a better state to me belongs, than that which on thy humour doth depend. Thou canst not vex me with inconstant mind, since that my life on thy revolt doth lie. Oh, what a happy title do I find! Happy to have thy love, happy to die! But what's so blessed fair that fears no blot? Thou mayst be false, and yet I know it not. 93. So shall I live, supposing thou art true, like a deceived husband, so love's face may still seem love to me, though altered new. Thy looks with me, thy heart in other place, for there can live no hatred in thine eye, therefore in that I cannot know thy change. In many's looks the false heart's history is writ in moods and frowns and wrinkles strange. But heaven in thy creation did decree that in thy face sweet love should ever dwell. Whate'er thy thoughts or thy heart's workings be, thy look should nothing thence but sweetness tell. How like Eve's apple doth thy beauty grow, if thy sweet virtue answer not thy show. 94. They that have power to hurt and will do none, that do not do the thing they most do show, who, moving others, are themselves as stone, unmoved, cold, and to temptation slow, they rightly do inherit heaven's graces, and husband nature's riches from expense. they are the lords and owners of their faces, others but stewards of their excellence. The summer's flower is to the summer sweet, though to itself it only live and die. But if that flower with base infection meet, the basest weed outbraves his dignity. For sweetest things turn sourest by their deeds. Lilies that fester smell far worse than weeds. 95. How sweet and lovely dost thou make the shame, which like a canker in the fragrant rose doth spot the beauty of thy budding name! O in what sweets dost thou thy sins enclose! That tongue that tells the story of thy days, making lascivious comments on thy sport, cannot dispraise but in a kind of praise, naming thy name, blesses an ill report. Oh, what a mansion have those vices got, which for their habitation choose out thee! Oh, what a mansion have those vices got, which for their habitation chose out thee! Where beauty's veil doth cover every blot, and all things turns to fair that eyes can see. Take heed, dear heart, of this large privilege. The hardest knife ill used doth lose his edge. 96. Some say thy fault is youth, some wantonness. Some say thy grace is youth and gentle sport. Both grace and faults are loved of more and less. Thou mak'st false graces that to thee resort. As on the finger of a throned queen the basest jewel will be well esteemed, so are those errors that in thee are seen to truths translated, and for true things deemed. How many lambs might the stern wolf betray, if like a lamb he could his looks translate? How many gazers might thou lead away, if thou wouldst use the strength of all thy state? But do not so. I love thee in such sort, as, thou being mine, mine is thy good report. 97. How like a winter hath my absence been from thee, the pleasure of the fleeting year! What freezings have I felt, what dark days seen, what old December's bareness everywhere! And yet this time removed was summer's time, the teeming autumn, big with rich increase, bearing the wanton burden of the prime, like widowed wombs after their lord's decease. Yet this abundant issue seemed to me but hope of orphans and unfathered fruit. For summer and his pleasures wait on thee, and thou away, the very birds are mute. Or if they sing, 'tis with so dull a cheer that leaves look pale, dreading the winter's near. 98. From you have I been absent in the spring, when proud-pied April, dressed in all his trim, hath put a spirit of youth in everything, that heavy Saturn laughed and leaped with him. Yet nor the lays of birds, nor the sweet smell of different flowers in odour and in hue, could make me any summer story tell, or from their proud lap pluck them where they grew. Nor did I wonder at the lily's white, nor praise the deep vermilion in the rose. They were but sweet, but figures of delight, drawn after you, you pattern of all those. Yet seemed it winter still, and you away, as with your shadow I with these did play. 99. The forward violet thus did I chide: Sweet thief, whence didst thou steal thy sweet that smells, if not from my love's breath? The purple pride, which on thy soft cheek for complexion dwells, in my love's veins thou hast too grossly dyed. The lily I condemned for thy hand, and buds of marjoram had stolen thy hair. The roses fearfully on thorns did stand, one blushing shame, another white despair. A third, nor red nor white, had stolen of both, and to his robbery had annexed thy breath. But for his theft, in pride of all his growth, a vengeful canker eat him up to death. More flowers I noted, yet I none could see, but sweet, O colour, it had stolen from thee. 100. Where art thou, Muse, that thou forget'st so long to speak of that which gives thee all thy might? Spendest thou thy fury on some worthless song, darkening thy power to lend base subjects light? Return, forgetful Muse, and straight redeem in gentle numbers time so idly spent. Sing to the earth that doth thy lays esteem, and gives thy pen both skill and argument. Rise, rusty Muse, my love's sweet face survey, if time have any wrinkle graven there, if any be a satire to decay, and make time's spoils despised everywhere. Give my love fame faster than time wastes life, so thou prevent'st his scythe and crooked knife. End of Section 10. Section 11 of Aspects of Love, an Anthology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Sonnets by William Shakespeare. 101. O truant Muse, what shall be thy amends for thy neglect of truth in beauty dyed? Both truth and beauty on my love depends, so dost thou too, and therein dignified. Make answer, Muse, wilt thou not haply say, truth needs no colour, with his colour fixed, beauty no pencil, beauty's truth to lay, but best is best, if never intermixed. Because he needs no praise, wilt thou be dumb? Excuse not silence so, for it lies in thee, to make him much outlive a gilded tomb, and to be praised of ages yet to be. Then do thy office, Muse, I teach thee how to make him seem long hence as he shows now. 102. My love is strengthened, though more weak in seeming. I love not less, though less the show appear. That love is merchandised, whose rich esteeming the owner's tongue doth publish everywhere. Our love was new, and then but in the spring, when I was wont to greet it with my lays, as Philomel in summer's front doth sing, and stops her piping growth of riper days. Not that the summer is less pleasant now than when her mournful hymns did hush the night, but that wild music burthens every bough, and sweets grown common lose their dear delight. Therefore, like her, I sometime hold my tongue, because I would not dull you with my song. 103. Alack, what poverty my Muse brings forth, that having such a scope to show her pride, the argument o'erbear is of more worth than when it hath my added praise beside. Oh, blame me not if I no more can write. Look in your glass, and there appears a face that overgoes my blunt invention quite, dulling my lines and doing me disgrace. Were it not sinful then, striving to mend, to mar the subject that before was well? For to no other pass my verses tend than of your graces and your gifts to tell. And more, much more than in my verse can sit, your own glass shows you when you look in it. 104. To me, fair friend, you never can be old, for as you were when first your eye I eyed, such seems your beauty still. 3 winters cold have from the forest shook 3 summers' pride. 3 beauteous springs to yellow autumn turned, in process of the seasons have I seen. 3 April perfumes in 3 hot Junes burned, since first I saw you fresh, which yet are green. Ah, yet doth beauty, like a dial hand, steal from his figure, and no pace perceive. So your sweet hue, which methinks still doth stand, hath motion, and mine eye may be deceived. For fear of which, hear this, thou age unbred, ere you were born was beauty's summer dead. 105. Let not my love be called idolatry, nor my beloved as an idle show, since all alike my songs and praises be to one of one, still such and ever so. Kind is my love to‐day, to‐morrow kind, still constant in a wondrous excellence. Therefore my verse to constancy confined, one thing expressing, leaves out difference. Fair, kind, and true is all my argument. Fair, kind, and true, varying to other words, and in this change is my invention spent. Three themes in one, which wondrous scope affords. Fair, kind, and true have often lived alone, which three till now never kept seat in one. 106. When in the chronicle of wasted time I see descriptions of the fairest wights, and beauty making beautiful old rhyme in praise of ladies dead and lovely knights, then in the blazon of sweet beauty's best, of hand, of foot, of lip, of eye, of brown, I see their antique pen would have expressed even such a beauty as you master now. So all their praises are but prophecies of this our time, all you prefiguring. And for they look but with divining eyes, they had not skill enough your worth to sing. For we, which now behold these present days, have eyes to wonder, but lack tongues to praise. 107. Not mine own fears, nor the prophetic soul of the wide world dreaming on things to come, can yet the lease of my true love control, supposed as forfeit to a confined doom. The mortal moon hath her eclipse endured, and the sad augurs mock their own presage. Incertainties now crown themselves assured, and peace proclaims olives of endless age. Now with the drops of this most balmy time, my love looks fresh, and death to me subscribes, since, spite of him, I'll live in this poor rhyme, while he insults o'er dull and speechless tribes. And thou in this shalt find thy monument, when tyrants' crests and tombs of brass are spent. 108. What's in the brain that ink may character, which hath not figured to thee my true spirit? What's new to speak, what now to register, that may express my love or thy dear merit? Nothing, sweet boy, but yet, like prayers divine, I must each day say o'er the very same, counting no old thing old, thou mine, I thine, even as when first I hallowed thy fair name. So that eternal love in love's fresh case weighs not the dust and injury of age, nor gives no necessary wrinkles place, but makes antiquity for aye this page, finding the first conceit of love there bred, where time and outward form would show it dead. 109. Oh, never say that I was false of heart, though absent seemed my flame to qualify. As easy might I from myself depart, as from my soul which in thy breast doth lie. That is my home of love. If I have ranged, like him that travels, I return again, just to the time, not with the time exchanged, so that myself bring water for my stain. Never believe, though in my nature reigned all frailties that besiege all kinds of blood, that it could so preposterously be stained, to leave for nothing all thy sum of good. For nothing this wide universe I call, save thou, my rose, in it thou art my all. 110. Alas, 'tis true, I have gone here and there, and made myself a motley to the view, gored mine own thoughts, sold cheap what is most dear, made old offences of affections new. Most true it is that I have looked on truth askance and strangely, but by all above these blenches gave my heart another youth, and worse essays proved thee my best of love. Now all is done, save what shall have no end. Mine appetite I never more will grind on newer proof, to try an older friend, a god in love, to whom I am confined. Then give me welcome, next my heaven the best, even to thy pure and most loving breast. 101. O, for my sake, do you with fortune chide, the guilty goddess of my harmful deeds, that did not better for my life provide than public means, which public manners breeds? Thence comes it that my name receives a brand, and almost thence my nature is subdued to what it works in, like the dyer's hand. Pity me then, and wish I were renewed, whilst like a willing patient I will drink potions of Azel 'gainst my strong infection. No bitterness that I will bitter think, nor double penance to correct correction. Pity me then, dear friend, and I assure ye, even that your pity is enough to cure me. 112. Your love and pity doth the impression fill, which vulgar scandal stamped upon my brow. For what care I, who calls me well or ill, so you o'ergreen my bad, my good allow? You are my all the world, and I must strive to know my shames and praises from your tongue. None else to me, nor I to none alive, that my steeled sense or changes right or wrong. In so profound abysm I throw all cares of others' voices, that my adder's sense to critic and to flatterer stopped are. Mark how with my neglect I do dispense. You are so strongly in my purpose bred, that all the world beside, methinks, are dead. 113. Since I left you, mine eye is in my mind, and that which governs me to go about doth part his function and is partly blind. Seems seeing, but effectually is out, for it no form delivers to the heart, a bird, a flower, or shape which it doth latch. Of his quick objects hath the mind no part, nor his own vision holds what it doth catch. For if it see the rudest or gentlest sight, the most sweet favour or deformest creature, the mountain or the sea, the day or night, the crow or dove, it shapes them to your feature. Incapable of more, replete with you, my most true mind thus maketh mine untrue. 114. Or whether doth my mind, being crowned with you, drink up the monarch's plague, this flattery? Or whether shall I say mine eye saith true, and that your love taught it this alchemy, to make of monsters and things indigest such cherubims as your sweet self resemble, creating every bad a perfect best, as fast as objects to his beams assemble? Oh, 'tis the first, 'tis flattery in my seeing, and my great mind most kingly drinks it up. Mine eye well knows what with his gust is greeing, and to his palate doth prepare the cup. If it be poisoned, 'tis the lesser sin that mine eye loves it, and doth first begin. 115. Those lines that I before have writ do lie, even those that said I could not love you dearer. Yet then my judgment knew no reason why my most full flame should afterwards burn clearer. But reckoning time, whose millioned accidents creep in twixt vows and change decrees of kings, tan sacred beauty, blunt the sharpest intents, divert strong minds to the course of altering things. Alas! why, fearing of time's tyranny, might I not then say, now I love you best, when I was certain or incertainty crowning the present, doubting of the rest. Love is a babe, then might I not say so, to give full growth to that which still doth grow? 116. Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments. Love is not love which alters when it alteration finds, or bends with the remover to remove. Oh no, it is an ever fixed mark, that looks on tempests and is never shaken. It is the star to every wandering bark, whose worth's unknown, although his height be taken. Love's not time's fool, though rosy lips and cheeks within his bending sickle's compass come. Love alters not with his brief hours and weeks, but bears it out even to the edge of doom. If this be error, and upon me proved, I never writ, nor no man ever loved. 117. Accuse me thus, that I have scanted all, wherein I should your great deserts repay; forgot upon your dearest love to call, whereto all bonds do tie me day by day; that I have frequent been with unknown minds, and given to time your own dear purchased right; that I have hoisted sail to all the winds, which should transport me farthest from your sight; book both my wilfulness and errors down, and on just proof surmise accumulate; bring me within the level of your frown, but shoot not at me in your wakened hate, since my appeal says I did strive to prove the constancy and virtue of your love. 119. Like as to make our appetite more keen, with eager compounds we our palate urge; as to prevent our maladies unseen, we sicken to shun sickness when we purge; even so, being full of your ne'er cloying sweetness, to bitter sources did I frame my feeding, and sick of welfare found a kind of meetness, to be diseased ere that there was true needing. Thus policy in love to anticipate the ills that were not, grew to faults assured, and brought to medicine a healthful state, which rank of goodness would by ill be cured. But thence I learn and find the lesson true, drugs poison him that so fell sick of you. 119. What potions have I drunk of siren tears, distilled from Limbeck's foulest hell within, applying fears to hopes and hopes to fears, still losing when I saw myself to win? What wretched errors hath my heart committed, whilst it hath thought itself so blessed never? How have mine eyes out of their spheres been fitted, in the distraction of this madding fever? O benefit of ill, now I find true, that better is by evil still made better, and ruined love, when it is built anew, grows fairer than at first, more strong, far greater. So I return rebuked to my content, and gain by ill thrice more than I have spent. 120. That you were once unkind befriends me now, and for that sorrow which I then did feel, needs must I under my transgression bow, unless my nerves were brass or hammered steel. For if you were by my unkindness shaken, as I by yours, you passed a hell of time, and I, a tyrant, have no leisure taken to weigh how once I suffered in your crime. Oh, that our night of woe might have remembered my deepest sense, how hard true sorrow hits, and soon to you, as you to me then tendered the humble salve which wounded bosoms fits. But that your trespass now becomes a fee, mine ransoms yours, and yours must ransom me. End of section 11. Section 12 of Aspects of Love, an Anthology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Sonnets. by William Shakespeare. 121. 'Tis better to be vile than vile esteem'd, when not to be receives reproach of being, and the just pleasure lost which is so deem'd, not by our feeling, but by others' seeing. For why should others, false adulterate eyes, give salutation to my sportive blood? Or on my frailties why are frailer spies, which in their wills count bad what I think good? No, I am that I am, and they that level at my abuses reckon up their own. I may be straight, though they themselves be bevel. By their rank thoughts my deeds must not be shown, unless this general evil they maintain: all men are bad, and in their badness reign. 122. Thy gift, thy tables, are within my brain, full character'd with lasting memory, which shall above that idle rank remain beyond all date, even to eternity; or at the least so long as brain and heart have faculty by nature to subsist, till each to raised oblivion yield his part of thee, thy record never can be missed. That poor retention could not so much hold, nor need I tallies thy dear love to score. Therefore to give them from me was I bold, to trust those tables that receive thee more. To keep an adjunct to remember thee were to import forgetfulness in me. 123. No, Time, thou shalt not boast that I do change. Thy pyramids built up with newer might to me are nothing novel, nothing strange; they are but dressings of a former sight. Our dates are brief, and therefore we admire what thou dost foist upon us that is old, and rather make them born to our desire than think that we before have heard them told. Thy registers and thee I both defy, not wondering at the present nor the past; for thy records and what we see doth lie, made more or less by thy continual haste. This I do vow, and this shall ever be: I will be true, despite thy scythe and thee. 124. If my dear love were but the child of state, it might for fortune's bastard be unfather'd, as subject to time's love or to time's hate, weeds among weeds, or flowers with flowers gather'd. No, it was builded far from accident; it suffers not in smiling pomp, nor falls under the blow of thralled discontent, whereto the inviting time our fashion calls. It fears not policy, that heretic, which works on leases of short number'd hours, but all alone stands hugely politic, that it nor grows with heat, nor drowns with showers. To this I witness call the fools of time, which die for goodness, who have lived for crime. 125. Were it aught to me I bore the canopy, with my extern the outward honouring, or laid great bases for eternity, which proves more short than waste or ruining, have I not seen dwellers on form and favour lose all and more by paying too much rent, for compounds sweet, foregoing simple savour, pitiful thrivers, in their gazing spent? No, let me be obsequious in thy heart, and take thou my oblation poor but free, which is not mixed with seconds, knows no art, but mutual render only me for thee. Hence, thou suborned informer, a true soul, when most impeached, stands least in thy control. 126. O thou, my lovely boy, who in thy power dost hold Time's fickle glass his fickle hour, who hast by waning grown, and therein show'st thy lover's withering as thy sweet self grow'st. If Nature, sovereign mistress over wrack, as thou goest onward, still will pluck thee back, she keeps thee to this purpose, that her skill may time disgrace and wretched minutes kill. Yet fear her, O thou minion of her pleasure, she may detain, but not still keep her treasure. Her audit, though delayed, answered must be, and her quietus is to render thee. 127. In the old age black was not counted fair, or if it were, it bore not beauty's name. But now is black beauty's successive heir, and beauty slandered with a bastard shame. For since each hand hath put on nature's power, fairing the foul with art's false borrowed face, sweet beauty hath no name, no holy bower, but is profaned, if not lives in disgrace. Therefore my mistress' eyes are raven black, her eyes so suited, and they mourners seem at such who not born fair no beauty lack, slandering creation with a false esteem. Yet so they mourn, becoming of their woe, that every tongue says beauty should look so. 128. How oft when thou, my music, music playest, upon that blessed wood whose motion sounds, with thy sweet fingers when thou gently swayest the wiry concord that mine ear confounds, do I envy those jacks that nimble leap to kiss the tender inward of thy hand, whilst my poor lips, which should that harvest reap, at the wood's boldness by thee blushing stand. To be so tickled, they would change their state and situation with those dancing chips, o'er whom thy fingers walk with gentle gait, making dead wood more blessed than living lips. Since saucy jacks so happy are in this, give them thy fingers, me thy lips to kiss. 129. The expense of spirit in a waste of shame is lust in action, and till action lust is perjured, murderous, bloody, full of blame, savage, extreme, rude, cruel, not to trust, enjoyed no sooner, but despised straight, past reason hunted, and no sooner had, past reason hated, as a swallowed bait, on purpose laid to make the taker mad. Mad in pursuit, and in possession so, had, having, and in quest to have extreme, a bliss in proof, and proved a very woe, before a joy proposed, behind a dream. All this the world well knows, yet none knows well to shun the heaven that leads men to this hell. 130. My mistress' eyes are nothing like the sun. Coral is far more red than her lips red. If snow be white, why then her breasts are dun. If hairs be wires, black wires grow on her head. I have seen roses, damasked red and white, but no such roses see I in her cheeks, and in some perfumes is there more delight than in the breath that from my mistress reeks. I love to hear her speak, yet well I know that music hath a far more pleasing sound. I grant I never saw a goddess go. My mistress, when she walks, treads on the ground, and yet, by heaven, I think my love as rare as any she belied with false compare. 131. Thou art as tyrannous, so as thou art, as those whose beauties proudly make them cruel. For well thou know'st, to my dear doting heart, thou art the fairest and most precious jewel. Yet in good faith some say that thee behold, thy face hath not the power to make love groan. To say they err, I dare not be so bold, although I swear it to myself alone. And to be sure that is not false, I swear, 1,000 groans, but thinking on thy face, one on another's neck do witness bear, thy black is fairest in my judgment's place. In nothing art thou black, save in thy deeds. And thence this slander, as I think, proceeds. 132. Thine eyes I love, and they, as pitying me, knowing thy heart, torment me with disdain, have put on black, and loving mourners be, looking with pretty ruth upon my pain. And truly not the morning sun of heaven better becomes the grey cheeks of the east, nor that full star that ushers in the even doth half that glory to the sober west, as those two morning eyes become thy face. O, let it then as well beseem thy heart to mourn for me, since mourning doth thee grace, and suit thy pity like in every part. Then will I swear beauty herself is black, and all they foul that thy complexion lack. 133. Beshrew that heart that makes my heart to groan, for that deep wound it gives my friend and me. Is it not enough to torture me alone? But slave to slavery my sweetest friend must be. Me from myself thy cruel eye hath taken, and my next self thou harder hast engrossed. Of him, myself, and thee I am forsaken, a torment thrice threefold thus to be crossed. Prison my heart in thy steel bosom's ward, but then my friend's heart let my poor heart bail. Whoe'er keeps me, let my heart be his guard. Thou canst not then use rigour in my jail. And yet thou wilt, for I being pent in thee perforce am thine, and all that is in me. 134. So now I have confessed that he is thine, and I myself am mortgaged to thy will. Myself I'll forfeit, so that other mine thou wilt restore to be my comfort still. But thou wilt not, nor he will not be free, for thou art covetous, and he is kind. He learned but surety like to write for me, under that bond that him as fast doth bind. The statute of thy beauty thou wilt take, thou usurer, that puttest forth all to use, and sue a friend came debtor for my sake, so him I lose through my unkind abuse. Him have I lost, thou hast both him and me, he pays the whole, and yet am I not free. 135. Whoever hath her wish, thou hast thy will, and will to boot, and will in overplus. More than enough am I that vex thee still, to thy sweet will making addition thus. Wilt thou, whose will is large and spacious, not once vouchsafe to hide my will in thine? Shall will in others seem right gracious, and in my will no fair acceptance shine? The sea all water, yet receives rain still, and in abundance addeth to his store. So thou, being rich in will, add to thy will one will of mine, to make thy large will more. Let no unkind no fair beseechers kill. Think all but one, and me in that one will. 136. If thy soul check thee that I come so near, swear to thy blind soul that I was thy will, and will thy soul knows is admitted there. Thus far for love, my love suit sweet fulfill. will fulfill the treasure of thy love. I fill it full with wills, and my will one. In things of great receipt with ease we prove. Among a number one is reckoned none. Then in the number let me pass untold. Though in thy store's account I one must be, for nothing hold me, so it please thee hold that nothing me a something sweet to thee. Make but my name thy love, and love that still, and then thou lov'st me, for my name is Will. 137. Thou blind fool, love, what dost thou to mine eyes, that they behold and see not what they see? They know what beauty is, see where it lies, yet what the best is, take the worst to be. If eyes, corrupt by over partial looks, be anchored in the bay where all men ride, why of eyes' falsehood hast thou forged looks, whereto the judgment of my heart is tied? Why should my heart think that a several plot, which my heart knows the wide world's commonplace, or mine eyes, seeing this, say this is not, to put bare truth upon so foul a face? In things right true my heart and eyes have erred, and to this false plague are they now transferred. 138. When my love swears that she is made of truth, I do believe her, though I know she lies, that she might think me some untutored youth, unlearned in the world's false subtleties; thus vainly thinking that she thinks me young, although she knows my days are past the best. Simply I credit her false speaking tongue. On both sides thus is simple truth suppressed. But wherefore says she not she is unjust? And wherefore say not I that I am old? Oh, a love's best habit is in seeming trust, and age in love loves not to have years told. Therefore I lie with her, and she with me, and in our faults by lies we flattered be. 139. O call not me to justify the wrong that thy unkindness lays upon my heart. Wound me not with thine eye, but with thy tongue. Use power with power, and slay me not by art. Tell me thou lov'st elsewhere, but in my sight, dear heart, forbear to glance thine eye aside. What need'st thou wound with cunning, when thy might is more than my o'erpressed defence can bide? Let me excuse thee. Ah, my love well knows her pretty looks have been mine enemies, and therefore from my face she turns my foes, that they elsewhere might dart their injuries. Yet do not so, but since I am near slain, kill me outright with looks, and rid my pain. 140. Be wise as thou art cruel. Do not press my tongue-tied patience with too much disdain, lest sorrow lend me words, and words express the manner of my pity-wanting pain. If I might teach thee wit, better it were, though not to love, yet love to tell me so, as testy sick men, when their deaths be near, no news but health from their physicians know. For if I should despair, I should grow mad, and in my madness might speak ill of thee. Now this ill-resting world is grown so bad, mad slanderers by mad ears believed be, that I may not be so, nor thou belied. Bear thine eye straight, though thy proud heart go wide. End of Section 12. Section 13 of Aspects of Love, an Anthology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Sonnets by William Shakespeare. 141. In faith, I do not love thee with mine eyes, for they in thee 1,000 errors note, but 'tis my heart that loves what they despise, who, in despite of you, is pleased to dote. Nor are mine ears with thy tongue's tune delighted, nor tender feeling to base touches prone, nor taste nor smell desire to be invited to any sensual feast with thee alone. But my 5 wits, nor my 5 senses can dissuade one foolish heart from serving thee, who leaves unswayed the likeness of a man, thy proud heart's slave and vassal wretch to be. Only my plague thus far I count my gain, that she that makes me sin awards me pain. 142. Love is my sin, and thy dear virtue hate. Hate of my sin, grounded on sinful loving. Oh, but with mine compare thou thine own state, and thou shalt find it merits not reproving. Or if it do, not from those lips of thine that have profaned their scarlet ornaments, and sealed false bonds of love as oft as mine. Be it lawful I love thee as thou lov'st those whom thine eyes woo as mine importune thee. Root pity in thy heart, that when it grows, thy pity may deserve to pitied be. If thou dost seek to have what thou dost hide, by self-example mayst thou be denied. 143. Lo, as a careful housewife runs to catch one of her feathered creatures broke away, sets down her babe, and makes all swift dispatch in pursuit of the thing she would have stay, whilst her neglected child holds her in chase, cries to catch her whose busy care is bent to follow that which flies before her face, not prizing her poor infant's discontent. So run'st thou after that which flies from thee, whilst I, thy babe, chase thee afar behind. But if thou catch thy hope, turn back to me, and play the mother's part, kiss me, be kind. So will I pray that thou mayst have thy will, if thou turn back, and my loud crying still. 144. 2 loves I have, of comfort and despair, which like 2 spirits do suggest me still. The better angel is a man right fair, the worser spirit a woman colour'd ill. To win me soon to hell, my female evil tempteth my better angel from my side, and would corrupt my saint to be a devil, wooing his purity with her foul pride. And whether that my angel be turned fiend, suspect I may, yet not directly tell. But being both from me, both to each friend, I guess one angel in another's hell. Yet this shall I ne'er know, but live in doubt, till my bad angel fire my good one out. 145. Those lips that love's own hand did make breathed forth the sound that said, I hate, to me that languished for her sake. But when she saw my woeful state, straight in her heart did mercy come, chiding that tongue that ever sweet was used in giving gentle doom, and taught it thus anew to greet. I hate she altered with an end, that followed it as gentle day doth follow night, who like a fiend from heaven to hell is flown away. I hate, from hate away she threw, and saved my life, saying, not you. 146. Poor soul, the centre of my sinful earth these rebel powers array. Why dost thou pine within and suffer dearth, painting thy outward walls so costly gay? Why so large cost, having so short a lease, dost thou upon thy fading mansion spend? Shall worms, inheritors of this excess, eat up thy charge? Is this thy body's end? Then, soul, live thou upon thy servant's loss, and let that pine to aggravate thy store. By terms divine, in selling hours of dross, within be fed, without be rich no more. So shalt thou feed on death that feeds on men, and death once dead, there's no more dying then. 147. My love is as a fever longing still for that which longer nurseth the disease, feeding on that which doth preserve the ill, the uncertain sickly appetite to please. My reason, the physician to my love, angry that his prescriptions are not kept, hath left me, and I desperate now approve desire is death, which physic did accept. Past cure I am, now reason is past care, and frantic mad with evermore unrest. My thoughts and my discourse as madmen's are, at random from the truth vainly expressed. For I have sworn thee fair, and thought thee bright, who art as black as hell, as dark as night. 148. O me, what eyes hath love put in my head, which have no correspondence with true sight? Or if they have, where is my judgment fled, that censures falsely what they see aright? If that be fair, whereon my false eyes dote, what means the world to say it is not so? If it be not, then love doth well denote. Love's eye is not so true as all men's, no. How can it? Oh, how can love's eye be true, that is so vexed with watching and with tears? No marvel then, though I mistake my view, the sun itself sees not till heaven clears. O cunning love, with tears thou keep'st me blind, lest eyes well seeing thy foul faults should find. 149. Canst thou, O cruel, say I love thee not, when I against myself with thee partake? Do I not think on thee, when I forgot am of myself all tyrant for thy sake? Who hateth thee that I do call my friend? On whom frown'st thou that I do fawn upon? Nay, if thou lour'st on me, do I not spend revenge upon myself with present moan? What merit do I in my self-respect, that is so proud thy service to despise, when all my best doth worship thy defect, commanded by the motion of thine eyes? But love, hate on, for now I know thy mind, those that can see thou lovest, and I am blind. 150. O from what power hast thou this powerful might, with insufficiency my heart to sway, to make me give the lie to my true sight, and swear that brightness doth not grace the day? Whence hast thou this becoming of things ill, that in the very refuse of thy deeds there is such strength and warrantise of skill, that in my mind thy worst all best exceeds? Who taught thee how to make me love thee more? The more I hear and see just cause of hate. Oh, though I love what others do abhor, with others thou shouldst not abhor my state. If thy unworthiness raised love in me, more worthy I to be beloved of thee. 151. Love is too young to know what conscience is, yet who knows not conscience is born of love? Then, gentle cheater, urge not my amiss, lest guilty of my faults thy sweet self prove. For thou betraying me, I do betray my nobler part to my gross body's treason. My soul doth tell my body that he may triumph in love. Flesh stays no farther reason, but rising at thy name doth point out thee as his triumphant prize. Proud of this pride, he is contented thy poor drudge to be, to stand in thy affairs, fall by thy side. No want of conscience hold it that I call her love, for whose dear love I rise and fall. 152. In loving thee, thou knowest I am forsworn, but thou art twice forsworn to me, love, swearing. In act thy bed vow broke, and new faith torn, in vowing new hate after new love bearing. But why of 2 oaths breach do I accuse thee, when I break 20? I am perjured most, for all my vows are oaths but to misuse thee, and all my honest faith in thee is lost. For I have sworn deep oaths of thy deep kindness, oaths of thy love, thy truth, thy constancy, and to enlighten thee gave eyes to blindness, or made them swear against the thing they see. For I have sworn thee fair, more perjured I, to swear against the truth, so foul a lie. 153. Cupid laid by his brand and fell asleep. A maid of Dian's this advantage found, and his love-kindling fire did quickly steep in a cold valley fountain of that ground, which borrowed from this holy fire of love a dateless lively heat still to endure, and grew a seething bath, which yet men prove against strange maladies a sovereign cure. But at my mistress I, love's brand new fired, the boy for trial needs would touch my breast. I, sick withal, the help of bath desired, and thither hied a sad distempered guest, but found no cure. The bath for my help lies, where Cupid got new fire, my mistress' eyes. 154. The little love-god, lying once asleep, laid by his side his heart-inflaming brand, whilst many nymphs that vowed chaste life to keep came tripping by, but in her maiden hand the fairest votary took up that fire which many legions of true hearts had warmed. And so the general of hot desire was sleeping by a virgin hand disarmed. This brand she quenched in a cool well by, which from love's fire took heat perpetual, growing a bath and healthful remedy for men diseased. But I, my mistress' thrall, came there for cure, and this by that I prove: love's fire heats water, water cools not love. End of Section 13. End of the Sonnets by William Shakespeare. Section 14 of Aspects of Love, an Anthology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Songs and Sonnets by John Donne. The Good Morrow. I wonder by my troth what thou and I did till we loved. Were we not weaned till then, but sucked on country pleasures childishly? Or snorted we in the seven sleepers' den? 'Twas so. But this all pleasure's fancies be. If ever any beauty I did see which I desired and got, 'twas but a dream of thee. And now, good morrow, to our waking souls, which watch not one another out of fear. For love all love of other sights controls, and makes one little room an everywhere. Let sea discoverers to new worlds have gone, let maps to other worlds on worlds have shown. Let us possess one world, each hath one, and is one. My face in thine eye, thine in mine appears, and true plain hearts do in the faces rest. Where can we find two better hemispheres, without sharp north, without declining west? Whatever dies was not mixed equally. If our two loves be one, or thou and I love so alike that none do slacken, none can die. Song. Go and catch a falling star, decked with child a mandrake root. Tell me where all past years are, or who cleft the devil's foot. Teach me to hear mermaids singing, or to keep off envy's stinging, and find what wine serves to advance an honest mind. If thou beest born to strange sights, things invisible to see, ride 10,000 days and nights, till age snow-white hairs on thee. Thou, when thou return'st, wilt tell me all strange wonders that befell thee, and swear nowhere lives a woman true and fair. If thou find'st one, let me know. Such a pilgrimage were sweet. Yet do not, I would not go, though at next door we might meet. Though she were true when you met her, and last till you write your letter, yet she will be false ere I come to 2 or 3. Woman's constancy. Now thou hast loved me one whole day. To-morrow, when thou leav'st, what wilt thou say? Wilt thou then antedate some new-made vow, or say that now we are not just those persons which we were, or that oaths made in reverential fear of love and his wrath any may forswear? Or as true deaths true marriages untie, so lovers' contracts, images of those, bind but till sleep, death's image, them unloose? Or your own end to justify, for having purposed change and falsehood, you can have no way but falsehood to be true? Vain lunatic! Against these scapes I could dispute and conquer if I would, which I abstain to do, for by to-morrow I may think so too. The undertaking. I have done one braver thing than all the worthies did, and yet a braver thence doth spring, which is to keep that hid. It were but madness now to impart the skill of specular stone, when he which can have learned the art to cut it can find none. So if I now should utter this, others, because no more such stuff to work upon there is, would love but as before. But he who loveliness within hath found, all outward loathes, for he who colour loves and skin loves but their oldest clothes. If, as I have, you also do virtue attired in woman see, and dare love that, and say so too, and forget the he and she. And if this love, though placed so, from profane men you hide, which will no faith on this bestow, or if they do deride, then you have done a braver thing than all the worthies did, and a braver thence will spring, which is to keep that hid. The sun rising. Busy old fool, unruly sun, why dost thou thus through windows and through curtains call on us? Must to thy motions lovers' seasons run? O saucy pedantic wretch, go chide late schoolboys and sour prentices, go tell court huntsmen that the king will ride, call country ants to harvest offices. Love all alike, no season knows nor clime, nor hours, days, months, which are the rags of time. Thy beams, so reverend and strong, why shouldst thou think I could eclipse and cloud them with a wink, but that I would not lose her sight so long? If her eyes have not blinded thine, look, and to-morrow late tell me, whether both the Indias of spice and mine be where thou left'st them, or lie here with me. Ask for those kings whom thou sawest yesterday, and thou shalt hear, all here in one bed lay. She is all states and all princes, I, nothing else is. Princes do but play us, compared to this, all honours mimic, all wealth alchemy. Thou, sun, art half as happy as we, in that the world's contracted thus. Thine age asks ease, and since thy duties be to warm the world, that's done in warming us. Shine here to us, and thou art everywhere. This bed thy centre is, these walls thy sphere. The indifferent. I can love both fair and brown, her whom abundance melts, and her whom want betrays, her who loves loneliness best, and her who masks and plays, her whom the country formed, and whom the town, her who believes, and her who tries, her who still weeps with spongy eyes, and her who is dry cork and never cries. I can love her, and her, and you, and you. I can love any, so she be not true. Will no other vice content you? Will it not serve your turn to do as did your mother's? Or have you all old vices spent, and now would find out others? Or doth a fear that men are true torment you? Oh, we are not, be not you so. Let me, and do you 20 know. Rob me, but bind me not, and let me go. Must I, who came to travail through you, grow your fixed subject, because you are true? Venus heard me sigh this song, and by love's sweetest part, variety, she swore. She heard not this till now, and that it should be so no more. She went, examined, and returned ere long, and said, alas, some 2 or 3 for heretics in love there be, which think to stablish dangerous constancy. But I have told them, since you will be true, you shall be true to them who are false to you. Love's usury. For every hour that thou wilt spare me now, I will allow usurious god of love, 20 to thee, when with my brown my grey hairs equal be. Till then, love, let my body reign, and let me travel, sojourn, snatch, plot, have, forget, resume my last year's relic, think that yet we had never met. Let me think any rival's letter mine, and at next 9 keep midnight's promise. Mistake by the way the maid, and tell the lady of that delay. Only let me love none, no, not the sport, from country grass to confitures of court, or city's quelque shows. Let report my mind transport. This bargain's good, if when I am old I be inflamed by thee. If thine own honour, or my shame or pain, thou covet most, at that age thou shalt gain. Do thy will then, subject and degree and fruit of love, love, I submit to thee. Spare me till then, I'll bear it, though she be one that loves me. The Canonization. For God's sake, hold your tongue and let me love, or chide my palsy or my gout, my 5 grey hairs or ruined fortune flout. With wealth y' estate, your mind with arts improve. Take you a course, get you a place, observe his honour or his grace, or the king's reel or his stamped face contemplate. What you will approve, so you will let me love. Alas, alas, who's injured by my love? What merchant ships have my sighs drowned? Who says my tears have overflowed his ground? When did my colds a forward spring remove? When did the heats which my veins fill add 1 more to the plaguy bill? Soldiers find wars, and lawyers find out still litigious men which quarrels move, though she and I do love. Call us what you will, we are made such by love. Call her one, me another fly. We are tapers too, and at our own cost die. And we in us find the eagle and the dove. The phoenix riddle hath more wit by us. We two, being one, are it. So to one neutral thing both sexes fit. We die and rise the same, and prove mysterious by this love. We can die by it, if not live by love. And if unfit for tombs and hearse our legend be, it will be fit for verse. And if no piece of chronicle we prove, we'll build in sonnets pretty rooms. As well a well-wrought urn becomes the greatest ashes as half-acre tombs. And by these hymns all shall approve us canonized for love. And thus invoke us, you whom reverend love made one another's hermitage, you to whom love was peace that now is rage, who did the whole world's soul contract, and drove into the glasses of your eyes, so made such mirrors and such spies, that they did all to you epitomize. Countries, towns, courts, beg from you above a pattern of your love. The Triple Fool. I am 2 fools, I know, for loving and for saying so in whining poetry. But where's that wise man that would not be as I, if she would not deny? Then, as the earth's inward narrow crooked lanes do purge sea water's fretful salt away, I thought, if I could draw my pains through rhyme's vexation, I should them allay. Griefs brought to numbers cannot be so fierce, for he tames it that fetters it in verse. But when I have done so, some man his art and voice to show, doth set and sing my pain, and by delighting many frees again grief which verse did restrain. To love and grief tribute of verse belongs, but not of such as pleases when 'tis read. Both are increased by such songs, for both their triumphs so are published. And I, which was two fools, do so grow three, who are a little wise, the best fools be. Lovers' infiniteness. If yet I have not all thy love, dear, I shall never have it all. I cannot breathe one other sigh to move, nor can entreat one other tear to fall. And all my treasure, which should purchase thee, sighs, tears, and oaths, and letters I have spent. Yet no more can be due to me than at the bargain made was meant. If then thy gift of love were partial, that some to me, some should to others fall, dear, I shall never have thee all. Or if then thou gavest me all was but all which thou hadst then. But if in thy heart since there be or shall new love created be by other men, which have their stocks entire, and can in tears, in sighs, in oaths, and letters outbid me, this new love may beget new fears. For this love was not vowed by thee, and yet it was, thy gift being general, the ground. Thy heart is mine, whatever shall grow there, dear, I should have it all. Yet I would not have all yet. He that hath all can have no more, and since my love doth every day admit new growth, thou shouldst have new rewards in store. Thou canst not every day give me thy heart. If thou canst give it, then thou never gavest it. Love's riddles are, that though thy heart depart, it stays at home, and thou with losing savest it. But we will have a way more liberal than changing hearts to join them, so we shall be one, and one another's all. Song. Sweetest love, I do not go for weariness of thee, nor in hope the world can show a fitter love for me. But since that I must die at last, 'tis best to use myself in jest, thus by feigned deaths to die. Yesternight the sun went hence, and yet is here to-day. He hath no desire nor sense, nor half so short a way. Then fear not me, but believe that I shall make speedier journeys, since I take more wings and spurs than he. Oh, how feeble is man's power, that if good fortune fall, cannot add another hour, nor a lost hour recall. But come bad chance, and we join to it our strength, and we teach it art and length, itself o'er us to advance. When thou sighest not wine, but sighest my soul away. When thou weepest unkindly kind, my life blood doth decay. It cannot be that thou lov'st me as thou sayest, if in thine my life thou waste. Thou art the best of me. Let not thy divining heart forethink me any ill. Destiny may take thy part, and may thy fears fulfill. But think that we are but turned aside to sleep. They who one another keep alive ne'er parted be. The Legacy. When I died last, and, dear, I die, as often as from thee I go, though it be but an hour ago, and lovers' hours be full eternity, I can remember yet that I something did say, and something did bestow, though I be dead, which sent me I should be mine own executor and legacy. I heard me say, tell her anon, that myself, that is you, not I, did kill me. And when I felt me die, I bid me send my heart when I was gone. But I, alas, could there find none when I had ripped me and searched where hearts did lie. It killed me again, that I who still was true in life in my last will should cozen you. Yet I found something like a heart, but colours it, and corners had. It was not good, it was not bad, it was entire to none, and few had part. As good as could be made by art it seemed, and therefore for our losses sad, I meant to send this heart instead of mine. But oh, no man could hold it, for 'twas thine. A fever. Oh, do not die, for I shall hate all women so when thou art gone, that thee I shall not celebrate when I remember thou wast one. But yet thou canst not die, I know. To leave this world behind is death, but when thou from this world wilt go, the whole world vapours with thy breath. Or if, when thou, the world's soul, goest, it stay, 'tis but thy carcass then, the fairest woman but thy ghost, but corrupt worms the worthiest men. O wrangling schools, that search what fire shall burn this world, had none the wit unto this knowledge to aspire, that this her fever might be it? And yet she cannot waste by this, nor long bear this torturing wrong, for much corruption needful is to fuel such a fever long. These burning fits but meteors be, whose matter in thee is soon spent. Thy beauty and all parts which are thee are unchangeable firmament. Yet 'twas of my mind, seizing thee, though it in thee cannot persever, for I had rather owner be of thee 1 hour than all else ever. Air and Angels. Twice or thrice had I loved thee before I knew thy face or name. So in a voice, so in a shapeless flame, angels affect us oft, and worshipped be. Still when to where thou wert I came, some lovely glorious nothing I did see. But since my soul, whose child love is, takes limbs of flesh, and else could nothing do, more subtle than the parent is, love must not be, but take a body too. And therefore what thou wert and who, I bid love ask, and now that it assume thy body, I allow, and fix itself in thy lip, eye, and brow. Whilst thus to ballast love I thought, and so more steadily to have gone, with wares which would sink admiration, I saw I had love's pinnace overfraught. Every thy hair for love to work upon is much too much. Some fitter must be sought, for nor in nothing, nor in things extreme and scattering bright, can love inhere. Then as an angel, face and wings of air, not pure as it, yet pure doth wear, so thy love may be my love's sphere. Just such disparity as is twixt air and angels' purity, twixt women's love and men's will ever be. Break of day. 'Tis true, 'tis day, what though it be? Oh, wilt thou therefore rise from me? Oh, why should we rise because 'tis light? Did we lie down because 'twas night? love, which in spite of darkness brought us hither, should, in despite of light, keep us together. Light hath no tongue, but is all eye. If it could speak as well as spy, this were the worst that it could say: that, being well, I fain would stay, and that I loved my heart and honour so, that I would not from him that had them go. Must business thee from hence remove? Oh, that's the worst disease of love. The poor, the foul, the fair, love can admit, but not the busied man. He which hath business and makes love doth do such wrong as when a married man doth woo. The Anniversary. All kings and all their favourites, all glory of honours, beauties, wits, the sun itself, which makes times as they pass, is elder by a year now than it was when thou and I first one another saw. All other things to their destruction draw, only our love hath no decay. This no tomorrow hath, nor yesterday. Running, it never runs from us away, but truly keeps his first, last, everlasting day. Two graves must hide thine and my course, if one might death were no divorce. Alas, as well as other princes we, who prince enough in one another be, must leave at last in death these eyes and ears, oft fed with true oaths and with sweet salt tears. But souls, where nothing dwells but love, all other thoughts being inmates, then shall prove this or a love increased there above, when bodies to their graves, souls from their graves remove. And then we shall be truly blessed, but we no more than all the rest. Here upon earth we are kings, and none but we can be such kings, nor of such subjects be. Who is so safe as we, when none can do treason to us, except one of us two? True and false fears let us refrain, let us love nobly and live, and add again years and years unto years, till we attain to write 80. This is the second of our reign. End of section 14. Section 15 of Aspects of Love, an Anthology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Songs and Sonnets of John Donne. A valediction of my name in the window. 1. My name, engraved herein, doth contribute my firmness to this glass, which ever since that charm hath been as hard as that which graved it was. Thine eye will give it price enough to mock the diamonds of either rock. 2. 'Tis much that glass should be as all confessing and through shine as I. 'Tis more that it shows thee to thee, and clear reflects thee to thine eye. But all such rules love's magic can undo. Here you see me, and I am you. 3. As no one point nor dash, which are but accessories to this name, the showers and tempests can outwash, so shall all times find me the same. You this entireness better may fulfil, who have the pattern with you still. 4. Or if too hard and deep this learning be, for a scratched name to teach. It, as a given death's head, keep lovers' mortality to preach, or think this ragged, bony name to be my ruinous anatomy. 5. Then, as all my souls be emparadised in you, in whom alone I understand and grow and see, the rafters of my body bone being still with you, the muscle, sinew, and vein which tile this house will come again. 6. Till my return repair and recompact my scattered body so, as all the virtuous powers which are fixed in the stars are said to flow into such characters as graved be, when these stars have supremacy. 7. So, since this name was cut, when love and grief their exaltation had, no door 'gainst this name's influence shut, as much more loving as more sad 'twill make thee, and thou shouldst till I return, since I die daily, daily mourn. 8. When thy inconsiderate hand flings ope this casement with my trembling name, to look on one whose wit or land new battery to thy heart may frame, then think this name alive, and that thou thus in it offend'st my genius. 9. And when thy melted maid, corrupted by thy lover's gold and page, his letter at thy pillow hath laid, disputed it, and tamed thy rage, and thou beginst to thaw towards him for this, may my name step in and hide his. 10. And if this treason go to an overt act, and that thy right again, in superscribing this name flow into thy fancy from the pain, so in forgetting thou rememberest right, and unaware to me shalt write. 11. But glass and lines must be, no means our firm substantial love to keep. Near death inflicts this lethargy, and this I murmur in my sleep. Impute this idle talk to that I go, for dying men talk often so. Twickenham Garden. Blasted with sighs and surrounded with tears, hither I come to seek the spring, and at mine eyes and at mine ears receive such balms as else cure everything. But, O self-traitor, I do bring the spider love which transubstantiates all, and can convert manna to gall, and that this place may thoroughly be thought true paradise, I have the serpent brought. 'Twere wholesome for me that winter did benight the glory of this place, and that a grave frost did forbid these trees to laugh and mock me to my face. But that I may not this disgrace endure, nor yet leave loving love, let me some senseless piece of this place be. Make me a mandrake, so I may groan here, or a stone fountain weeping out my year. Hither with crystal vials lovers come, and take my tears which are love's wine, and try your mistress' tears at home, for all are false that taste not just like mine. Alas! Hearts do not in eyes shine, nor can you more judge woman's thoughts by tears than by her shadow what she wears. O perverse sex, where none is true but she, who's therefore true, because her truth kills me. A valediction of the book. I'll tell thee now, dear love, what thou shalt do to anger destiny as she doth us, how I shall stay though she esloin me thus, and how posterity shall know it too. How thine may out endure Sibyl's glory, and obscure her who from Pindar could allure, and her through whose help Lucan is not lame, and her whose book they say Homer did find and name. Study our manuscripts, those myriads of letters which have passed twixt thee and me. Thence write our annals, and in them will be, to all whom love's subliming fire invades, rule and example found. There the faith of any ground no schismatic will dare to wound, that sees how love this grace to us affords, to make, to keep, to use, to be these his records. This book, as long lived as the elements, or as the world's form, this all-graved tome in cipher writ, or new-made idiom, we for love's clergy only are instruments. When this book is made thus, should again the ravenous Vandals and Goths inundate us, learning were safe in this our universe. Scholars might learn sciences, spheres, music, angels, verse. Here love's divines, since all divinity is love or wonder, may find all they seek. Whether abstract, spiritual love they like, their souls exhaled with what they do not see, or loath so to amuse faith's infirmity, they choose something which they may see and use. For though minds be the heaven where love doth sit, beauty a convenient type may be to figure it. Here, more than in their books, may lawyers find, both by what titles mistresses are ours, and how a prerogative these states devours, transferred from love himself to womankind, who, though from heart and eyes they exact great subsidies, forsake him who on them relies, and for the cause honour or conscience give, chimeras vain as they, or their prerogative. Here statesmen, or of them they which can read, may of their occupation find the grounds. Love and their art alike it deadly wounds. If to consider what 'tis one proceed, in both they do excel, who the present govern well, whose weakness none doth or dares tell. In this thy book such will their nothing see, as in the Bible some can find out alchemy. Thus vent thy thoughts, abroad I'll study thee, as he removes far off that great heights takes. How great love is, presence best trial makes, but absence tries how long this love will be. To take a latitude, sun or stars are fitliest viewed at their brightest, but to conclude of longitudes, what other way have we but to mark when and where the dark eclipses be? Community. Good we must love, and must hate ill, for ill is ill, and good good still. But there are things indifferent which we may neither hate nor love, but one and then another prove, as we shall find our fancy bent. If then at first wise nature had made women either good or bad, then some we might hate, and some choose. But since she did them so create, that we may neither love nor hate, only this rests, all may use. If they were good, it would be seen. Good is as visible as green, and to all eyes itself betrays. If they were bad, they could not last. Bad doth itself and others waste. Self they deserve nor blame nor praise. But they are ours, as fruits are ours. He that but tastes, he that devours, and he that leaves all doth as well. Changed loves are but changed sorts of meat, and when he hath the kernel eat, who doth not fling away the shell? Love's growth. I scarce believe my love to be so pure as I had thought it was, because it doth endure vicissitude and season as the grass. Methinks I lied all winter when I swore my love was infinite, if spring make it more. But if this medicine love, which cures all sorrow with more, not only be no quintessence, but mixed of all stuffs paining soul or sense, and of the sun his working vigour borrow, love's not so pure and abstract as they use to say, which have no mistress but their muse, but as all else, being elemented too, love sometimes would contemplate, sometimes do. And yet no greater but more eminent, love by the spring is grown, as in the firmament stars by the sun are not enlarged but shown. Gentle love deeds, as blossoms on a bough, from love's awakened root do bud out now. If, as in water stirred, more circles be produced by one, love such additions take, those, like so many spheres, but one heaven make, for they are all concentric unto thee. And though each spring do add to love new hate, as princes do in times of action get new taxes, and remit them not in peace, no winter shall abate the spring's increase. Love's exchange. Love, any devil else but you, would for a given soul give something too. At court your fellows every day give the art of rhyming, huntsmanship, or play, for them which were their own before. Only I have nothing which gave more, but am, alas, by being lowly, lower. I ask no dispensation now to falsify a tear, or sigh, or vow. I do not sue from thee to draw a non obstante on nature's law. These are prerogatives, they inhere in thee and thine. None should forswear, except that he love's minion were. Give me thy weakness, make me blind, both ways, as thou and thine in eyes and mind. Love, let me never know that this is love, or that love childish is. Let me not know that others know that she knows my pains, lest that so a tender shame make me mine own new woe. If thou give nothing, yet thou art just, because I would not thy first motions trust. Small towns which stand stiff till great shot inform them, by war's law condition not. Such in love's warfare is my case, I may not article for grace, having put love at last to show this face. This face by which he could command and change the idolatry of any land. This face which wheresoe'er it comes can call vowed men from cloisters, dead from tombs, and melt both poles at once, and store deserts with cities, and make more mines in the earth than quarries were before. For this love is enraged with me, yet kills not. If I must example be to future rebels, if the unborn must learn by my being cut up and torn, kill and dissect me, love, for this torture against thine own end is racked carcasses make ill anatomies. Confined love. Some man, unworthy to be possessor of old or new love, himself being false or weak, thought his pain and shame would be lesser if on womankind he might his anger wreak. And thence a law did grow, one might but one man know. But are other creatures so? Are sun, moon, or stars by law forbidden to smile where they list, or lend away their light? Are birds divorced, or are they chidden if they leave their mate, or lie abroad a night? Beasts do no jointures lose, though they new lovers choose, but we are made worse than those. Whoe'er rigged fair ship to lie in harbours, and not to seek new lands, or not to deal withal, or built fair houses, set trees and arbours, only to lock up, or else to let them fall, good is not good unless 1,000 it possess, but doth waste with greediness. The dream. Dear love, for nothing less than thee would I have broke this happy dream. It was a theme for reason, how much too strong for fantasy. Therefore thou wakest me wisely, yet my dream thou brokest not, but continuedst it. Thou art so true that thoughts of thee suffice to make dreams truths, and fables histories. Enter these arms, for since thou thought'st it best not to dream all my dream, let's act the rest. As lightning or a taper's light thine eyes, and not thy noise waked me, yet I thought thee, for thou lov'st truth, an angel at first sight. But when I saw thou saw'st my heart, and knew'st my thoughts beyond an angel's art, when thou knew'st what I dreamt, when thou knew'st when excessive joy would wake me, and cam'st then, I must confess it could not choose but be profane to think thee anything but thee. Coming and staying showed thee thee, but rising makes me doubt that now thou art not thou. That love is weak where fears are strong as he. 'Tis not all spirit pure and brave, if mixed to it of fear, shame, honour have. Perchance, as torches which must ready be, men light and put out, so thou deal'st with me. Thou cam'st to kindle, goest to come, then I will dream that hope again, but else would die. A valediction of weeping. Let me pour forth my tears before thy face, whilst I stay here, for thy face coins them, and thy stamp they bear, and by this mintage they are something worth. For thus they be pregnant of thee, fruits of much grief they are, emblems of more. When a tear falls that thou fall'st which it bore, so thou and I are nothing then, when on a diverse shore. On a round ball a workman that hath copies by can lay an Europe, Afric, and an Asia, and quickly make that which was nothing all. So doth each tear which thee doth wear a globe, yea, world by that impression grow, till thy tears mixed with mine do overflow this world by waters sent from thee, my heaven dissolve it so. Oh, more than more, Draw not up seas to drown me in thy sphere. Weep me not dead in thine arms, but forbear to teach the sea what it may do too soon. Let not the wind example find to do me more harm than it purposeth, since thou and I sigh one another's breath. Whoe'er sighs most is cruelest, and hastes the other's death. Love's alchemy. Some that have deeper digged love's mine than I say where his centric happiness doth lie. I have loved and got and told, but should I love, get, tell till I were old, I should not find that hidden mystery. Oh, 'tis imposture all, and as no chemic yet the elixir got, but glorifies his pregnant pot, if by the way to him befall some odoriferous thing or medicinal. So lovers dream a rich and long delight, but get a winter seeming summer's night. Our ease, our thrift, our honour, and our day, shall we for this vain bubble's shadow pay? Ends love in this, that any man can be as happy as I can, if he can endure the short scorn of a bridegroom's play. That loving wretch that swears 'tis not the body's marry, but the mind's, which he in her angelic finds, would swear as justly that he hears in that day's rude horse minstrelsy the spheres. Hope not for mind in women. At their best, sweetness and wit they are, but mummy possessed. The flea. Mark but this flea, and mark in this, how little that which thou deniest me is. It sucked me first, and now sucks thee, and in this flea our two bloods mingled be. Thou know'st that this cannot be said a sin, nor shame, nor loss of maidenhead. Yet this enjoys before it woo, and pampered swells with one blood made of two, and this, alas, is more than we would do. Oh, stay! 3 lives in one flea spare, where we almost, yea, more than married are. This flea is you and I, and this our marriage bed and marriage temple is. Though parents grudge, and you, we are met and cloistered in these living walls of jet. Though use make you apt to kill me, let not to that self-murder added be, and sacrilege, 3 sins in killing 3. Cruel and sudden, hast thou since purpled thy nail in blood of innocence? Wherein could this flea guilty be, except in that drop which it sucked from thee? Yet thou triumph'st, and sayest that thou find'st not thyself nor me the weaker now. 'Tis true. Then learn how false fears be. Just so much honour, when thou yield'st to me, will waste, as this flea's death took life from thee. The curse. Whoever guesses, thinks, or dreams he knows who is my mistress, whether by this curse, his only and only his purse may some dull heart to love dispose, and she yield then to all that are his foes. May he be scorned by one whom all else scorns, forswear to others what to her he hath sworn, with fear of missing, shame of getting torn. Madness his sorrow, gout his cramp may be, make by but thinking who hath made him such, and may he feel no touch of conscience, but of fame, and be anguished not that 'twas sin, but that 'twas she. In early and long scarceness may he rot, for land which had been his, if he had not himself incestuously an heir begot. May he dream treason, and believe that he meant to perform it, and confess and die, and no record tell why. His sons, which none of his may be, inherit nothing but his infamy. Or may he so long parasites have fed, that he would fain be theirs whom he hath bred, and at the last be circumcised for bread. The venom of all stepdames, gamesters' gall, what tyrants and their subjects interwish, what plants, mines, beasts, fowl, fish, can contribute, all ill, which all prophets or poets spake, and all which shall be annexed in schedules unto this by me, fall on that man. For if it be a she, nature beforehand hath outcursed me. The message. Send home my long strayed eyes to me, which too long have dwelt on thee. Yet since there they have learned such ill, such forced fashions and false passions, that they be made by thee fit for no good sight, keep them still. Send home my harmless heart again, which no unworthy thought could stain. But if it be taught by thine to make jestings of protestings, and cross both word and oath, keep it, for then 'tis none of mine. Yet send me back my heart and eyes, that I may know and see thy lies, and may laugh and joy when thou art in anguish, and dost languish for some one that will none, or prove as false as thou art now. A Nocturnal upon St. Lucy's Day, being the shortest day. 'Tis the year's midnight, and it is the day's, Lucy's, who scarce 7 hours herself unmasks. The sun is spent, and now his flasks send forth light squibs, no constant rays. The world's whole sap is sunk, the general balm the hydroptic earth hath drunk, whither, as to the bed's feet, life is shrunk, dead and interred. Yet all these seem to laugh, compared with me, who am their epitaph. Study me then, you who shall lovers be at the next world, that is, at the next spring. For I am every dead thing in whom love wrought new alchemy. For his art did express a quintessence even from nothingness. From dull privations and lean emptiness he ruined me, and I am rebegot of absence, darkness, death, things which are not. All others from all things draw all that's good, life, soul, form, spirit, whence they being have. I by love's limbeck am the grave of all that's nothing. Oft to flood have we two wept, and so drown the whole world, us two. Oft did we grow to be two chaoses, when we did show care to aught else, and often absences withdrew our souls, and made us carcasses. But I am by her death, which word wrongs her, of the first nothing, the elixir grown. Were I a man, that I were one, I needs must know. I should prefer, if I were any beast, some ends, some means, yea, plants, yea, stones detest and love. All some properties invest. If I, an ordinary nothing, were as shadow, a light and body must be here. But I am none, nor will my sun renew. You lovers, for whose sake the lesser sun at this time to the goat is run, to fetch new lust and give it you, enjoy your summer all. Since she enjoys her long nights first of all, let me prepare towards her, and let me call this hour her vigil, and her eve, since this both the years and the day's deep midnight is. End of section 15. Section 16 of Aspects of Love, an Anthology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Songs and Sonnets by John Donne. Witchcraft by a Picture. I fix mine eye on thine, and there pity my picture burning in thine eye, my picture drowned in a transparent tear. When I look lower I espy. Hadst thou the wicked skill by pictures made and marred to kill, how many ways mightst thou perform thy will! But now I have drunk thy sweet salt tears, and though thou pour more, I'll depart. My picture vanished, vanish fears that I can be endamaged by that art. Though thou retain of me one picture more, yet that will be, being in thine own heart, from all malice free. The Bait. Come, live with me, and be my love, and we will some new pleasures prove, of golden sands and crystal brooks, with silken lines and silver hooks. There will the river whispering run, warmed by thy eyes more than the sun, and there the enamoured fish will stay, begging themselves they may betray. When thou wilt swim in that live bath, each fish, which every channel hath, will amorously to thee swim, gladder to catch thee than thou him. If thou, to be so seen, be'st loth, by sun or moon thou darkenest both, and if myself have leave to see, I need not their light, having thee. Let others freeze with angling rods, and cut their legs with shells and weeds, or treacherously poor fish beset with strangling snares or windowy net. Let coarse bold hands from slimy nest the bedded fish in banks outrest, or curious traitors, sleeve-silk flies, bewitch poor fishes' wandering eyes. For thee, thou needst no such deceit, for thou thyself art thine own bait. That fish that is not catched thereby, alas, is wiser far than I. The Apparition. When by thy scorn, O murderess, I am dead, and that thou think'st thee free from all solicitation from me, then shall my ghost come to thy bed, and thee, feigned vestal, in worse arms shall see. Then thy sick taper will begin to wink, and he, whose thou art then, being tired before, will, if thou stir or pinch to wake him, think thou call'st for more, and in full sleep will from thee shrink. And then, poor aspen wretch, neglected thou, bathed in a cold quicksilver sweat, wilt lie a verier ghost than I. What I will say I will not tell thee now, lest that preserve thee. And since my love is spent, I'd rather thou shouldst painfully repent, than by my threatenings rest still innocent. The Broken Heart. He is stark mad who ever says that he hath been in love an hour, yet not that love so soon decays, but that it can 10 in less space devour. Who will believe me if I swear that I have had the plague a year? Who would not laugh at me if I should say I saw a flask of powder burn a day? Ah, what a trifle is a heart, if once into love's hands it come! All other griefs allow a part to other griefs, and ask themselves but some. They come to us, but us love draws; he swallows us, and never chaws. By him, as by chained shot, whole ranks do die. He is the tyrant pike, our hearts the fry. If 'twere not so, what did become of my heart when I first saw thee? I brought a heart into the room, but from the room I carried none with me. If it had gone to thee, I know mine would have taught thine heart to show more pity unto me, but love, alas, at one first blow did shiver it as glass. Yet nothing can to nothing fall, nor any place be empty quite. Therefore I think my breast hath all those pieces still, though they be not unite. And now, as broken glasses show 100 lesser faces, so my rags of heart can like wish and adore, but after one such love can love no more. A valediction forbidding mourning. As virtuous men pass mildly away, and whisper to their souls to go, whilst some of their sad friends do say, the breath goes now, and some say, no. So let us melt, and make no noise, no tear floods, nor sigh tempests move. 'Twere profanation of our joys to tell the laity our love. Moving of the earth brings harms and fears, men reckon what it did and meant, but trepidation of the spheres, though greater far, is innocent. Dull sublunary lovers' love, whose soul is sense, cannot admit absence, because it doth remove those things which elemented it. But we, by a love so much refined, that ourselves know not what it is, interassured of the mind, care less eyes, lips, and hands to miss. Our two souls, therefore, which are one, though I must go, endure not yet a breach, but an expansion, like gold to airy thinness beat. If they beat two, they are two so, as stiff twin compasses are two. Thy soul, the fixed foot, makes no show to move, but doth if the other do. And though it in the centre sit, yet when the other far doth roam, it leans and hearkens after it, and grows erect as that comes home. Such wilt thou be to me, who must, like the other foot, obliquely run. Thy firmness makes my circle just, and makes me end where I begun. The Ecstasy. Where, like a pillow on a bed, a pregnant bank swelled up to rest, the violet's reclining head, sat we two, one another's best. Our hands were firmly cemented with a fast balm which thence did spring. Our eye-beams twisted and did thread our eyes upon one double string. So to intergraft our hands as yet was all the means to make us one, and pictures in our eyes to get was all our propagation. As twixt two equal armies fate suspends uncertain victory, our souls, which to advance their state were gone out, hung twixt her and me. And whilst our souls negotiate there, we like sepulchral statues lay. All day the same our postures were, and we said nothing all the day. If any, so by love refined, that he soul's language understood, and by good love were grown all mind, within convenient distance stood, he, though he knew not which soul spake, because both meant, both spake the same, might thence a new concoction take, and part far purer than he came. This ecstasy doth unperplex, we said, and tell us what we love. We see by this it was not sex, we see we saw not what did move, but as all several souls contain mixture of things they know not what, love these mixed souls doth mix again, and makes both one, each this and that. A single violet transplant, the strength, the colour, and the size, all which before was poor and scant, redoubles still and multiplies, when love with one another so inanimates two souls, that abler soul which thence doth flow defects of loneliness controls. We then, who are this new soul, know of what we are composed and made, for the atomies of which we grow are souls whom no change can invade. But, oh, alas! So long, so far, our bodies, why do we forbear? They are ours, though they are not we. We are the intelligences, they the sphere. We owe them thanks, because they thus did us to us at first convey, yielded their forces sense to us, nor are dross to us, but allay. On man heaven's influence works not so, but that it first imprints the air, so soul into the soul may flow, though it to body first repair, as our blood labours to beget spirits as like souls as it can, because such fingers need to knit that subtle knot which makes us man, so must pure lovers' souls descend to affections and to faculties, which sense may reach and apprehend, else a great prince in prison lies. To our bodies turn we then, that so weak men on love revealed may look. Love's mysteries in souls do grow, but yet the body is his book. And if some lover such as we have heard this dialogue of one, let him still mark us, he shall see small change when we are to bodies gone. Love's deity. I long to talk with some old lover's ghost, who died before the god of love was born. I cannot think that he, who then loved most, sunk so low as to love one which did scorn. But since this god produced a destiny, and that vice nature custom lets it be, I must love her that loves not me. Sure, they which made him god meant not so much, nor he in his young godhead practised it. But when an even flame two hearts did touch, his office was indulgently to fit actives to passives. Correspondency only his subject was. It cannot be love till I love her that loves me. But every modern god will now extend his vast prerogative as far as Jove, to rage, to lust, to write to commend. All is the purlieu of the god of love. Oh, were we wakened by this tyranny to engod this child again, it could not be. I should love her who loves not me. Rebel and atheist too, why murmur I, as though I felt the worst that love could do? Love might make me leave loving, or might try a deeper plague to make her love me too, which, since she loves before, I am loath to see. Falsehood is worse than hate, and that must be if she whom I love should love me. Love's diet. To what a cumbersome unwieldiness and burdenous corpulence my love had grown! But that I did to make it less, and keep it in proportion, give it a diet, made it feed upon that which love worst endures, discretion. Above one sigh a day I allowed him not, of which my fortune and my faults had part. And if sometimes by stealth he got a she sigh from my mistress' heart, and thought to feast on that, I let him see 'twas neither very sound nor meant to me. If he wrung from me a tear, I brined it so with scorn or shame that him it nourished not. If he sucked hers, I let him know 'twas not a tear which he had got. His drink was counterfeit, as was his meat, for eyes which roll towards all weep not, but sweat. Whatever he would dictate, I writ that, but burnt my letters. When she writ to me, and that favour made him fat, I said, if any title be conveyed by this, what doth it avail to be the 40th name in an entail? Thus I reclaimed my buzzard love, to fly at what and when and how and where I choose. Now negligent of sport I lie, and now, as other faulconers use, I spring a mistress, swear, write, sigh, and weep, and the game killed or lost, go talk and sleep. The will. Before I sigh my last gasp, let me breathe, great love, some legacies. Here I bequeath mine eyes to Argus, if mine eyes can see. If they be blind, then, love, I give them thee. My tongue to fame, to ambassadors mine ears, to women or the sea my tears. Thou, love, hast taught me heretofore, by making me serve her who had 20 more, that I should give to none but such as had too much before. My constancy I to the planets give, my truth to them who at the court do live, mine ingenuity and openness to Jesuits, to buffoons my pensiveness, my silence to any who abroad hath been, my money to a Capuchin. Thou, love, taught'st me by appointing me to love there where no love received can be, only to give to such as have an incapacity. My faith I give to Roman Catholics, all my good works unto the schismatics of Amsterdam, my best civility and courtship to an university. My modesty I give to soldiers bear, my patience let gamesters share. Thou, love, taught'st me by making me love her that holds my love disparity, only to give to those that count my gift indignity. I give my reputation to those which were my friends, mine industry to foes. To schoolmen I bequeath my doubtfulness, my sickness to physicians or excess. To nature all that I in rhyme have writ, and to my company my wit. Thou, love, by making me adore her who begot this love in me before, taught'st me to make as though I gave when I did but restore. To him for whom the passing bell next tolls, I give my physic books, my written rolls of moral counsels I to Bedlam give, my brazen medals unto them which live in want of bread, to them which pass among all foreigners mine English tongue. Thou, love, by making me love one who thinks her friendship a fit portion for younger lovers, dost my gifts thus disproportion. Therefore I'll give no more, but I'll undo the world by dying, because love dies too. Then all your beauties will be no more worth than gold in mines when none doth draw it forth, and all your graces no more use shall have than a sun‐dial in a grave. Thou, love, taught'st me by making me love her who doth neglect both me and thee, to invent and practice this one way, to annihilate all three. The Funeral. Whoever comes to shroud me, do not harm nor question much that subtle wreath of hair which crowns my arm. The mystery, the sign, you must not touch, for 'tis my outward soul, viceroy to that which then to heaven being gone, will leave this to control and keep these limbs her provinces from dissolution. For if the sinewy thread my brain lets fall through every part, can tie those parts and make me one of all. These hairs which upward grew, and strength and art have from a better brain can better do it, except she meant that I by this should know my pain, as prisoners then are manacled when they are condemned to die. Whate'er she meant by it, bury it with me, for since I am love's martyr, it might breed idolatry if into other hands these relics came, as 'twas humility to afford to it all that a soul can do, so 'tis some bravery that since you would save none of me, I bury some of you. The Blossom. Little think'st thou, poor flower, whom I have watched 6 or 7 days, and seen thy birth, and seen what every hour gave to thy growth, thee to this height to raise, and now dost laugh and triumph on this bough. Little think'st thou that it will freeze anon, and that I shall to‐morrow find thee fallen, or not at all. Little think'st thou, poor heart, that labour'st yet to nestle thee, and think'st by hovering here to get apart in a forbidden or forbidding tree, and hopest her stiffness by long siege to bow. Little think'st thou that thou to‐morrow, ere that sun doth wake, must with this sun and me a journey take. But thou, which lov'st to be subtle to plague thyself, wilt say, alas, if you must go, what's that to me? Here lies my business, and here I will stay. You go to friends, whose love and means present various content to your eyes, ears, and tongue, and every part. if then your body go, what need you a heart? Well, then, stay here. But know, when thou hast stayed and done thy most, a naked thinking heart that makes no show is to a woman but a kind of ghost. How shall thee know my heart, or having none, know thee for one? Practice may make her know some other part, but take my word, she doth not know a heart. Meet me at London, then, 20 days hence, and thou shalt see me fresher and more fat by being with men than if I had stayed still with her and thee. For God's sake, if you can, be you so too. I would give you there to another friend, whom we shall find as glad to have my body as my mind. The Primrose, being at Montgomery Castle upon the hill on which it is situate. Upon this Primrose Hill, where, if heaven would distil a shower of rain, each several drop might go to his own primrose, and grow manna so; and where their form and their infinity make a terrestrial galaxy, as the small stars do in the sky, I walk to find a true love, and I see that 'tis not a mere woman that is she, but must or more or less than woman be. Yet know I not which flower I wish, a 6 or 4, for should my true love less than woman be, she were scarce anything, and then should she be more than woman, she would get above all thought of sex, and think to move my heart to study her, and not to love. Both these were monsters. Since there must reside falsehood in woman, I could more abide she were by art than nature falsified. Live, Primrose, then, and thrive with thy true number 5, and women whom this flower doth represent, with this mysterious number be content. 10 is the farthest number. If half 10 belong unto each woman, then each woman may take half us men. Or if this will not serve their turn, since all numbers are odd or even, and they fall first into this, 5 women may take us all. The Relic. When my grave is broke up again, some second guest to entertain, for graves have learnt that woman head to be to more than one a bed, and he that digs it spies a bracelet of bright hair about the bone. Will he not let us alone, and think that there a loving couple lies, who thought that this device might be some way to make their souls at the last busy day meet at this grave and make a little stay? If this fall in a time or land where misdevotion doth command, then he that digs us up will bring us to the bishop and the king to make us relics. Then thou shalt be a Mary Magdalene, and I a something else thereby. All women shall adore us, and some men. And since at such time miracles are sought, I would have that age by this paper taught what miracles we harmless lovers wrought. First we loved well and faithfully, yet knew not what we loved nor why. Difference of sex no more we knew than our guardian angels do. Coming and going we perchance might kiss, but not between those meals. Our hands ne'er touched the seals which nature injured by late law sets free. These miracles we did, but now, alas, all measure and all language I would pass, should I tell what a miracle she was. End of section 16. Section 17 of Aspects of Love, an Anthology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Songs and Sonnets by John Donne. The Damp. When I am dead, and doctors know not why, and my friends' curiosity will have me cut up to survey each part, when they shall find your picture in my heart, you think a sudden damp of love will through all their senses move, and work on them as me, and so prefer your murder to the name of massacre. Poor victories! But if you dare be brave, and pleasure in your conquest have, first kill the enormous giant, your disdain, and let the enchantress Honour next be slain, and like a Goth and Vandal rise, deface records and historize of your own arts and triumphs over men, and without such advantage kill me then. For I could muster up as well as you my giants and my witches too, which are vast constancy and secretness, but these I neither look for nor profess. Kill me as woman, let me die as a mere man. Do you but try your passive valour, and you shall find them. In that you've odds enough of any man. The Dissolution. She is dead, and all which died to their first elements resolved. And we were mutual elements to us, and made of one another. My body then doth hers involve, and those things whereof I consist hereby in me abundant grow, and burdenous, and nourish not, but smother my fire of passion, sighs of air, water of tears, and earthly sad despair, which my materials be, but near worn out by love's security. She to my loss doth by her death repair, and I might live long wretched so, but that my fire doth with my fuel grow. Now as those active kings, whose foreign conquest treasure brings, receive more and spend more, and soonest break, this, which I am amazed that I can speak, this death hath with my store my use increased, and so my soul more earnestly released will outstrip hers, as bullets flown before a latter bullet may o'ertake, the powder being more. A jet ring sent. Thou art not so black as my heart, nor half so brittle as her heart thou art. What wouldst thou say? Shall both our properties by thee be spoke? Nothing more endless, nothing sooner broke. Marriage rings are not of this stuff. Oh, why should aught less precious or less tough figure our loves? Except in thy name thou have bid it say, I'm cheap, and naught but passion, fling me away. Yet stay with me, since thou art come, circle this finger top which didst her thumb. Be justly proud, and gladly safe, that thou dost dwell with me. She that, oh, broke her faith, would soon break thee. Negative love. I never stooped so low as they, which on an eye, cheek, lip can prey. seldom to them which soar no higher than virtue or the mind to admire. For sense and understanding may know what gives fuel to their fire. My love, though silly, is more brave, for may I miss whene'er I crave, if I know yet what I would have. If that be simply perfectest, which can by no way be expressed, but negative, my love is so. To all which all love, I say no. If any who deciphers best what we know not ourselves can know, let him teach me that nothing, this as yet my ease and comfort is, though I speed not, I cannot miss. The Prohibition. Take heed of loving me, at least remember I forbade it thee. The Prohibition. Take heed of loving me, at least remember I forbade it thee. Not that I shall repair my unthrifty waste of breath and blood upon thy sighs and tears, by being to thee then what to me thou wast, but so great joy our life at once outwears, then lest thy love by my death frustrate be, if thou love me, take heed of loving me. Take heed of hating me, or too much triumph in the victory. Not that I shall be mine own officer, and hate with hate again retaliate, but thou wilt lose the style of conqueror, if I, thy conquest, perish by thy hate. Then, lest my being nothing lessen thee, if thou hate me, take heed of hating me. Yet love and hate me too, so these extremes shall neither's office do. Love me, that I may die the gentler way. Hate me, because thy love's too great for me. Or let these two themselves not me decay. So shall I love thy stage, not triumph be, lest thou thy love and hate and me undo, to let me live, oh, love and hate me too. The Expiration. So break off this last lamenting kiss, which sucks two souls and vapours both away. Turn thou, ghost, that way, and let me turn this, and let ourselves benight our happiest day. We ask none leave to love, nor will we owe any so cheap a debt as saying, Go. Go, and if that word have not quite killed thee, ease me with death by bidding me go too. Oh, if it have, let my word work on me, and a just office on a murderer do, except it be too late to kill me so, being double dead, going and bidding go. The Computation. For the first 20 years, since yesterday, I scarce believed thou couldst be gone away. For 40 more I fed on favours past, and 40 on hopes that thou wouldst they might last. Tears drowned 100, and sighs blew out 2. 1,000 I did neither think nor do, or not divide, all being one thought of you. Or in 1,000 more forgot that too. Yet call not this long life, but think that I am by being dead immortal. Can ghosts die? The Paradox. No lover saith, I love, nor any other can judge a perfect lover. He thinks that else none can, nor will agree that any loves but he. I cannot say I love, for who can say he was killed yesterday? Love with excessive heat, more young than old, death kills with too much cold. We die but once, and who loved last did die. He that saith twice doth lie. For though he seem to move and stir a while, it doth the sense beguile. Such life is like the light which bideth yet, when the light's life is set, or like the heat which fire in solid matter leaves behind 2 hours after. Once I loved and died, and am now become mine epitaph and tomb. Here dead men speak their last, and so do I. Love slain, lo, here I lie. Farewell to love. Whilst yet to prove, I thought there was some deity in love. So did I reverence and gave worship, as atheists at their dying hour call what they cannot name, an unknown power, as ignorantly did I crave. Thus, when things not yet known are coveted by men, our desires give them fashion, and so, as they wax lesser fall, as they size grow. But from late fair, his Highness sitting in a golden chair is not less cared for after 3 days by children than the thing which lovers so blindly admire, and with such worship woo. Being had, enjoying it decays, and thence what before pleased them all takes but one sense, and that so lamely as it leaves behind a kind of sorrowing dullness to the mind. Ah, cannot we, as well as cocks and lions, jocund be after such pleasures, unless wise nature decreed, since each such act, they say, diminisheth the length of life a day, this, as she would man should despise the sport, because that other curse of being short, and only for a minute made to be, eagers desire to raise posterity. Since so, my mind shall not desire what no man else can find, I'll no more dote and run to pursue things which had endamaged me, and when I come where moving beauties be, as men do when the summer's sun grows great, though I admire their greatness, shun their heat. Each place can afford shadows, if all fail, 'tis but applying worm seed to the tale. A lecture upon the shadow. Stand still, and I will read to thee a lecture, love, in love's philosophy. These 3 hours that we have spent walking here, 2 shadows went along with us, which we ourselves produced. But now the sun is just above our head, we do those shadows tread, and to brave clearness all things are reduced. So, whilst our infant love did grow, disguises did and shadows flow from us and our cares, but now 'tis not so. That love hath not attained the highest degree, which is still diligent lest others see. Except our loves at this noon stay, we shall new shadows make the other way. As the first were made to blind others, these which come behind will work upon ourselves and blind our eyes. If our loves faint and westwardly decline, to me thou falsely thine, and I to thee mine actions shall disguise. The morning shadows wear away but these grow longer all the day. But oh, love's day is short, if love decay. Love is a growing, a full constant light, and his first minute, afternoon, is night. Sonnet, the Token. Send me some token, that my hope may live, or that my easeless thoughts may sleep and rest. Send me some honey to make sweet my hive, that in my passion I may hope the best. I beg no riband wrought with thine own hands to knit our loves in the fantastic strain of new-touched youth, nor ring to show the stands of our affection, that as that's round and plain, so should our loves meet in simplicity. No, nor the corals which thy wrist enfold, laced up together in congruity, to show our thoughts should rest in the same hold. No, nor thy picture, though most gracious and most desired, because best like the best, nor witty lines, which are most copious within the writings which thou hast addressed. Send me nor this nor that to increase my store, but swear thou think'st I love thee, and no more. Self-love. He that cannot choose but love, and strives against it still, never shall my fancy move, for he loves against his will. Nor he which is all his own, and can at pleasure choose, when I am caught he can be gone, and when he list refuse. Nor he that loves none but fair, for such by all are sought. For he that can for foul ones care, for his judgment then is naught. Nor he that hath wit, for he will make me his jest or slave. Nor a fool, for when others he can neither. Nor he that still his mistress pays, for she is thralled therefore. Nor he that pays not, for he says within she's worth no more. Is there then no kind of men whom I may freely prove? I will vent that humour then in mine own self-love. End of section 17. End of Songs and Sonnets by John Donne. Section 18 of Aspects of Love, an Anthology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Poems of Sappho, an interpretive rendition into English by John Myers O'Hara. Erotica. Dithyrambs. Hymn to Paphia. Immortal Paphia, have I earned thy hate, that I should burn in passion's fatal flame? Is not my constant service thine to claim, my prayers appeal with praise of thee elate? Has not my life been one sole hymn of thee, one quivering chord on love's harp overwrought? My soul has trembled up to thee in thought, probed to its depth thy every ecstasy. Are not my countless heartbeats each a vow of tribute throbs, a garland? For thy gain the fates have drenched my soul in passion's rain, Pieria's roses twined about my brow. The virgin harvest of my heart was thine. I shuddered in the joy that half consumed. The votive garlands on thy altar bloomed. My days were songs to nights of bliss divine. Why try me then with torture, gracious queen? Why verge me on this rapture's dread abyss, hold breast from breast, and stay the yearning kiss. Ah, couldst thou fashion pain that stung less keen, the throe of Tantalus is mine to bear. Beauty that Thetis-like eludes my clasp, glances that lure, that make each breath a gasp, and then, disdainful, gloat at my despair. Scornful, she dwells beyond my ardour's clutch, bathed in an aureole of carnal fire. O bind her, equal slave to fond desire! Let passion's tingling warmth her being touch. Come to me, goddess! Come, as once of old, hearing my voice implore thee from afar, I drew to earth thy dazzling avatar, accord the smile of piercing bliss untold. Ask me the dear suave question phrased of yore: Sappho, who grieveth now thy mad fond heart? Wouldst win her beauty, she who frowns apart? Wild as thou lovest, she soon shall love thee more. O fair Olympian, answer thus, I pray! Release me from this torment, yield my arms, the transport thirsted of her folded charms, in glow that welds her heart to mine, for I. Eros. From the gnarled branches of the apple trees, the heavy petals, lifted by the breeze, fluttered on puffs of odour fine and fell, in the clear water of the garden well. And some a bolder zephyr blew in sport across the marble reaches of my court, and some by sudden gusts were wafted wide towards sea and city down the mountain side. Lesbos seemed Paphos isled in rosy glow, green olive hills, the violet vale below. The air was azure fire, and o'er the blue still sea the doves of Aphrodite flew. My dreaming eyes saw Eros from afar, coming from heaven in his mother's car, in purple tunic clad, and at my heart the god was aiming his relentless dart. He whom fair Aphrodite called her son, she the adored, she the imperial one, he passed as winds that shake the soul, as pains sweet to the heart, as fire that warms the veins. He passed, and left my limbs dissolved in dew, relaxed and faint, with passion quivered through, exhausted with spent thrills of dread delight, a sudden darkness rushing on my sight. Passion. Now love shakes my soul, a mighty wind from the high mountain falling full on the oaks of the forest. Now, limb relaxing, it masters my life, and implacable thrills me, rending with anguish and rapture. Now my heart, paining my bosom, pants with desire as a Maenad mad for the orgiac revel. Now under my skin run subtle arrows of flame, and my body quivers with surge of emotion. Now long importunate yearnings vanquish with surfeit my reason. Fainting, my senses forsake me. Aphrodite's praise. O Sappho, why art thou ever singing with praises the blessed Queen of Heaven? Why does the heart in thy bosom ever revert in its yearning throb to the goddess? Why are thy senses unsated, ever in quest of elusive love that is deathless? Ah, gracious daughter of Cyprus, never can I as a mortal tire of thy service. Thou art the breath of my body, the blood in my veins, and the glowing pulse of my bosom. Omnipotent, burning, resistless, thou art the passion that shaking masters me ever. Thou art the crisis of rapture relaxing my limbs, and the melting ebb of emotion, bringing the tears to my lashes, sighs to my lips, in the swooning excess of passion. O golden‐crowned Aphrodite, grant I shall ever be grateful, sure of thy favor, worthy the lot of thy priestess, supreme in the song that forever rings with thy praises. The first kiss. And down I set the cushion upon the couch, that she, relaxed supine upon it, might give her lips to me. As some enamored priestess at Aphrodite's shrine, entranced I bent above her with sense of the divine. She had by nature nubile, in years a child, no hint of any secret knowledge of passion's least intent. Her mouth for immolation was ripe, and mine the art, and one long kiss of passion deflowered her virgin heart. Ode to Attis. I loved you, Attis, once, long years ago. My blood was flame that thrilled to passion's throe. Now long neglect has quenched the olden fire, and blight of drifting years effaced desire. I loved you, Attis, joy of long ago. Love shook my soul as winds on forests blow. This lawless heart that dared exhaust delight, unsated strove and maddened through the night. I loved you, Attis, once, long years ago. With pain whose surge I felt to anguish grow, suffered the storms that waste the heart, and leave a desert shore where seas but break to grieve. I loved you, Attis, spring of long ago, watched you depart to Andromeda go. Then I, as keen despair its shadow cast, o'er my deserted threshold sobbing passed. I loved you, Attis, once, long years ago. The thought of me is hateful now, I know, and all the lavish tenderness of old has gone from me and left my bosom cold. I loved you, Attis, dream of long ago. How the fond words, impassioned music low, sustain the sigh of love's divine regret. No length of time may bid the heart forget. Comparison. Less soft a Tyrian robe of texture fine, less delicate a rose than flesh of thine. Whiter thy breast than snow that virgin lies, and deeper than the blue of seas thy eyes. More golden than the fruit of orange trees, thy locks that floating lure the satyr breeze. Less fine of silver string an Orphic lyre, less sweet than thy low laugh that wakes desire. The Sacrifice. Upon a cushion soft my limbs I place, my every garment doff for deeper grace. From burning doves, embalmed in Baccharis, the scented fumes have calmed me like a kiss. Beyond the phallic shrine that tripods light, I pledge with holy wine an image white. Anadyomene, then foam more fair, when from the ravished sea she rose to air. Daughter of God, accept these gifts of mine. Last night my body slept in arms divine. These sated lips and eyes that erstwhile sued, accord this sacrifice in gratitude. Leader. Once on a time, they say that Leda found beneath the thyme an egg upon the ground, and yet the swan she fondled long ago was whiter than its shell of peeping snow. Amoebaeum. Alcaeus and Sappho. Alcaeus. Violet-weaving Sappho, pure and lovely, softly smiling Sappho, I would utter something that my secret hope has cherished, did no painful sense of shame deter me. Sappho. Had the impulse of thy heart been honest, it had urged no evil supplication. Shame had not abashed thy eyes before me, and thy words had done thee no dishonour. Alcæus. Softly smiling Sappho, longing bids me tell thee all that in my heart lies hidden. Sappho. Have no fear, Alcæus, to offend me. Thy emotion stirs my heart to pity. Alcæus. I desire thee, violet-weaving Sappho, love thee madly, softly smiling Sappho. Sappho. Hush, Alcæus, thou must choose a younger comrade for thy couch, for I would never join thy years to mine. The gods forbid it, youth and ardent fire to age and ashes. The love of Selene. Across the still sea's moonlit wave Selene came, softly to seek the Latmian cave, her breast aflame with secret passions, ruthless throe, her scruples dumb, and burning with desire to know Endymion. The Cretan Dance. As the moon in all her splendour slowly rose above the forest, silent stood the Cretan women round the altar. Girdled close their clinging tunics, made of some transparent fabric, traced the every curve and lissom of their bodies. With revering eyes uplifted to the round and rising planet, soon its drifting beams of silver lit their faces. Soft and clear its sphere effulgent, full defined above the tree-tops, steeped in pale unearthly glamour all the landscape. When the argent glimmer rested on the altar piled with garlands, and its glow unveiled the marble Aphrodite, linking hands, the Cretan women, moving gracefully with metric steps, began to dance a measure to the goddess. All so light, their feet unsandaled, pressed the velvet grass in treading, that they scarcely bruised its tender, blooming verdure. Slowly turning in a circle to the east, their voices chanted in a plaintive note the sacred Ithyphallics. Then they paused, their steps retracing towards the west, and answered strophe by antistrophe with correct tones accordant. With the after‐song epodic, standing all before the altar, lo, the hymn in praise of Paphos was completed. To Alcæus. Countless are the cups thou drainest in thy hymns to Dionysus, Alcæus. War and wine alone thou singest, wherefore not of Aphrodite, Alcæus? Spacious halls are thine, where many trophies hang in Ares' honor, Alcæus. Brazen shields and shining helmets, plates of brass, Chalcidian broadswords, Alcæus. When with winter roars the Thracian north wind through the leafless forest, Alcæus, thou dost heap the fire and banish care with many a tawny goblet, Alcæus. Hipporcine. Thus contend the maidens in the Cretic dance, rosy arms that glisten, eyes that glance, cheeks as fair as blossoms, parted lips that glow, with their honeyed voices chanting low, with their plastic bodies swaying to the flute, moving with the music, never mute. Graceful the orchestric figures they unfold, while the vesper heaven turns to gold, turns to gold. Laricus. While charming maids plait garlands for thy brows, Laricus, bring the pledge for this carouse, like lovely Ganymede, brother mine, and cool from thy patera pour the wine. Thy slender limbs have all a satyr's grace, Hylas the wood god dimples in thy face. These maids of mine, beloved and loving me, my dreams have made thy nymphs to sport with thee. I heard fair Mytilene's plaudits cease, or Lycas, Menon, and Dinomenes, and hailed thy beauty worthy of the prize, cup-bearer to the council of the wise. No noble youth the Prytaneum holds, whose graceful form the purple tunic folds, can match with thee when on affairs of state all Lesbos gathers with the wise and great. Spring. Come, shell divine, be vocal now for me, as when the Hebrus river and the sea to Lesbos bore, on waves harmonious, the head and golden lyre of Orpheus. Calliope, queen of the tuneful throng, descend and be the muse of Melic's song, for through my frame life's tides renewing bring the glad vine-warming vigour of the spring. The skies that dome the earth with far blue fire make the wide land one temple of desire. Just now across my cheek I felt a god in the enraptured breeze pass zephyr-shod. Was that Pan's flute, O Attis, that we heard, or the soft love-note of a woodland bird? That flame, a scarlet wing that skimmed the stream, or the red flash of our impassioned dream? Ah, soon again we two shall gather fair garlands of dill and rose to deck our bare white arms that cling, white breast that burns to breast, when the long night of love shall banish rest. Girl-friends. Prelude. Deftly on my little seven-stringed barbitos Now, to please my girl friends, songs I set to music, maidens fair, companions of the Muses. Never toward you shall my feelings undergo a change. Chanted in a plaintive, old Ionic measure, all the songs I give you are the songs of love. Andromeda. What bucolic maiden now thy heart bewitches, O my Andromeda, of the strange amours? Round her awkward ankles she has not the faintest sense of art to draw her long ungraceful tunic. Yet she surely makes thee, O my Andromeda, for thy sweet unlawful love a fair requital. Joy and praise attend thee in thy keen perceptive taste for beauty, daughter of Polyanax. Eunika. Aphrodite's handmaid, bright as gold thou earnest tender woven garlands round thy tender neck. Sweet as soft persuasion, lissome as the Graces, shy Eunika, lovely girl from Salamis. Slender thou as Syrinx, as the waving reed nymph, once by Pan, the god of summer winds, deflowered. On thy lips, whose quiver seems to plead for pity, mine shall rest and linger like the mouth of Pan on the mouth of Syrinx, when his breath that filled her blew through all her body music of his love. Gorgo. Gorgo, I am weary of thy love's insistence. Thou to me appearest an ill-favoured child. Though I am than Jello, fonder still of virgins, toward thee I have never felt the least desire. Yesternight I knew not what to do, for pity moved my bosom deeply, seeing thee implore. Harassed by alternate yielding and refusal, I was half persuaded then to grant thy prayer. At my door thy presence lingers like a shadow. Vain wouldst thou reproach me with appealing eyes. Dost thou think by constant proofs of lasting passion slowly my obdurate will to wear away? Gorgo, I am weary of thy love's insistence, and my strength exhausted. Grants thy wish at last. Mnasidika. Set, O Dika, garlands on thy lovely glinting mass of fine and golden tresses, sprays of dill with fingers soft entwining, while I stand apart to better judge those who have fair wreaths about the forehead, breathing Brenthian odour to the senses, ever first find favour with the Graces, who from wreathlier suppliants turn away. Dika, Mnasidika, thou art shapely with the flowing curves of Aphrodite, eyes the colour of her azure ocean, washing wide on Cyprus' languid shore. In thy every movement, grace unconscious sways the rhythmic poem of thy body, charming with elusive undulation, like a splendid lily in the wind. As I stand apart to judge the better fair effects that roses add to beauty, all thy rays of loveliness concentered sun me till I swoon with swift desire. Telesippa. Sleep thou in the bosom of thy tender girl-friend Telesippa, gentle maiden from Miletus. Like twin petals shyly closing to the darkness, dewy on your drooping lids shall fall her kisses. While her arms enfold you, on your drowsy senses shall her soft caresses seal delicious languor. Warm from her desireful heart. The flush of passion on your cheek unconscious with her sighs shall deepen. All the long sweet night time, sleepless while you slumber, she shall lie and quiver with her love's mad longing. Guarino. Now the silver crescent of the moon has vanished, with the golden Pleiads drifting down the west. It is after midnight, and the time is passing, hours we pledge to passion, and I sleep alone. Anger ill becomes thee, tender soul Guarino. Shapelier is Dica, but less loved by me. Art thou still relentless, wilful one, annulling all thy protestations in the fervid past? Can it, O Charites, be thou hast forgotten? Dost thou love another even now, perchance? Ah, my tears are falling, yet in my despairing mood I lie and listen for thy furtive step, for the lightest rustle of thy flowing garment, for thy sweet and panting whisper at the door. Now the moon has vanished with the golden Pleiads. It is after midnight, and I sleep alone. Megara. Thou burn'st us, Megara, with thy passions wild, bringing from Panormus such unbridled fires. Thou burnest us, a supple flow of tortured flame, raging, biting, searing, lawless of the will. Thou burnest us, Megara, love must know reserve, curbing power to keep it, keener for restraint. Erinna. Haughtier than thou, O fair Erinna, I have never met with any maiden. Such a careless scorn as thine for passion proves a dire affront to Aphrodite. When with soft desire she wounds thy bosom, thou shalt know love's pain, and doubly suffer. Keep the gifts I gave thee, long rejected, fabrics for thy lap from far Phocea, Babylonian unguents, scented sandals, and the costly mitre for thy tresses. Tripods worked in brass to flank the altar, with the ivory figure of the goddess, where the sacrificial fumes from sacred flames shall rise to gladden and appease her, in the hour when at her call thy fervid breast and mouth to mine shall be relinquished. Gongila. It was when the sunset burned with saffron fire, and Apollo's coursers turned below the hills, that on Mitylene's marble bridge we met, Gongila, thou golden maid of Colophon. Like the breath of morning, or a breeze from the sea, fresh thy beauty smote me, virile of the north. Startled by thy vision, transports half divine flooded veins and bosom, shook me with desire. Soon the kindlier sun-glow of Aeolic lands melted all the futile snows about thy heart. Damophilia. Cold of heart, and strangely uninclined to passion, wisdom's vigil leaves thee, proud Damophilia. Sapphics thou hast written, verses in my metre, with a skill surpassing in the melic art. Love's superb enchantment thou art fain to banish, like the virgin huntress long by thee adored. Moulded by thy tunic, every arching contour of her chaste and noble form I dream to see, even view her stepping from the leafy covert down the dawn-white valley, stately as a stag. Long I sued, but found thee deaf to all entreaty, till one summer twilight, listless in the heat, soothed by slumber's languor and my low monodic, voice that hymned a paean in the praise of love, loath to yield, yet vanquished, as I knelt beside thee, all thy long resistance to my kiss succumbed. An Agora. An Agora, fairest spoil of fateful battle, Babylonian temples know thy luring song. Wrested from barbaric captors for thy beauty, thou wert made a priestess at Meletus' shrine. Once these flexile fingers, clasped in mine so closely, 'neath the temple's arches thrummed the tabor soft. Thou hast taught me secrets of the cryptic chambers, how the zonahs worship in the burning east, raptures that my wildest dreaming never pictured, arts of love that charmed me, subtle, new, and strange. Hearken to my earnest prayer, O Aphrodite, may the night be doubled now for our delight. Phaon. Philomel. Philomel in my garden, messenger sweet of springtide, from the bough of the olive tree utter tidings ecstatic. Linger long on thy olden note, as in days remembered, ere the boatman that knew Aphrodite ravished my vision. Fatal glamour of beauty, beauty of gods made mortal, before its delight I am ever fearful of heaven. Spring in breeze and the blossom, grasses and leaves and odors, on my heart with the breath of a vanished April is shaken, shaken with thrill and regret of lost caresses and kisses. Anactoria's memory, Attis never forgotten, Philomel in my garden, messenger sweet of springtime, from the bough of the olive tree utter tidings ecstatic. Golden Pulse. Golden Pulse grew on the shore, ferns along the hill, and the red clipped roses bore bees to drink their fill, bees that from the meadows bring wine of Melilot, honey sups on golden wings to the garden grot. But to me, neglected flower, Phaon will not see, passion brings no crowning hour, honey nor the bee. The Swallow. Daughter of Pandion, lovely swallow that veers at my window, swift on the flood of the sunshine, darting thy shadow, what is thy innocent purpose? Why dost thou hover and haunt me? Is it a kinship of sorrow brings thee anear me? Must thou for ever be tongueless, flying in fear of Tereus? Must he for Itys pursue thee, changed to a lapwing? Tireless of pinion and never, resting on bush or the branches, close to the earth, up the azure, over the tree tops. After thy wing in its madness follows my glance, as a flitting child on the track of its mother hastens in silence. Daughter of Pandion, lovely swallow that veers at my window, hast thou a message from Cyprus telling of Phaon? Tidings. She wrapped herself in linen woven close, stuffs delicate and texture fine as those the dark Nile traders for our bartering from Egypt, Crete, and far Phocaea bring. Love lent her feet the wings of winds to reach, whose steps stir not the shingle of the beach. My marble court and breathless bid me know my lover's sails across the harbor blow. He seemed to her as to himself he seems, like some bright god long treasured in her dreams. She saw him standing at his gallows prow, my Phaon, mine in Mitylene now. Hesperus. Hesperus shines low on the eastern wave, off toward the Asian shore, over faint lines whose greys and purples pave where seas night calmed adore. Fair vesper fire, fairest of stars, the light benign of secret bliss, star of desire, bringing to me with night dreams and my Phaon's kiss. Dawn. Just now the golden-sandaled dawn peered through the lattice of my room. Why must thou fare so soon, my Phaon? Last night I met thee at the shore. 1,000 hues were in the sky. The breeze from Cyprus blew, my Phaon. I drew to lave thy heated brow, my kerchief dripping from the sea. Why hadst thou sailed so far, my Phaon? Far up the narrow mountain paths we heard the shepherds fluting home. Like some white god thou seemed, my Phaon. And through the olive trees we saw the twinkle of my vesper lamp. Wilt kiss me now as then, my Phaon? Nay, loosen not with gentle force the clasp of my restraining arms. I will not let thee go, my Phaon. See, deftly in my trailing robe I spring and draw the lattice close. Is it not night again, my Phaon? The Farewell. Beloved, stand face to face, and lifting lids disclose to me the grace, the Paphic fire that lingers yet and lies reflected in thy eyes. Phaon, my so beloved, stand not to my mad passion all unmoved. O let, ere thou to far Panomus sail, one hour of love prevail. Dear ingrate, come, and let thy breath like odour from a cassolet, thy smile, the clinging touch of lips and heart, anoint me ere we part. Phaon, I yearn and seek but thee alone, and what I feel must speak in all these fond and wilful ways of mine, O mortal maid divine! My girl friends now no more hang their sweet gifts of garlands at my door. Dear maids, with all your vanished empery, ye now are naught to me. Phaon, thy galley rides within the harbour's mouth, and waits the tides and favouring winds far to the west to fly, and leave me here to die. The brawny rowers lean to bend long stroking oars and changing scene, and fairer loves than mine shall soon efface this last divine embrace. Phaon, the lifting breeze, see at thy feet I kneel and clasp thy knees. Go not, go not, oh hear my sobbing prayer, and yield to my despair. Dark-eyed sleep. Dark-eyed sleep, child of night, come in thy shadow garment to my couch, and with thy soothing touch, cool as the vesper breeze, grant that I may forget. Bestow condign release, a taste of rest that comes with endless sleep. Lure off the haunting dreams, the dire Eumenides that torture my repose. For I would live a space, though Phaon has forsaken me, nor yet be found on shadow fields among the lilies tall of pale Persephone. The cliff of Lucus. A far-seen cliff stands in the western sea, towards Cephallenian lands. Apollo's temple crowns its whitened crest, and at its base the waves eternal beat. Its leap has power to cure the pangs of unrequited love. Thither pale lovers go with anguished hearts to dare the deep and quench love's slow consuming flame. Urged to the edge by maddening desire, I too shall fling myself, imploring thee, Apollo, Lord and King, into the chill embraces of the sea, less cold than thine, O Phaon. I shall fall, fall with the flutter of a wounded dove, and I shall rise, indifferent for ever to love's dream, or find below the sea's eternal voice, eternal peace. End of section 18. End of the Poems of Sappho, an interpretive rendition into English by John Myers O'Hara. Section 19 of Aspects of Love, an Anthology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Leaves of Grass by Walt Whitman. Book 5. Calamus. In paths untrodden, in paths untrodden, in the growth by margins of pond waters, escape from the life that exhibits itself, from all the standards hitherto published, from the pleasures, profits, conformities, which too long I was offering to feed my soul. Clear to me now, standards not yet published, clear to me that my soul, that the soul of the man I speak for rejoices in comrades. Here by myself, away from the clank of the world, tallying and talked to here by tongues aromatic, no longer abashed. For in this secluded spot I can respond as I would not dare elsewhere. Strong upon me the life that does not exhibit itself, yet contains all the rest, resolved to sing no songs to-day but those of manly attachment, projecting them along that substantial life, bequeathing hence types of athletic love. Afternoon, this delicious 9th month in my 41st year, I proceed, for all who are or have been young men, to tell the secrets my nights and days, to celebrate the need of comrades. Scented herbage of my breast, scented herbage of my breast, leaves from you I glean, I write, to be perused best afterwards. Tomb leaves, body leaves, growing up above me, above death. Perennial roots, tall leaves, oh, the winter shall not freeze you, delicate leaves. Every year shall you bloom again. Out from where you retired you shall emerge again. Oh, I do not know whether many passing by will discover you, or inhale your faint odour, but I believe a few will. O slender leaves, O blossoms of my blood, I permit you to tell in your own way of the heart that is under you. Oh, I do not know what you mean there underneath yourselves. You are not happiness. You are often more bitter than I can bear. You burn and sting me. Yet you are beautiful to me, you faint-tinged roots. You make me think of death. Death is beautiful from you. What, indeed, is finally beautiful, except death and love? Oh, I think it is not for life I am chanting here my chant of lovers. I think it must be for death. For how calm, how solemn it grows to ascend to the atmosphere of lovers. Death or life, I am then indifferent. My soul declines to prefer. I am not sure, but the high soul of lovers welcomes death most. Indeed, O death, I think now these leaves mean precisely the same as you mean. Grow up taller, sweet leaves, that I may see. Grow up out of my breast. Spring away from the concealed heart there. Do not fold yourself so in your pink-tinged roots, timid leaves. Do not remain down there, so ashamed, herbage of my breast. Come, I am determined to unbear this broad breast of mine. I have long enough stifled and choked. Emblematic and capricious blades, I leave you, now you serve me not. I will say what I have to say by itself. I will sound myself and comrades only. I will never again utter a call, only their call. I will raise with it immortal reverberations through the states. I will give an example to lovers to take permanent shape and will through the states. Through me shall the words be said to make death exhilarating. Give me your tone, therefore, O death, that I may accord with it. Give me yourself, for I see that you belong to me now above all, and are folded inseparably together. You, love, and death are. Nor will I allow you to balk me any more with what I was calling life. For now it is conveyed to me that you are the purports essential, that you hide in these shifting forms of life for reasons, and that they are mainly for you, that you beyond them come forth to remain the real reality, that behind the mask of materials you patiently wait, no matter how long, that you will one day perhaps take control of all, that you will perhaps dissipate this entire show of appearance, that maybe you are what it is all for, but it does not last so very long. But you will last very long. Whoever you are, holding me now in hand. Whoever you are, holding me now in hand. Without one thing, all will be useless. I give you fair warning before you attempt me further. I am not what you supposed, but far different. Who is he that would become my follower? Who would sign himself a candidate for my affections? The way is suspicious, the result uncertain, perhaps destructive. You would have to give up all else. I alone would expect to be your sole and exclusive standard. Your novitiate would even then be long and exhausting. The whole past theory of your life and all conformity to the lives around you would have to be abandoned. Therefore, release me now, before troubling yourself any further. Let go your hand from my shoulders. Put me down, and depart on your way. Or else, by stealth in some wood for trial, or back of a rock in the open air. For in any roofed room of a house I emerge not, nor in company, and in libraries I lie as one dumb, a gawk, or unborn, or dead. But just possibly, with you on a high hill, first watching lest any person for miles around approach unawares, or possibly with you sailing at sea, or on the beach of the sea, or some quiet island, here to put your lips upon mine I permit you, with the comrade's long dwelling kiss, or the new husband's kiss, for I am the new husband, and I am the comrade. Or, if you will, thrusting me beneath your clothing, where I may feel the throbs of your heart, or rest upon your hip, carry me when you go forth over land or sea, for thus merely touching you is enough, is best, and thus touching you would I silently sleep and be carried eternally. But these leaves conning do con at peril, for these leaves and me you will not understand. They will elude you at first, and still more afterward. I will certainly elude you. Even while you should think you had unquestionably caught me, behold! Already, you see, I have escaped from you. For it is not for what I have put into it that I have written this book, nor is it by reading it you will acquire it. Nor do those know me best who admire me and vauntingly praise me, nor will the candidates for my love, unless at most a very few, prove victorious, nor will my poems do good only, they will do just as much evil, perhaps more, for all is useless without that which you may guess at many times and not hit, that which I hinted at. Therefore release me and depart on your way. for you, O democracy. Come, I will make the continent indissoluble. I will make the most splendid race the sun ever shone upon. I will make divine magnetic lands with the love of comrades, with the lifelong love of comrades. I will plant companionship thick as trees along all the rivers of America, and along the shores of the Great Lakes, and all over the prairies. I will make inseparable cities with their arms about each other's necks by the love of comrades, by the manly love of comrades. For you, these from me, O democracy, to serve you, ma femme. For you, I am trilling these songs. These I singing in spring. These I singing in spring collect for lovers, for who but I should understand lovers, and all their sorrow and joy, and who but I should be the poet of comrades? Collecting, I traverse the garden, the world, but soon I pass the gates, now along the pond side, now wading in a little, fearing not the wet, now by the post and rail fences, where the old stones thrown there, picked from the fields, have accumulated. Wild flowers and vines and weeds come up through the stones and partly cover them. Beyond these I pass. Far, far in the forest, or sauntering later in summer, before I think where I go, solitary, smelling the earthy smell, stopping now and then in the silence, alone I had thought, yet soon a troop gathers around me, some walk by my side and some behind, and some embrace my arms or neck. They, the spirits of dear friends dead or alive. Thicker they come, a great crowd, and I in the middle, collecting, dispensing, singing. There I wander with them, plucking something for tokens, tossing toward whoever is near me. Here, lilac with a branch of pine. Here, out of my pocket, some moss which I pulled off a live oak in Florida as it hung trailing down. Here, some pinks and laurel leaves, and a handful of sage. And here, what I now draw from the water, wading in the pond side. Oh, here I last saw him that tenderly loves me, and returns again, never to separate from me. And this, oh this, shall henceforth be the token of comrades. This calamus root shall interchange it, youths, with each other. Let none render it back. And twigs of maple, and a bunch of wild orange and chestnut, and stems of currants and plum blows, and the aromatic cedar, these I compassed around by a thick cloud of spirits, wandering, point to or touch as I pass, or throw them loosely from me, indicating to each one what he shall have, giving something to each. But what I drew from the water by the pond side, that I reserve. I will give of it, but only to them that love as I myself am capable of loving. Not heaving from my ribbed breast only. Not heaving from my ribbed breast only, not in sighs at night, in rage dissatisfied with myself, not in those long-drawn, ill-suppressed sighs, not in many an oath and promise broken, not in my wilful and savage soul's volition, not in the subtle nourishment of the air, not in this beating and pounding at my temples and wrists, not in the curious systole and diastole within which will one day cease, not in many a hungry wish told to the skies only, not in cries, laughter, defiances thrown from me when alone far in the wilds, not in husky pantings through clenched teeth, not in sounded and resounded words, chattering words, echoes, dead words, not in the murmurs of my dreams while I sleep, nor the other murmurs of these incredible dreams of every day, nor in the limbs and senses of my body that take you and dismiss you continually, not there, not in any or all of them. O adhesiveness, O pulse of my life, need I that you exist and show yourself any more than in these songs? Of the terrible doubt of appearances. Of the terrible doubt of appearances, of the uncertainty after all that we may be deluded, that maybe reliance and hope are but speculations after all, that maybe identity beyond the grave is a beautiful fable only. Maybe the things I perceive, the animals, plants, men, hills, shining and flowing waters, the skies of day and night, colours, densities, forms, maybe these are, as doubtless they are, only apparitions, and the real something has yet to be known. How often they dart out of themselves as if to confound me and mock me! How often I think neither I know nor any man knows aught of them. Maybe, seeming to me what they are, as doubtless they indeed but seem, as from my present point of view, and might prove, as of course they would, naught of what they appear, or naught, anyhow, from entirely changed points of view. To me, these, and the like of these, are curiously answered by my lovers, my dear friends, when he whom I love travels with me, or sits a long while holding me by the hand, when the subtle air, the impalpable, the sense that words and reasons hold not, surround us and pervade us, then I am charged with untold and untellable wisdom. I am silent. I require nothing further. I cannot answer the question of appearances, or that of identity beyond the grave, but I walk or sit indifferent. I am satisfied. He, a hold of my hand, has completely satisfied me. The base of all metaphysics. And now, gentlemen, a word I give to remain in your memories and minds as base and finale too for all metaphysics. So to the students the old professor, at the close of his crowded course, having studied the new and antique, the Greek and Germanic systems, Kant, having studied and stated Fichte and Schelling and Hegel, stated the law of Plato, and Socrates, greater than Plato and greater than Socrates, sought and stated Christ divine, having studied long, I see reminiscent today those Greek and Germanic systems, see the philosophies, all Christian churches and tenets see, yet underneath Socrates clearly see, and underneath Christ the divine I see, the dear love of man for his comrade, the attraction of friend to friend, of the well-married husband and wife, of children and parents, of city for city, and land for land. Recorders, ages hence. Recorders, ages hence, come, I will take you down underneath this impassive exterior. I will tell you what to say of me. Publish my name, and hang up my picture as that of the tenderest lover, the friend, the lover's portrait, of whom his friend, his lover, was fondest, who was not proud of his songs, but of the measureless ocean of love within him, and freely poured it forth, who often walked lonesome walks, thinking of his dear friends, his lovers, who, pensive, away from one he loved, often lay sleepless and dissatisfied at night, who knew too well the sick, sick dread lest the one he loved might secretly be indifferent to him, whose happiest days were far away through fields, in woods, on hills. He and another wandering hand in hand, they twain apart from other men, who oft as he sauntered the streets curved with his arm the shoulder of his friend, while the arm of his friend rested upon him also. When I heard at the close of the day. When I heard at the close of the day how my name had been received with plaudits in the capital, or still it was not a happy night for me that followed, and else when I caroused, or when my plans were accomplished, still I was not happy. But the day when I rose at dawn from the bed of perfect health, refreshed, singing, inhaling the ripe breath of autumn, when I saw the full moon in the west grow pale and disappear in the morning light, when I wandered alone over the beach, and undressing bathed, laughing with the cool waters, and saw the sun rise, and when I thought how my dear friend, my lover, was on his way coming, oh, then I was happy. Oh, then each breath tasted sweeter, and all that day my food nourished me more, and the beautiful day passed well. And the next came with equal joy, and with the next at evening came my friend. And that night, while all was still, I heard the waters roll slowly, continually up the shores. I heard the hissing rustle of the liquid and sands as directed to me, whispering to congratulate me, for the one I loved most lay sleeping by me under the same cover in the cool night, in the stillness, in the autumn moonbeams. His face was inclined toward me, and his arm lay lightly around my breast. And that night I was happy. Are you the new person drawn toward me? Are you the new person drawn toward me? To begin with, take warning. I am surely far different from what you suppose. Do you suppose you will find in me your ideal? Do you think it so easy to have me become your lover? Do you think the friendship of me would be unalloyed satisfaction? Do you think I am trusty and faithful? Do you see no further than this facade, this smooth and tolerant manner of me? Do you suppose yourself advancing on real ground toward a real heroic man? Have you no thought, O dreamer, that it may be all mere illusion? Roots and leaves themselves alone. Roots and leaves themselves alone are these, scents brought to men and women from the wild woods and pond-side, breast sorrel and pinks of love, fingers that wind around tighter than vines, gushes from the throats of birds hid in the foliage of trees as the sun is risen, breezes of land and love set from living shores to you on the living sea, to you, O sailors, frost-mellowed berries and third-month twigs offered fresh to young persons wandering out in the fields when the winter breaks up, love-buds put before you, and within you, whoever you are, buds to be unfolded on the old terms. If you bring the warmth of the sun to them, they will open and bring form, colour, perfume to you. If you become the aliment and the wet, they will become flowers, fruits, tall branches, and trees. Not heat flames up and consumes. Not heat flames up and consumes, not sea waves hurry in and out, not the air delicious and dry, the air of ripe summer bears lightly along white down balls of myriads of seeds, weighted, sailing gracefully to drop where they may. Not these, oh, none of these, more than the flames of me consuming, burning for his love, whom I loved. Oh, none more than I, hurrying in and out. Does the tide hurry seeking something and never give up. Oh, I the same. Oh, nor down balls, nor perfumes, nor the high rain-emitting clouds are borne through the open air, any more than my soul is borne through the open air, wafted in all directions. Oh, love, for friendship, for you. Trickle drops, trickle drops, my blue veins leaving. Oh, drops of me trickle, slow drops, candid from me falling, drip, bleeding drops, from wounds made to free you whence you were prisoned, from my face, from my forehead and lips, from my breast, from within where I was concealed, press forth red drops, confession drops, stain every page, stain every song I sing, every word I say, bloody drops. Let them know your scarlet heat, let them glisten, saturate them with yourself, all ashamed and wet, glow upon all I have written or shall write, bleeding drops, let it all be seen in your light, blushing drops. City of Orgies. City of orgies, walks and joys, cities whom that I have lived and sung in your midst will one day make not the pageants of you, not your shifting tableaux, your spectacles repay me, not the interminable rows of your houses, nor the ships at the wharves, nor the processions in the streets, nor the bright windows with goods in them, nor to converse with learned persons, or bear my share in the soiree or feast. Not those, but as I pass, O Manhattan, your frequent and swift flash of eyes offering me love, offering response to my own, these repay me. Lovers, continual lovers, only repay me. Behold this swarthy face. Behold this swarthy face, these grey eyes, this beard, the white wool unclipped upon my neck, my brown hands, and the silent manner of me without charm. Yet comes one, a Manhattan ease, and ever at parting kisses me lightly on the lips with robust love, and I, on the crossing of the street or on the ship's deck, give a kiss in return. We observe that salute of American comrades, land and sea. We are those two natural and nonchalant persons. I saw in Louisiana a live oak growing. I saw in Louisiana a live oak growing, all alone stood it, and the moss hung down from the branches. Without any companion it grew there, uttering joyous of dark green, and its look, rude, unbending, lusty, made me think of myself, but I wondered how it could utter joyous leaves, standing alone there, without its friend near, for I knew I could not, and I broke off a twig with a certain number of leaves upon it, and twined around it a little moss, and brought it away, and I have placed it in sight in my room. It is not needed to remind me, as of my own dear friends, for I believe lately I think of little else than of them. Yet it remains to me a curious token. It makes me think of manly love. For all that, and though the live oak glistens there in Louisiana, solitary, in a wide flat space, uttering joyous leaves, all its life, without a friend, a lover near, I know very well I could not. To a stranger. Passing stranger, you do not know how longingly I look upon you. You must be stranger. You do not know how longingly I look upon you. You must be he I was seeking, or she I was seeking. It comes to me as of a dream. I have somewhere surely lived a life of joy with you. All is recalled as we flit by each other, fluid, affectionate, chaste, matured. You grew up with me, were a boy with me, or a girl with me. I ate with you and slept with you. Your body has become not yours only, nor left my body mine only. You give me the pleasure of your eyes, face, flesh, as we pass. You take of my beard, breast, hands in return. I am not to speak to you. I am to think of you when I sit alone, or wake at night alone. I am to wait. I do not doubt I am to meet you again. I am to see to it that I do not lose you. This moment, yearning and thoughtful. This moment, yearning and thoughtful, sitting alone. It seems to me there are other men in other lands, yearning and thoughtful. It seems to me, passing stranger, you do not know how longingly I look upon you. You must be he I was seeking, or she I was seeking. It comes to me as of a dream. I have somewhere surely lived a life of joy with you. All is recalled as we flit by each other, fluid, affectionate, chaste, matured. You grew up with me, were a boy with me, or a girl with me. I ate with you and slept with you. Your body has become not yours only, nor left my body mine only. You give me the pleasure of your eyes, face, flesh, as we pass. You take of my beard, breast, hands in return. I am not to speak to you. I am to think of you when I sit alone, or wake at night alone. I am to wait. I do not doubt I am to meet you again. I am to see to it that I do not lose you. This moment, yearning and thoughtful. This moment, yearning and thoughtful, sitting alone. It seems to me there are other men in other lands, yearning and thoughtful. It seems to me I can look over and behold them in Germany, Italy, France, Spain, or far, far away, in China or in Russia, or talking other dialects, and it seems to me if I could know those men I should become attached to them, as I do to men in my own lands. Oh, I know we should be brethren and lovers. I know I should be happy with them. I hear it was charged against me. I hear it was charged against me that I sought to destroy institutions, but really I am neither for nor against institutions. What, indeed, have I in common with them, or what with the destruction of them? Only I will establish in the Manhattan, and in every city of these states, inland and seaboard, and in the fields and woods, and above every keel, little or large, that dents the water, without edifices or rules or trustees or any argument, the institution of the dear love of comrades. The prairie grass dividing. The prairie grass dividing, its special odour breathing, I demand of it the spiritual corresponding, demand the most copious and close companionship of men, demand the blades to rise of words, acts, being, those of the open atmosphere, coarse, sunlit, fresh, nutritious, those that go their own gait erect, stepping with freedom and command, leading, not following, those with a never quelled audacity, those with sweet and lusty flesh, clear of taint, those that look carelessly in the faces of presidents and governors, as to say, "Who are you?" Those of earth-born passion, simple, never constrained, never obedient, those of inland America. When I peruse the conquered fame, when I peruse the conquered fame of heroes, and the victories of mighty generals, I do not envy the generals, nor the president in his presidency, nor the rich in his great house. But when I hear of the brotherhood of lovers, how it was with them, how together through life, through dangers, odium, unchanging, long and long, through youth and through middle and old age, how unfaltering, how affectionate and faithful they were, then I am pensive. I hastily walk away, filled with the bitterest envy. We two boys together clinging. We two boys together clinging, one the other never leaving, up and down the roads going, north and south excursions making, power enjoying, elbows stretching, fingers clutching, armed and fearless, eating, drinking, sleeping, loving, no law less than ourselves owning, sailing, soldiering, thieving, threatening, misers, menials, priests, alarming, air breathing, water drinking, on the turf or the sea beach dancing, cities wrenching, ease scorning, statutes mocking, feebleness chasing, fulfilling our foray. A Promise to California. A promise to California, or inland to the great pastoral plains, and on to Puget Sound and Oregon, sojourning east a while longer, soon I travel toward you, to remain, to teach robust American love, for I know very well that I and robust love belong among you, inland and along the western sea, for these states tend inland and toward the western sea, and I will also. Here the frailest leaves of me. Here the frailest leaves of me, and yet my strongest lasting. Here I shade and hide my thoughts, I myself do not expose them, and yet they expose me more than all my other poems. No labor-saving machine. No labor-saving machine nor discovery have I made, nor will I be able to leave behind me any wealthy bequest to found hospital or library, nor reminiscence of any deed of courage for America, nor literary success, nor intellect, nor book for the bookshelf, but a few carols vibrating through the air I leave for comrades and lovers. A glimpse. A glimpse through an interstice court of a crowd of workmen and drivers in a bar-room around the stove late of a winter night, and I, unremarked, seated in a corner, of a youth who loves me and whom I love, silently approaching and seating himself near, that he may hold me by the hand a long while amid the noises of coming and going, of drinking and oath and smutty jest, there we two content, happy in being together, speaking little, perhaps not a word. A leaf for hand in hand. A leaf for hand in hand. You natural persons, old and young, you on the Mississippi and on all the branches and bayous of the Mississippi, you friendly boatmen and mechanics, you roughs, you twain, and all processions moving along the streets, I wish to infuse myself among you till I see it common for you to walk hand in hand. Earth, my likeness. Earth, my likeness, though you look so impassive, ample, and spheric there, I now suspect that is not all. I now suspect there is something fierce in you, eligible to burst forth, for an athlete is enamoured of me, and I of him, but toward him there is something fierce and terrible in me, eligible to burst forth. I dare not tell it in words, not even in these songs. I dreamed in a dream. I dreamed in a dream I saw a city invincible to the attacks of the whole of the rest of the earth. I dreamed that was the new city of friends. Nothing was greater there than the quality of robust love. It led the rest. It was seen every hour in the actions of the men of that city, and in all their looks and words. What think you I take my pen in hand? What think you I take my pen in hand to record? The battleship perfect, modelled, majestic, that I saw pass the offing to-day under full sail? The splendours of the past day? Or the splendour of the night that envelops me? Or the vaunted glory and growth of the great city spread around me? No, but merely of two simple men I saw to‐day on the pier, in the midst of the crowd, parting the parting of dear friends. The one to remain hung on the other's neck and passionately kissed him, while the one to depart tightly pressed the one to remain in his arms. To the east and to the west. To the east and to the west. To the man of the seaside state and of Pennsylvania. To the Canadian of the north. To the southerner I love. These, with perfect trust, to depict you as myself. The germs are in all men. I believe the main purport of these states is to found a superb friendship, exult, previously unknown, because I perceive it waits, and has been always waiting, latent in all men. Sometimes with one I love. Sometimes with one I love, I fill myself with rage, for fear I effuse unreturned love. But now I think there is no unreturned love. The pay is certain one way or another. I loved a certain person ardently, and my love was not returned. Yet out of that I have written these songs. To a Western Boy. Many things to absorb I teach, to help you become a lever of mine. Yet if blood like mine circle not in your veins, if you be not silently selected by lovers, and do not silently select lovers, of what use is it that you seek to become a lever of mine? Fast anchored, eternal, O love! Fast anchored, eternal, O love! O woman I love, O bride, O wife! More resistless than I can tell the thought of you, then separate as disembodied or another born ethereal, the last athletic reality, my consolation, I ascend, I float in the regions of your love, O man, O sharer of my roving life. Among the multitude. Among the men and women, the multitude, I perceive one picking me out by secret and divine signs, acknowledging none else, not parent, wife, husband, brother, child, any nearer than I am. Some are baffled, but that one is not, that one knows me. Ah, lover and perfect equal, I meant that you should discover me so by faint indirections, and I, when I meet you, mean to discover you by the like in you. O you, whom I often and silently come, O you, whom I often and silently come where you are, that I may be with you, as I walk by your side, or sit near, or remain in the same room with you, little you know the subtle electric fire that for your sake is playing within me. That shadow, my likeness. That shadow, my likeness, that goes to and fro, seeking a livelihood, chattering, chaffering, how often I find myself standing and looking at it where it flits. How often I question and doubt whether that is really me. But among my lovers, and carolling these songs, oh, I never doubt whether that is really me. Full of life now. Full of life now, compact, visible, I 40 years old, the 83rd year of the States, to one a century hence, or any number of centuries hence, to you yet unborn, these seeking you. When you read these, I that was visible, and become invisible. Now it is you, compact, visible, realizing my poems, seeking me, fancying how happy you were if I could be with you and become your comrade. Be it as if I were with you. Be not too certain, but I am now with you. End of section 19. End of Leaves of Grass by Walt Whitman. Book 5, Calamus. Section 20 of Aspects of Love, an Anthology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Song of Solomon, from the King James Version of the Bible. The Song of Songs, which is Solomon's. Let him kiss me with the kisses of his mouth, for thy love is better than wine. Because of the savour of thy good ointments, thy name is as ointment poured forth. Therefore do the virgins love thee. Draw me, we will run after thee. The king hath brought me into his chambers. We will be glad and rejoice in thee. We will remember thy love more than wine. The upright love thee. I am black but comely, O ye daughters of Jerusalem, as the tents of Kedar, as the curtains of Solomon. Look not upon me, because I am black, because the sun hath looked upon me. My mother's children were angry with me. They made me the keeper of the vineyards, but mine own vineyard have I not kept. Tell me, O thou whom my soul loveth, where thou feedest, where thou makest thy flock to rest at noon. For why should I be as one that turneth aside by the flocks of thy companions? If thou know not, O thou fairest among women, go thy way forth by the footsteps of the flock, and feed thy kids beside the shepherds' tents. I have compared thee, O my love, to a company of horses in Pharaoh's chariots. Thy cheeks are comely with rows of jewels, thy neck with chains of gold. We will make thee borders of gold with studs of silver. While the king sitteth at his table, my spikenard sendeth forth the smell thereof. A bundle of myrrh is my well-beloved unto me. He shall lie all night betwixt my breasts. My beloved is unto me as a cluster of camphire in the vineyards of En-gedi. Behold, thou art fair, my love. Behold, thou art fair. Thou hast dove's eyes. Behold, thou art fair, my beloved, yea, pleasant. Also our bed is green. The beams of our house are cedar, and our rafters of fir. I am the rose of Sharon, and the lily of the valleys. As the lily among thorns, so is my love among the daughters. As the apple tree among the trees of the wood, so is my beloved among the sons. I sat down under his shadow with great delight, and his fruit was sweet to my taste. He brought me to the banqueting house, and his banner over me was love. Stay me with flagons, comfort me with apples, for I am sick of love. His left hand is under my head, and his right hand doth embrace me. I charge ye, O ye daughters of Jerusalem, by the rose and by the hinds of the field, that ye stir not up, nor awake my love till he please. The voice of my beloved, behold, he cometh leaping upon the mountains, skipping upon the hills. My beloved is like a roe or a young hart. Behold, he standeth behind our wall, he looketh forth at the windows, showing himself through the lattice. My beloved spake, and said unto me, Rise up, my love, my fair one, and come away. For lo, the winter is past, the rain is over and gone, the flowers appear on the earth, the time of the singing of birds is come, and the voice of the turtle is heard in our land. The fig tree putteth forth her green figs, and the vines with the tender grape give a good smell. Arise, my love, my fair one, and come away. O my dove, that art in the clefts of the rock, in the secret places of the stairs, let me see thy countenance, let me hear thy voice, for sweet is thy voice, and thy countenance is comely. Take us the foxes, the little foxes that spoil the vines, for our vines have tender grapes. My beloved is mine, and I am his, he feedeth among the lilies. Until the day break, and the shadows flee away, turn, my beloved, and be thou like a roe or a young hart upon the mountains of Bether. By night on my bed I sought him whom my soul loveth. I sought him, but I found him not. I will rise now, and go about the city in the streets, and in the broad ways I will seek him whom my soul loveth. I sought him, but I found him not. The watchmen that go about the city found me, to whom I said, Saw ye him whom my soul loveth? It was but a little that I passed from them, but I found him whom my soul loveth. I held him, and would not let him go, until I had brought him into my mother's house, and into the chamber of her that conceived me. I charge you, O ye daughters of Jerusalem, by the roes and by the hinds of the field, that ye stir not up, nor awake my love till he please. Who is this that cometh out of the wilderness like pillars of smoke, perfumed with myrrh and frankincense, with all powders of the merchant? Behold his bed, which is Solomon's. 80 valiant men are about it, of the valiant of Israel. They all hold swords, being expert in war. Every man hath his sword upon his thigh, because of fear in the night. King Solomon made himself a chariot of the wood of Lebanon. He made the pillars thereof of silver, the bottom thereof of gold, the covering of it of purple, the midst thereof being paved with love for the daughters of Jerusalem. Go forth, O ye daughters of Zion, and behold King Solomon with the crown wherewith his mother crowned him in the day of his espousals, and in the day of the gladness of his heart. Behold, thou art fair, my love. Behold, thou art fair. Thou hast dove's eyes within thy locks. Thy hair is as a flock of goats that appear from Mount Gilead. Thy teeth are like a flock of sheep that are even shorn, which came up from the washing, whereof every one bare twins, and none is barren among them. Thy lips are like a thread of scarlet, and thy speech is comely. Thy temples are like a piece of a pomegranate within thy locks. Thy neck is like the tower of David, builded for an armoury, whereon there hang 1,000 bucklers, all shields of mighty men. Thy 2 breasts are like 2 young roes that are twins, which feed among the lilies. Until the day break, and the shadows flee away, I will get me to the mountain of myrrh, and to the hill of frankincense. Thou art all fair, my love, there is no spot in thee. Come with me from Lebanon, my spouse, with me from Lebanon. Look from the top of Amana, from the top of Shenir and Hermon, from the lions' dens, from the mountains of the leopards. Thou hast ravished my heart, my sister, my spouse. Thou hast ravished my heart with one of thine eyes, with one chain of thy neck. How fair is thy love, my sister, my spouse! How much better is thy love than wine, and the smell of thine ointments than all spices! Thy lips, O my spouse, drop as the honeycomb. Honey and milk are under thy tongue, and the smell of thy garments is like the smell of Lebanon. A garden enclosed is my sister, my spouse, a spring shut up, a fountain sealed. Thy plants are an orchard of pomegranates with pleasant fruits, camphire with spikenard, spikenard and saffron, calamus and cinnamon, with all trees of frankincense, myrrh and aloes, with all the chief spices, a fountain of gardens, a well of living waters, and streams from Lebanon. Awake, O north wind, and come, thou south. Blow upon my garden, that the spices thereof may flow out. Let my beloved come into his garden, and eat his pleasant fruits. I am come into my garden, my sister, my spouse. I have gathered my myrrh with my spice. I have eaten my honeycomb with my honey. I have drunk my wine with my milk. Eat, O friends, drink, yea, drink abundantly, O beloved. I sleep, but my heart waketh. It is the voice of my beloved that knocketh, saying, Open to me, my sister, my love, my dove, my undefiled, for my head is filled with dew, and my locks with the drops of the night. I have put off my coat, how shall I put it on? I have washed my feet, how shall I defile them? My beloved put in his hand by the hole of the door, and my bowels were moved for him. I rose up to open to my beloved, and my hands dropped with myrrh, and my fingers with sweet-smelling myrrh upon the handles of the lock. I opened to my beloved, but my beloved had withdrawn himself and was gone. My soul failed when he spake. I sought him, but I could not find him. I called him, but he gave me no answer. The watchmen that went about the city found me. They smote me, they wounded me. The keepers of the walls took away my veil from me. I charge you, O daughters of Jerusalem, if ye find my beloved, that ye tell him that I am sick of love. What is thy beloved more than another beloved, O thou fairest among women? What is thy beloved more than another beloved, that thou dost so charge us? My beloved is white and ruddy, the chiefest among 10,000. His head is as the most fine gold, his locks are bushy and black as a raven. His eyes are as the eyes of doves by the rivers of waters, washed with milk and fitly set. His cheeks are as a bed of spices, as sweet flowers, his lips like lilies, dropping sweet-smelling myrrh. His hands are as gold rings set with the beryl. His belly is as bright ivory overlaid with sapphires. His legs are as pillars of marble set upon sockets of fine gold. His countenance is as Lebanon, excellent as the cedars. His mouth is most sweet, yea, he is altogether lovely. This is my beloved, and this is my friend, O daughters of Jerusalem. Whither is thy beloved gone, O thou fairest among women? Whither is thy beloved turned aside, that we may seek him with thee? My beloved is gone down into his garden, to the beds of spices, to feed in the gardens, and to gather lilies. I am my beloved, and my beloved is mine. He feedeth among the lilies. Thou art beautiful, O my love, as Tirzah, comely as Jerusalem, terrible as an army with banners. Turn away thine eyes from me, for they have overcome me. Thy hair is as a flock of goats that appear from Gilead. Thy teeth are as a flock of sheep which go up from the washing, whereof every one beareth twins, and there is not one barren among them. As a piece of a pomegranate are thy temples within thy locks. There are 80 queens, and 80 concubines, and virgins without number. My dove, my undefiled, is but one. She is the only one of her mother. She is the choice one of her that bare her. The daughters saw her and blessed her, yea, the queens and the concubines, and they praised her. Who is she that looketh forth as the morning, fair as the moon, clear as the sun, and terrible as an army with banners? I went down into the garden of nuts to see the fruits of the valley, and to see whether the vine flourished and the pomegranates budded. Or ever I was aware, my soul made me like the chariots of Amanidib. Return, return, O Shulamite! Return, return, that we may look upon thee. What will ye see in the Shulamite? As it were the company of 2 armies. How beautiful are thy feet with shoes, O prince's daughter! The joints of thy thighs are like jewels, the work of the hands of a cunning workman. Thy navel is like a round goblet, which wanteth not liquor. Thy belly is like an heap of wheat set about with lilies. Thy 2 breasts are like 2 young roes that are twins. Thy neck is as a tower of ivory. Thine eyes like the fish pools in Heshbon, by the gate of Bathrabim. Thy nose is as the tower of Lebanon, which looketh towards Damascus. Thine head upon thee is like Carmel, and the hair of thine head like purple. The king is held in the galleries. How fair and how pleasant art thou, O love, for delights! This thy stature is like to a palm tree, and thy breasts to clusters of grapes. I said, I will go up to the palm tree, I will take hold of the boughs thereof. Now also thy breasts shall be as clusters of the vine, and the smell of thy nose like apples, and the roof of thy mouth like the best wine for my beloved, that goeth down sweetly, causing the lips of those that are asleep to speak. I am my beloved's, and his desire is toward me. Come, my beloved, let us go forth into the field, let us lodge in the villages. Let us get up early to the vineyards, let us see if the vine flourish, whether the tender grape appear, and the pomegranates bud forth. There will I give thee my loves. The mandrakes give a smell, and at our gates are all manner of pleasant fruits, new and old, which I have laid up for thee, O my beloved. Oh, that thou wert as my brother, that sucked the breasts of my mother! When I should find thee without, I would kiss thee, yea, I should not be despised. I would lead thee and bring thee into my mother's house, who would instruct me. I would cause thee to drink of spiced wine, of the juice of my pomegranate. His left hand should be under my head, and his right hand should embrace me. I charge you, O daughters of Jerusalem, that ye stir not up nor awake my love until he please. Who is this that cometh up from the wilderness, leaning upon her beloved? I raised thee up under the apple tree. There thy mother brought thee forth. There she brought thee forth that bare thee. Set me as a seal upon thine heart, as a seal upon thine arm. For love is strong as death. Jealousy is cruel as the grave. The coals thereof are coals of fire, which hath a most vehement flame. Many waters cannot quench love, neither can the floods drown it. If a man would give all the substance of his house for love, it would utterly be condemned. We have a little sister, and she hath no breasts. What shall we do for our sister in the day when she shall be spoken for? If she be a wall, we will build upon her a palace of silver, and if she be a door, we will enclose her with boards of cedar. I am a wall, and my breasts like towers. Then was I in his eyes as one that found favour. Solomon had a vineyard at Baalhamon. He let out the vineyard unto keepers. Every one for the fruit thereof was to bring 1,000 pieces of silver. My vineyard, which is mine, is before me. Thou, O Solomon, must have 1,000, and those that keep the fruit thereof 200. Thou that dwellest in the gardens, the companions hearken to thy voice. Cause me to hear it. Make haste, my beloved, and be thou like to a roe, or to a young hart upon the mountains of spices. End of Section 20. End of Aspects of Love, an Anthology by various authors, translated by John Myers O'Hara and others.